Where am I? I remember now. I was dueling with that #1 lecherous monk under heaven, on the summit of Great Snow Mountain. That rogue monk couldn't defeat me, so he forcibly activated the lion's roar technique at the cost of rupturing his meridians, triggering an avalanche that buried me in ice and snow. I have no idea how long I've been buried under the snow. It feels like I just slept for a while, yet also like centuries have passed. Tang Jue's consciousness gradually sharpened, and at the same time he felt his body extremely weary and weak. The merciless ice and snow had drained his physical strength, and even his true qi had not been spared. As his consciousness returned, the tiny spark of true qi, hidden in his dantian, began to circulate through his body. The flow was slow but effective, and Tang Jue felt his strength rapidly recovering. His eyelids were unbearably heavy. Tang Jue wanted to open his eyes but lacked the strength. Yet his hearing had recovered. The buzzing sound that had been present all along gradually grew louder. It was the sound of people talking. At first he could not understand their language at all. But after listening for a while, he gradually understood some frequently occurring simple words: knife, scissors. Such words were extremely sensitive to Tang Jue, just as a farmer perks up at planting rice, or a merchant at silver. His attention immediately sharpened. Once his attention sharpened, Tang Jue suddenly realized his situation was dire. Not only was he completely powerless, he was also stark naked. The leopard skin pouch that had been as much a part of his body as his own limbs since he learned to walk was gone. Moreover, his neck, wrists, and ankles were locked with specially made leather straps. Captured, Tang Jue's heart tightened, but he did not lose his composure. Thinking they could stop him by taking his leopard skin pouch of hidden weapons. How naive. Nowhere in the world could one find hands more flexible and supple than those of the Tang Sect disciples. The Tang Sect had a supreme art dedicated to training the hands called the Finjin Sueyu hands, powder gold and broken jade hands. When this supreme art was cultivated to its peak, the hands would become as soft as a maiden's, boneless and tender, with long fair fingers and skin translucent like carved white jade. Do not underestimate the Finjin Sueyu hands. The fairer and softer the hand, the deadlier the weapon. In the history of the Tang Sect, only 5 people had ever cultivated this art to its peak, and Tang Jue was one of them. Tang Jue's hands were not only harder than steel, but even his fingernails were as sharp as knives. His fingers bent at an angle that ordinary people could never imagine, curving back toward his arm. It was a trivial matter for his fingertips to touch his wrist, and every Tang Sect disciple could cut his own wrist with his nails to commit suicide. At this moment, Tang Jue's fingernail gently traced across the specially made leather strap binding his wrist. The strap, which even a bull could not break, tore open with a chi sound. The suddenly released strap snapped back and struck the bed with a sharp crack. Tang Jue had been storing his strength. Now that his hands were free in the blink of an eye, he slashed through the straps binding his neck and feet as well. Several people in white coats by the bed were preparing instruments. When they heard the sound and hurriedly looked up, Tang Jue had already pounced on them like a ferocious tiger. Better to meet the king of hell than to provoke a Tang Sect disciple. This was the consensus of the entire Jianghu. Don't provoke Tang Jue. This was the consensus of the entire Tang Sect. Tang Jue was originally from a collateral branch. In the Tang Sect, only direct descendants were entitled to 3 character names. In the Tang Sect, the 6 major branches each had a chief appointed from the direct line. That a collateral disciple like Tang Jue could become the grand chief of the inner 3 chambers spoke volumes about his domineering and forceful nature. Tang Jue was like a swift and fierce leopard. With a whoosh, he pounced onto the instrument table with the force of thunder. Several white-coated researchers saw only the jade-like shadow of fingers before their eyes, heard a crisp crack in their eardrums, and instantly lost consciousness. That crisp sound was the noise of their neck bones being crushed. Could it be that they didn't know martial arts at all? Tang Jue killed 3 in one breath, yet this question lingered in his mind. But when he saw the various knives and tools on the instrument table, the killing intent radiating from his body intensified several-fold. The last remaining white-coated researcher was so terrified his face turned pale. He had never imagined that this ancient man who was supposed to be sliced and studied under his knife would suddenly wake up and kill so violently. In the time it took his colleagues to be killed, he had already rushed to a glass wall and reached for the glass door only to find it locked. Behind the glass door was a monitoring room. A fat researcher in a white coat with gold-rimmed glasses watched the carnage outside with cold indifference. This researcher was no longer young. His silver hair was meticulously combed back. He showed no fear at the slaughter outside, instead watching Tang Jue with keen interest, as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. Director, open the door please." The terrified researcher pounded desperately on the glass door, but it was like an icy barrier dividing the 2 rooms into separate worlds. The researcher kicked the glass door with all his might, but didn't leave even a single crack. This specially tempered glass door couldn't be penetrated even by a pistol. The director extended a short, thick finger and pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, which had slipped, to the tip of his nose. With a half-smile, he pointed behind his subordinate. The researcher was startled and quickly turned around only to see Tang Jue's handsome but cold face right in front of him. Ah! The researcher stumbled back in panic, his entire back pressed tightly against the glass door. Had it not been for the glass, he might have collapsed to the floor. Tang Jue did not kill him. Instead, he extended a delicate finger and placed it on the researcher's Adam's apple, asking in an icy voice, "Where are my things?" Although Tang Jue had great difficulty understanding these people, the researcher found it much easier to understand him. Terrified by Tang Jue's ruthlessness, the researcher tremblingly pointed at a vacuum storage cabinet near the door. "Go get it for me," Tang Jue commanded. The Tang family were the masters of hidden weapons mechanisms and traps, and he instinctively maintained a high level of vigilance in this unfamiliar environment. Yes, yes, yes. The researcher was terrified of angering the devil who killed without blinking. That slender, delicate finger, even a girl would be jealous of its beauty, had just claimed the lives of 3 colleagues in the blink of an eye. How terrifying. Hearing Tang Jue speak, the director's eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were filled with manic joy. He's speaking the ancient Chinese of the previous epoch, the Bashu dialect. Combined with his clothing, this basically confirms he's a Ming Dynasty person from Bashu at least 1,000 years ago. And he's alive. Humph, humph, humph. He's mine. All mine. Disregarding the lives of his own subordinates, the director pressed a red button on the console before him. From several special ducts in the ceiling of the outer room, a faint, almost imperceptible smoke began to quietly drift out. With trembling hands, the researcher retrieved Tang Jue's clothes, the short shark-skin sheathed dagger, the leopard skin pouch, and the silver bag. Inside the vacuum preservation cabinet, he set up a hidden button that would trigger an alarm when pressed. After a moment of hesitation, the researcher quietly pressed the alarm system. A synthesized electronic voice screeched without emotion amidst the piercing alarm, "Level 5 danger alert." Alert? Level 5 danger alert. The researcher was startled, his hand trembling, causing the items in his grasp to fall toward the ground. Damn it! Doesn't this clearly tell everyone that I was the one who triggered the alarm? The researcher cursed inwardly, but before his eyes could focus, the cold-faced demon, who had been standing 3 meters away, was already in front of him, effortlessly catching the falling clothes in his hands. The alarm's ringing. Although this institute of ours is not large, it has a security force of 30 active-duty soldiers, and is even equipped with 2 military mecha. If you want to survive, don't make any rash moves. The researcher shouted with a bluster that belied his fear. Since they had not yet begun their research, and could not determine which era Tang Jue was from, he naively threatened him with military mecha. But his words seemed to have no effect at all. The cold, stern young man before him was dressing with a speed that dazzled the eyes. The urgent alarm and the researcher's threats were like wind in his ears. His delicate hands moved quickly and steadily, without a single tremor. The researcher suddenly felt a powerful suffocation. He had not paid attention to the chest tightness, shortness of breath, and coughing earlier, as fear had made him ignore those negative sensations. But now he could no longer ignore it, because he could feel his consciousness slipping away like fine sand held in his hand, silently and ruthlessly draining away. Director Yu. The researcher suddenly realized that his ruthless superior had activated the anesthetic smoke. This smoke was colorless and odorless. Once inhaled, it would quickly anesthetize the body's organs, leading to unconsciousness. If a large amount was inhaled, it could even cause a person to become a vegetable. Humph! The director pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses with his short, thick fingers, even though they hadn't slipped down this time. He watched his subordinate go limp on the floor in the anesthetic smoke, completely unresponsive. As long as he could obtain that ancient Han man, whether his subordinate lived or died was irrelevant. But when the director looked at the ancient Han man, an incredulous astonishment flashed in his eyes. The anesthetic smoke had been released for about half a minute, and the concentration in the air should have been enough to knock out an ox. Yet that ancient Han man was still dressing quickly and methodically, completely unaffected. Even the guards outside the transparent tempered glass, fully armed, were frantically pounding on the locked door and shouting in anxiety, but his expression did not change in the slightest. Could it be that the physique of ancient Han people is different from us moderns? The director's heart stirred and his eyebrows rose in excitement. He turned off the anesthetic smoke, then commanded through the intercom to the guards outside, "Take him down with anesthetic bullets." After a moment's thought, he added with emphasis, "Use a large dose." Having said that, the director pressed another blue button, and the tempered glass door outside automatically opened. The guards who had been blocked outside immediately rushed in all at once. Tang Jue's clothes were a set of black silk garments with a hood attached to the collar, specially made for training by the Tang clan, also serving as night attire. Gathering his long jet-black hair behind his head, with a simple ribbon, Tang Jue put on the hood. Now only his incomparably beautiful hands and his pale, stern face were exposed. For Tang Jue, the patriarch of poison users, the anesthetic smoke just now was far too trivial. The moment the anesthetic smoke was released, Tang Jue had detected it at once. The Tang clan's poisons were so fierce that even if the skin was not broken, poison could enter through the pores, making them absolutely untouchable. Yet the Tang clan disciples who dealt with poison every day emerged unscathed, because they had been bathed in medicinal herbs since infancy. Those were medicinal broths with appropriate doses of various poisons. Bathed in them from childhood to adulthood, even if not completely immune to all poisons, ordinary toxins had no effect on them. When the tempered glass door suddenly opened and a group of fully armed guards rushed in aggressively, the already dressed Tang Jue casually swept his hand across the instrument table. Various knives, even awls and saws lay there, made of unknown material, cold and sharp, undoubtedly lethal weapons. Glancing at the director isolated in the observation control room, Tang Jue gave a cold smile, understanding that the old fat man was the key figure. As a member of the Tang clan most adept at assassination, ambush, and sneak attacks, identifying the enemy's leader at a glance was pure instinct. The director, whose eyes were filled with a strong desire for control, saw Tang Jue's cold smile. For some reason, his previously unwavering confidence wavered. At that moment he felt a daze. Who exactly was in control of everything? Tang Jue casually gripped those surgical tools in his hand, and executed the flowers in the rain superior hidden weapon technique. A sharp whooshing sound pierced the air as the tools shot toward the guards like a rain of blades. The guards were still fumbling with their gun bolts when the surgical tools were already upon them. Amidst the chorus of screams, the guards fell to the ground one by one. In the blink of an eye, the world was quiet. In the laboratory, aside from Tang Jue, no one remained standing. This is Tang Jue, the most ruthless of the Tang clan. Heavens! The director swallowed hard with difficulty. What a vicious and swift attack. Could this ancient Han man be an assassin mentioned in history books? The director genuinely feared that he might be the next to die. However, he believed in technology. The tempered glass barrier in front of him, impenetrable even by bullets, would surely stop that ancient Han man. Yes, it must be. The director steadied himself, then suddenly remembered that the tempered glass door outside was still open. Fearing that the ancient Han man might escape, he quickly pressed the blue button again, and the door slid shut once more. Then he lifted his eyelids and saw the ancient Han man walking toward him step by step. Even though he knew full well that this tempered glass wall was absolutely unbreakable by human strength, the director could still feel the terrifying aura emanating from the man, making even breathing difficult. Tang Jue extended a finger and tapped lightly on the tempered glass. "Don't waste your effort, you foolish ancient Han." The director blustered, his voice a blend of bravado and fear, as if trying to convince himself more than his adversary. "This bow model tempered glass is impenetrable." Tang Jue ignored him, closing his eyes slightly as his finger tapped rhythmically against the glass wall, his ear twitching almost imperceptibly, as if listening for something. What is he doing? The director thought, anxiously cursing inwardly. Where the hell are those two damned veterans? I already pressed the emergency button for the mechs. Suddenly Tang Jue's eyes snapped open. His hand brushed over the sharkskin sheath strapped to his thigh, and a gleaming short dagger appeared in his grasp. The dagger radiated dazzling light the moment it appeared, especially the brilliant point on its edge. One glance was enough to make the director feel his optic nerves sting with its sharpness. Instinctively shutting his eyes, the director heard a crisp ting. Like the sound of a crystal goblet he had accidentally knocked off a table at the governor's daughter's birthday banquet 2 days ago, shattering on the marble floor. It was a heartbreakingly clear sound. Pleasant to the ear, yet the crystal goblet's exorbitant price made one reluctant to hear it a second time. A chilling breeze brushed against his neck, biting cold, making him involuntarily shrink back, only to feel a searing bone-deep pain. Then a voice speaking the ancient Bashu dialect of the previous era reached his ear, cold and merciless. "Lead the way." The director was by no means thin. The last time he weighed himself was a week ago, and because he was on a weight loss regimen, he remembered clearly 92 kilograms. Before his diet he had been a morbidly obese man with high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high blood lipids. He had never imagined that one day he'd be carried by the neck like a chicken sprinting at breakneck speed. The wind roared past his ears, and the scenery blurred backward, filling him with terror. He dared not even think of resisting. Is this Qinggong? He had seen it in movies, supposedly a legend from the previous era. In reality, although martial arts halls existed, he had never heard of anyone mastering Qinggong. Roof hopping and wall climbing were possible, but nothing this fantastical. As for shattering a tempered glass door with an ancient dagger, that defied all scientific explanation for the science-believing director. But those two military mechs would definitely stop him. The director had absolute confidence in those two military mechs. Even though they were outdated models retired from the army, they were forces no human could hope to oppose. A mech, or mobile armored unit, is a combat robot directly piloted by an operator. It was like a fusion of an attack helicopter and a tank, combining their strengths, the firepower and mobility of the former, and the armor and adaptability of the latter. It excelled at striking enemy fire points and breaching defenses, shining brilliantly in trench warfare, and had become the dominant military force of this era. The director firmly believed one thing: whoever faced these battlefield killing machines would meet only one end: death. Screech! Tang Jue's saws scraped against the ground with a piercing sound. His instinct for danger brought him to a sudden halt. This instinct had saved his life more than once, so he trusted it absolutely. So tall. What are these? Tang Jue spotted 4 massive iron pillars flanking the institute's main gate. The pillars had feet. Oddly shaped, angular and glinting, coldly but unmistakably feet. Tang Jue's gaze traveled upward and beheld towering iron men standing like guardian deities, one on each side. These iron men were lifeless, yet they exuded a frigid, domineering aura like predatory beasts lying in wait. Their stillness merely the prelude to a devastating strike. Standing at least 2 zhang tall, their colossal metallic bodies loomed like twin Leifeng pagodas, suppressing the white snake overwhelming Tang Jue's vision. What was even more eerie were their eyes. Transparent crystals that flickered with a green glow. That sense of danger came from these 2 towering iron men. Creak! The metal arms of the 2 iron men lowered from their sides and extended toward Tang Jue, emitting a grating sound. At the tips of the arms, what had been human-like metal fingers retracted, then re-emerged as 6 thick iron barrels arranged in a circle. Those thick iron barrels are dangerous. That was Tang Jue's instinct. The Tang clan excelled in designing, refining, and using various hidden weapons mechanisms, traps, and firearms. Most Tang clan disciples possessed sharp intellects evident in their endless stream of innovative hidden weapons and firearms. Although Tang Jue was a Ming Dynasty man, he instinctively deduced that those thick iron barrels might be formidable firearms and these towering iron men perhaps a kind of extraordinary mechanism. Release the hostage. A synthesized electronic voice emanated from the iron men's mouths, even though their jaws didn't move. Yet that was undeniably the source. Put me down now. The heavy rotary cannons on their arms can blast you to pieces. Let me go. Let me go. Emboldened, the director regained his spirit, writhing his bulky frame and hurling threats at Tang Jue. Most of what he said Tang Jue couldn't comprehend. A millennium of linguistic evolution had widened the gap in accent considerably, and the director's excited jabbering only made it worse. Still Tang Jue caught the repeated phrase, "Let me go." Combining the director's expression with the 2 menacing iron men, Tang Jue pieced together the gist. Threatening me. A sardonic smile flickered across Tang Jue's cold, handsome face. His slender hand gripped the director's thick, short neck and lifted him higher. The director kicked desperately, his toes straining toward the ground, only to realize in horror that all resistance was futile. The heavy rotary cannons at the front of the 2 mech's arms emitted a click, the sound of the safety being released before firing. In an era where everyone had seen mechs on television or in person, the 2 pilots were confident that this universally recognized sound would serve as a sufficient deterrent. Warning. Release the hostage, or we will kill. The pilot's warning, transmitted through the electronic synthesis, sounded mechanical and utterly devoid of emotion. An ordinary person facing the heavy cloth artillery capable of reducing an entire building to rubble would have long since collapsed to the ground, limbs weak with terror. But Tang Jue's only response was a crisp crack of breaking bone. Crack! The director's frantically kicking legs drooped limply like dead serpents swaying without a hint of life. His chin nearly touched his chest, his eyes bulging from their sockets, testament to the terror he faced before death. He had actually killed him. The 2 pilots were stunned and enraged. With no hostage left in Tang Jue's hands and him bearing the grave crime of murdering a top-tier national expert researcher, they immediately, and without hesitation, pressed the firing button. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 25mm barrels of the rattlesnake autocannon spun, rapidly firing shells in succession, at a rate of 500 rounds per minute, unleashing a storm of projectiles upon Tang Jue. Even tank armor couldn't withstand the rattlesnake. The 2 pilots stared coldly at their ion light screens, where smoke and dust billowed as searing beams of light pierced through the haze, converging on a single point. With the assistance of the ion screen's tracking lenses, their field of vision was vastly expanded, making it impossible for any target to escape their sight. Of course, both pilots were confident that under such rapid and dense fire from the rattlesnake autocannon, even a hummingbird couldn't escape alive. Amidst the deafening roar of gunfire, 100 shells were expended in a mere 10+ seconds. The air itself seemed to tremble with the lingering echo of the abruptly ceased cannonade. The 4 thick gun barrels continued to spin lazily from inertia, sending a chill through the heart. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, a deep pit appeared in the flat concrete road, its edges scarred with crescent-shaped gouges, the mark of Rattlesnake B-model self-destruct grenades designed specifically for anti-personnel and non-armored targets with a violent self-destruct function. Within the pit, only the stark, vivid red of blood was visible, along with shreds of cloth torn, as if by a meat grinder, clinging to sticky pulverized flesh. Humph! A sneer of contemptuous amusement tugged at the corners of both pilots' mouths. Fool! To dare act so arrogantly in the presence of a mech known as the King of Slaughter. Truly overestimating oneself. "Ah Chong, go collect that fool's genetic sample," one pilot said to his companion. "It's always me. Old Zhang, why don't you do it yourself?" The pilot called Ah Chong grumbled in frustration, maneuvering his mech towards the pit. Meanwhile, the rattlesnake autocannon retracted automatically from the mech's forearm, replaced by a large metallic hand. "Young man, the capable do more work." The other pilot Old Zhang relaxed and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. He always enjoyed a fine smoke after a battle even though it was against military regulations. But they weren't in the military now, were they? Cigarette dangling from his lips, Old Zhang casually glanced up and saw on the ion screen in front of him the massive form of his companion's mech. Perched atop its head was a strange, large bird. With a click, the lighter sparked. As the flame consumed the tobacco, realization finally dawned on Old Zhang. A large bird. Old Zhang's eyes snapped wide. With nimble fingers, he swiped across the ion screen, zooming in on the image. He stared in disbelief at the figure in black kneeling on one knee atop the mech's head. Good heavens, he's not dead. A torrent of cold sweat broke out on Old Zhang's back. The cigarette slipped from his lips onto his lap, but he barely noticed scrambling to shout into the micromic by his cheek, "Ah Chong, on your head. Your head." Ah Chong was just maneuvering his mech to kneel before the pit, extending a metallic finger. The fingertip retracted, revealing a tube that he brought close to a piece of shredded flesh. Hearing his companions shout, Ah Chong paused his work in confusion, and reached up to pat his own head. "What's wrong with my head?" "Not your head, it's..." Old Zhang's throat went dry, his words failing him. Sweat beaded densely on his forehead as he stared in horror at the ion screen. The man in black suddenly held a gleaming short dagger in his hand. With a sharp shing, the dagger was viciously driven into the neck joint of Ah Chong's mech. The seam connecting the head to the torso, the most vulnerable point of the seemingly impregnable steel fortress. "I crackle. My BZZZT. Head. Crackle." Ah Chong's voice became fragmented and distorted, fading into static until the signal vanished completely. Old Zhang watched dumbfounded as the agile figure in black seemed to spin a blur of shadows around the mech's head. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. The ion screen, despite its high resolution and lower capture rate, still boasted a speed of 200 frames per second. Yet he had only seen a faint shadow. When he refocused, the man in black was still there, kneeling on one knee atop the mech's head, as if he hadn't moved at all. An illusion? No. If it were an illusion, why would Ah Chong's communication system be malfunctioning? As Old Zhang questioned whether his eyes or ears were deceiving him, the massive head of the mech on the ion screen slowly toppled over. Crash! The mech's head slammed heavily onto the ground, followed by the colossal 6-meter-tall body of the machine collapsing like a felled iron tower. Impossible! A guttural roar of shock, fear, and disbelief tore from Old Zhang's throat. This man. He had single-handedly taken down a mech. Even though he had used a tool, it was just a short dagger. Old Zhang was a veteran seasoned by countless battles. He had witnessed the collision between steel mechs and flesh and blood many times. Under normal circumstances, a military force without heavy weapons like tanks or artillery, and lacking any anti-mech armaments. The most classic feat he knew of was when the mechs first emerged. The one known as the Federation war god Sun Jindong had single-handedly decimated an entire Imperial cavalry division, while piloting the first HX-01, Roaring Lion military mech. Mechs slaughtering humans, that was common sense. But no one had ever seen a human slaughter a mech. Old Zhang felt his 5 senses grow numb. On his ion light screen, he watched the figure in black nimbly somersaulting through the air to land as lightly as a feather before the mech crashed. A mere tap of the toes against the ground sent him soaring upward like a dragonfly. On the magnified ion screen, a pale stern face rapidly expanded. Old Zhang could even clearly see the icy killing intent seeping from those narrow, cold phoenix-like eyes. With a scream, every nerve in Old Zhang's body snapped taut. He unleashed a nearly hysterical roar, frantically manipulating the mech's arms to flail wildly before its chest, desperately trying to block the ghostly black figure that was about to descend upon him. From a distance, one could see a 6-meter-tall steel mech flailing its arms, while the shadow of a man in black darted around it with dizzying speed like an artist performing a graceful dance. Yet the mech's massive arms couldn't even brush the hem of the man's garment. So these constructs were not just humanoid in appearance. Their joints were just as fragile as a human's. Despite their towering and formidable look, they were nothing but heavy, clumsy scrap. Except for their projectiles, which were indeed quite destructive. A faint, contemptuous smile curled at Tang Jue's lips. He swept past the mech like a phantom, came to an abrupt halt, and found himself already outside the Research Institute's main gate. The cold star dagger in his hand danced nimbly between his fingers like the flickering flame of a candle in the wind. Ah! Ah! Old Zhang's frenzied roar was cut short as 2 simultaneous thuds of heavy impacts echoed in his eardrums. On the touch-sensitive crystal console before him, the indicators for the arms, and all their control keys went dark in an instant like a bright sky suddenly swallowed by ominous clouds. The mech, now stripped of its arms, looked like a bare, lonely iron tower, both comical and pathetic. A low hum like a bee buzzing near the ear sounded in the distance, faint yet clear. But the Tang Sect had a unique method for training the ear, allowing Tang Jue to perceive it with absolute clarity. Turning his head, Tang Jue saw several towering iron figures, rapidly approaching from both sides of the road. Their legs were composed of rolling steel treads, allowing them to move with astonishing speed. Outnumbered and facing an uncertain situation, the wiser course was to retreat. Tang Jue was far from his peak condition. Taking down those two mechs had drained the meager spiritual energy he had painstakingly gathered. Since he had fought his way out, there was no reason to linger in a dangerous place and await an encirclement. Ahead of the road lay a deep ditch beyond which stretched a dense forest. The towering trunks reaching 2 zhang high, and their lush cloud-like canopies cast a gloomy pall over the woods. Go! The cold star dagger which had been dancing between his fingers suddenly stopped as he gripped it tightly. At the same time he pushed off the ground with his toes, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow into the dense woods. The ditch a full zhang wide was crossed by Tang Jue in a single bound, and in the blink of an eye, he had vanished into the forest. The Tang Sect was renowned for 3 arts: hidden weapons, lightness skills, and poison. Thus the disciples of the Tang Sect excelled at assassination, ambush, and stealth. Strike true, leave no survivors. Strike false, retreat 1,000 miles. As the foremost master of the contemporary Tang Sect, lightness skills were also Tang Jue's forte. He moved with lightning speed, all the while employing the sect's unique breathing techniques to slowly recover his spiritual energy. The Tang Sect's secret art, the Imperial Spirit skill combined with their signature lightness skill, galloping through the sky, yielded this remarkable effect. Even while traveling at full speed, one could restore spiritual energy. The key to the Tang Sect's ability to launch 1,000-mile raids. Behind him the sounds of heavy beast-like footsteps thudded against the ground, accompanied by the scraping of steel bodies against tree trunks. Tang Jue knew these were the 10 giant constructs that had arrived later. Unlike the 2 he had faced earlier, these were shorter, standing about 1 zhang tall, with thick powerful limbs and metal exteriors adorned with mottled tiger stripes, making them appear far more formidable. His spiritual energy was slowly recovering, reigniting a primal urge to turn back and hunt down these giant constructs. Perhaps it was due to their cultivation of hidden weapons and poisons, but Tang Sect disciples often had ruthless dispositions. Tang Jue was no exception, though he preferred direct confrontation. Using his unmatched lightness skills, peerless dagger techniques, ghostly projectiles, and deadly poisons to slaughter his opponents in a fair fight. I should wait a bit longer. I've only recovered 2/10 of my energy. Suppressing his impulse, Tang Jue continued sprinting forward at full speed. Suddenly a towering iron fence loomed ahead. It stood a full 3 zhang high, woven with barbed wire twisted into thorny tangles. Tang Jue sprinted toward a massive tree. His speed allowed him to run up the trunk at an angle parallel to the ground, reaching the very top in a flash. With a powerful kick against the trunk, he used the rebound force to launch himself over the towering iron fence, like a nimble monkey, disappearing into the denser depths of the forest. The 10 police model HX-106 mechs reached the towering fence but came to a tense halt. That guy's fast. But he's entered the exclusion zone. He won't have a chance to come out again. Fine, let's head back and file our report. We don't have the authorization to enter the exclusion zone anyway, and going in with just the HX-106 models would be too risky. The 10 police mechs conversed among themselves, then turned and retreated toward the city belt. They didn't follow. Tang Jue sensed that the beast-like footsteps behind him had ceased. A wave of disappointment washed over him. He had been planning to turn back and kill them all once he recovered a bit more. But the pursuers' retreat did not bring him relief. Instead, his heartstrings tightened further. They had formidable combat power and hadn't been left far behind. I clearly killed one of their key figures. Why would they abandon the chase midway? Did it mean that greater danger lay ahead? With his wealth of experience in assassination and ambushes, Tang Jue came to an abrupt halt. He calmed his mind and carefully surveyed his surroundings. A single glance was all it took for his pupils to dilate. Where was this place? Though it seemed no different from the world he had once lived in, the trees, flowers, and grasses all carried an eerie, subtle wrongness. The Tang Sect had not delved deeply into botany, but they were the founding masters of poison. They could name any poisonous herb in the world and recite its properties from memory. Yet now Tang Jue found a poisonous herb whose name and properties he could not identify. He skidded to a halt, his boots carving 2 deep furrows in the grass. He crouched down, gazing at a small crimson plant that emitted a faint ethereal glow. Chenji grass, also known as the illusion herb. It is a perennial herb that can grow up to a meter tall. Its roots are thick and grow straight down. The stem is stout, nearly cylindrical, 2 to 3 inches thick, at the base hollow, usually purplish-red, smooth and hairless. Its leaves are thrice pinnately divided, deeply lobed or fully split, with broad oval or oblong lobes that taper to a point, their edges densely lined with sharp, double-serrated teeth. Tang Jue's mind swiftly conjured the form and characteristics of the Chenji grass. Based purely on external appearance, this small plant was like a twin brother to the Chenji grass. But upon closer inspection, the differences became apparent. A mature Chenji grass could grow to a meter in height, produce 9 leaves. And its petals were a yellowish green with filaments twice as long as the petals. Yet this plant, though already in bloom and bearing 9 leaves, stood less than a foot tall. If that were all, it might be passable, but there was more. The stem of the Chenji grass was purplish red, while this one's was a deep crimson. The Chenji grass's stem was smooth, while this one was covered in short stiff bristles. The Chenji grass's filaments were twice the length of its petals, but this one's were 3 to 4 times longer, waving ostentatiously in the breeze. Even Tang Jue, whose knowledge of poisonous plants was at the level of a grandmaster, found himself utterly bewildered by this little herb. By his judgment, this plant was undoubtedly a Chenji grass, perhaps a variant or even a mutant strain. How else could it emit that faint ethereal glow? Tang Jue reached out and gently plucked the small plant. His boldness was born of his great skill. If this truly was a Chenji grass, it would be a remarkable find. The Chenji grass earned its name illusion herb because of its ability to induce hallucinations. When its root stems and leaves were dried and ground into powder, it made an excellent hallucinogenic agent. However, even a cut from the sharp serrated edges of its leaves could produce a similar hallucinogenic effect. But the most potent part was its pollen. Inhaling it would send its effects directly to the brain, plunging the victim into a deep hallucinatory state. The powder made from its dried root stems and leaves would cause a sleep lasting a day and a night before waking naturally. But the pollen was far more vicious. If a sufficient amount was inhaled, it could put one to sleep for an eternity, never to awaken. However, Tang Jue had cultivated his powdered gold and broken jade hands technique to its absolute peak. Although his internal energy had regressed after being sealed beneath the ice for 1,000 years, his external cultivation remained. This technique not only made his hands as hard as steel and his fingernails as sharp as blades, but it also prevented toxins from seeping in through the pores of his skin, ensuring his hands were impervious to poison. So he had no fear of being cut by the leaf's sharp edges. However, as he plucked the Chenji grass, he felt the countless fine bristles on the stem prick at his skin like tiny steel needles. His sensitive fingers detected this in an instant, but these tiny bristles were utterly incapable of penetrating his skin. Nevertheless, Tang Jue could deduce that if an ordinary person were to grasp the stem, the countless bristles would pierce their skin, inevitably plunging them into unconsciousness. The long filaments on the flower stamen seemed to sense that it had been plucked, continuously swaying and drifting towards Tang Jue's body. Tang Jue deliberately allowed them to touch his skin. The filaments writhed like tiny snakes attempting to burrow into the pores of his skin. Unfortunately for them, his skin was impenetrable. But this experiment revealed the truth to Tang Jue: these filaments could attack like living creatures. It was truly a bizarre phenomenon. The Tang Sect had a strict and impartial system of rewards and punishments. One rule stated that if a disciple discovered a new poisonous herb and submitted it to the elder of the Shinong Hall, one of the 36 halls, they would receive contribution points to exchange for rewards, such as new hidden weapons, poisons, or cultivation techniques. Even as the chief steward of the inner 3 halls, Tang Jue led by example, adhering to the sect's rules. He took a specially made silk ribbon from his leopard skin pouch and carefully placed this mutant Chenji grass within it. Tang Jue let out a satisfied sigh. Every Tang Sect disciple harbored an intense sense of belonging to the sect, and Tang Jue was no exception. The Tang Sect was his home, and doing things for his home was second nature to him. The Chenji grass was already an exceedingly rare poisonous herb. To have found a mutant variant was incredibly fortunate. As Tang Jue pondered this, he rose to his feet and cast his gaze across the land. Suddenly his vision froze. In the direction he was looking, there was a dense cluster of glowing lights like countless fireflies in the night. But Tang Jue knew they were not fireflies. They were utterly still, and when the wind blew they all tilted and swayed in perfect unison. It was an entire field of this type of Chenji grass. What kind of place is this? Only then did Tang Jue, who had been absorbed in the study of the newly discovered mutant herb, suddenly realize that everything he had seen and heard since waking up could not possibly exist in the world he had once lived in. The strange people in white robes, the towering humanoid mechanisms of iron, the bizarre room furnishings, and this peculiar Chenji grass. All of it connected, forcing Tang Jue to believe that this was no longer the world he had inhabited. But as if he wasn't given a moment to dwell on it, he suddenly heard a faint hiss sound. It was subtle, yet it did not escape Tang Jue's ears, because this sound was all too familiar. It was the hiss of a venomous snake. Every Tang Sect disciple was an expert in dealing with poisonous creatures, and Tang Jue was the ultimate authority among them. The moment he heard the sound, he knew it was a golden thread snake. The golden thread snake was small, never exceeding a foot in length. Its most distinctive feature was its blackish-brown body, traversed by a single golden line from head to tail. Legends spoke of the 3 most poisonous things in the world: a nun's heart, arsenic, and the golden thread snake. Whether you are bold or timid, do not provoke it. Though just the saying, it held a kernel of truth. The most venomous of people were nuns, the most toxic of substances was arsenic, and the deadliest of snakes was the golden thread snake. Despite being just a foot-long snake, as thick as a thumb, a single bite from it meant certain death. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying aspect was the snake's lightning-fast strike. When it coiled and launched itself, even with precautions, one could not evade a single pounce from a golden thread snake. Tang Jue was just following the source of the hiss when he heard a faint sound of something cutting through the air. In the same instant he saw a flash of golden light shoot towards his face like lightning. What incredible speed! Tang Jue was no stranger to hunting golden thread snakes, but he had never encountered one this fast. The Tang Sect possessed a specialized art for training the eyes. At its highest level the world seemed to move in slow motion. It wasn't truly slowing down but rather his perception had accelerated. Even when catching these snakes before their speed was such that Tang Jue could clearly discern the scales on their bodies. Yet this particular golden thread snake moved so swiftly that Tang Jue could only perceive a blur of golden light. As the golden streak lunged for his face, Tang Jue's right hand flickered into a phantom blur, as if countless hands were reaching out to seize the light. The golden light, clearly unaccustomed to such a foe, charged recklessly, attempting to use its speed to escape the myriad hands. However, those phantom hands, though appearing motionless, were moving at an inconceivably rapid pace. With a sharp hiss, the lightning-fast golden light halted abruptly in midair, emitting a furious, pained and defiant cry. Its gleaming golden body writhed violently, yet it could not break free from the two jade-like elegant fingers that held it. The divine wind phantom hand was one of the Tang Sect's ultimate arts. Though its value had diminished with the rise of mechanical devices, Tang Jue had cultivated it to its absolute peak. Tang Jue now gently pinched the snake's neck with two fingers. The once ferocious beast lowered its head in defeat, but its small silver eyes still glared at him with intense malice, letting out threatening hisses. Tang Jue stared back at the snake, but his gaze was one of sheer astonishment. Was this still a golden thread snake? Certainly the single golden line running from head to tail, and its general behavior were characteristic of the species. However, this snake was only 3 inches long, and its entire body was a striking purple red. The combination of purple and gold paired with its diminutive size made it exquisitely beautiful, but did it truly qualify as a golden thread snake? It wasn't just the size and color. A golden thread snake's eyes were typically dark brown, but this one possessed silver orbs that seemed to hold a spark of intelligence. The light within them conveyed its intense fury and agitation to Tang Jue. What astonished Tang Jue even more was the golden line itself. On a normal snake it was merely a pattern on the scales. On this one it was a raised bony ridge. Tang Jue gently ran his finger along the golden ridge on the snake's back, and felt an incredible hardness and sharpness. The touch enraged the small snake further. It opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of fangs, and its forked tongue lashed out against Tang Jue's fingers, but to no avail. Amused by the creature's fury, Tang Jue reflected on his heritage. The Tang Sect was the supreme authority on poisons. Over a millennium they had cultivated unique poisonous herbs and raised exclusive venomous insects. But no matter how well a venomous insect was raised or trained, it could only be commanded even if it displayed some understanding. He had never encountered one that could express emotions so clearly. He was a martial arts fanatic at heart, able to endure 20 years of solitary cultivation. Anything related to martial arts would instantly consume his entire focus. Take this moment for instance. The Tang Sect had methods for taming and domesticating venomous creatures, and as the current foremost expert, Tang Jue had mastered them. He released the snake's neck and instead pinched the tip of its tail, allowing it some freedom of movement while preventing its escape. The small snake was incredibly vicious. Given 3 inches of freedom, its first instinct was not to flee but to whip around and sink its fangs into Tang Jue's finger. A sharp crack echoed as the snake's jaws snapped shut and its mouth seemed to cave in. Its rows of sharp fangs had shattered and fallen out. Despite its fair and delicate appearance, Tang Jue's hand was harder than steel. Deprived of its venomous fangs, the snake's arrogance deflated considerably. A confident smile curled at the corner of Tang Jue's mouth. This was only the beginning. A month passed. Tang Jue continued his journey through the seemingly boundless forest. Fortunately, people from his era were highly adept at wilderness survival. He could hit birds with throwing darts as easily as breathing, and with flint in his leopard skin pouch, he could make a delicious beggar's chicken. When he encountered rivers, he would occasionally spear a few fish to add some variety to his meals. His internal energy had recovered to the level it was at during his duel with the flowery monk, which was his current peak condition. However, this was merely a temporary peak, as Tang Jue was only 24, still far from the true zenith of his lifelong martial cultivation. Each day, besides pressing forward, Tang Jue would collect poisonous herbs along the way, though most were strange mutated variants. He noticed that not every plant or animal had mutated. Only the poisonous ones seemed affected, while the vast majority of other flora and fauna remained unchanged. So apart from taming Yaojin Biter of Gold, his other task was playing the role of Shinong the divine farmer, testing the toxicity of the herbs. Fortunately, despite their odd appearances, their mutations were localized, and he could still identify their original species. Yaojin was the name Tang Jue gave to the golden thread snake he had captured. The gene gold came from its species, while Yao Bite was inspired by its habit of biting its own tail when coiled up. Once he had fully tamed it, Tang Jue would let it coil around his middle finger, where it looked like a golden ring. Yaojin was incredibly lethargic, often staying coiled around Tang Jue's finger for a whole day without moving a muscle. but its stillness was deceptive. Once Tang Jue encountered a massive saber-toothed tiger, a full 10 feet tall. He raised his hand and Yao Jin shot out like a beam of golden light. By the time the golden light zipped back and recoiled around his finger, the ferocious tiger, which had been roaring with the authority of the king of beasts, toppled over dead. The journey was fraught with danger, but Tang Jue found his days fulfilling, filled with martial practice, snake taming, herb collecting, and medicine crafting. He was accustomed to solitary cultivation and didn't feel lonely. In fact, having Yao Jin for company made it less so. Tang Jue didn't know where he was, or where the path ahead led, but a person needs hope to live. And Tang Jue always placed his hope in the future, so he simply kept walking. Then one day he finally encountered another human being. Actually, it wasn't a person he encountered first, but a pure white deer. Judging by its antlers, it should have been a Sichuan deer. Yet its entire coat was snow white without a single stray hair, making it stand out vividly against the green forest. It was a true spirit of the woods, and Tang Jue was captivated the moment he saw it. The white deer was leisurely strolling through the forest with sunlight filtering through the dense canopy and casting dappled spots of light that sparkled like golden stars upon its pristine white fur. He approached quietly, harboring no hostile intent, and walked up to the deer with a friendly heart. The deer looked back at him warily, but sensing his goodwill, it didn't run away. It allowed Tang Jue to gently stroke its sleek satin-like fur. Beautiful! Tang Jue breathed out in genuine admiration. But at that moment he sensed someone approaching, someone brimming with intense killing intent. Bai Lu's ears immediately perked up and her 4 sharp hooves shifted restlessly. The sound of hooves approached slowly. Tang Jue looked up and saw a dozen meters away several men on tall horses drawing near. They were like those strange men in white robes with closely cropped hair and cleanly shaven faces. In their hands they held weapons that resembled the iron tubes of humanoid mechanisms, their pitch-black barrels exuding the same murderous intent as their eyes. By not taking the new Federation's interstellar ship, Li Lanqi had avoided the entry and exit registration. He had secretly arrived on Tianman Star, aboard his family's private small spacecraft, for this was the only place that served as a truly thrilling natural hunting ground. His luck was quite good, for the first prey he had set his sights on was a beautiful and rare snow deer. The snow deer's antlers were the most luxurious of ornaments, its hide was among the finest furs, its meat was a rare delicacy, its bones were some of the most precious medicinal ingredients, and the aphrodisiac effect of its antlers soaked in wine was top tier. Indeed, every part of a snow deer was a treasure, yet even high society found it exceedingly difficult to obtain, as snow deer only existed in the quarantine zone of Tianman Star. This was because the Sichuan deer had mutated after accidentally ingesting a poisonous herb with small white flowers, and such mutated plants and animals were found only in the quarantine zone of Tianman Star. "Don't any of you shoot. I'll handle this." Li Lanqi stopped his attendants and proudly raised his double-barreled shotgun, a high-quality replica from the previous era. With the current trend of vintage style, such replicas were favored by the elite. The attendants obediently lowered their guns, none daring to disturb the young Master Li's amusement. Holding the double-barreled shotgun level, Li Lanqi squinted one eye to aim his finger already on the trigger. But before he could pull it, a figure draped in an animal hide cloak suddenly appeared in his sight, blocking the snow deer's vital spot. Tisk! Li Lanqi clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, slowly lowering the shotgun with a grim expression. "Second young master, it's a poacher. Shall we go drive him away?" One of his attendants, perceptive as ever, leaned in to ask. Poachers were those who made a living by hunting wild animals and selling them on the black market, a profession that existed only on Tianman Star, where federal law was weakest. Li Lanqi's gaze shifted then, suddenly fixed on the animal hide cloak Tang Jue was wearing, his eyes blazing with greedy fervor. The animal hide cloak was practically the hallmark attire of a poacher, which was why Li Lanqi's attendant had instantly identified Tang Jue's profession. Apart from the powerful elite of high society, only poachers could afford to wear such cloaks. Because Tianman Star was scorching hot during the day but freezing cold at night, those living in the urban belt could wear cotton-padded clothes, while poachers who needed to survive in the wild had to wear animal hide cloaks, or else they would surely be frozen solid before dawn. "Second young master." Not receiving any command for a long while, the attendant beside him called out cautiously. "Huff!" Li Lanqi let out a long, heavy breath and murmured, "That poacher's cloak is made from the hide of an entire saber-toothed tiger." Hiss! The attendants all drew in sharp breaths, and their gazes toward Tang Jue now brimmed with insatiable greed. A saber-toothed tiger hide, even an incomplete one, was worth over 10 million Federation credits on the market, and it was virtually priceless. Unavailable even when one had the money, for the saber-toothed tiger was ferocious beyond measure, standing over 10 feet tall with skin as tough as iron. Truly the king of all beasts. Moreover, saber-toothed tigers were the result of an ordinary tiger consuming a venomous snake under the most improbable circumstances, and such mutations had occurred only 3 or 4 times in the centuries since the new Federation's founding. A poacher's self-made bow and small-caliber longa gun could not inflict any harm upon it, and with the government's extremely stringent wildlife protection laws, there was no possibility of using larger weapons for poaching. So unless one was lucky enough to stumble upon a saber-toothed tiger that had died of old age, the chances of hunting one were virtually zero. If he could get his hands on this saber-toothed tiger hide, selling it on the black market would surely fetch at least 10 million plus Federation credits, right? The attendants had barely entertained this thought when they quickly pushed it to the back of their minds. Are you kidding? This was something the second young master of the Li family had his eyes on. The right course of action was to do their utmost to help the second young master obtain the saber-toothed tiger hide, and then wait for his reward. Second young master, let's first ask him if he's willing to sell. If he agrees, that's naturally the best outcome. If he refuses, this is the quarantine zone. Even if no one would ever know. A attendant as thin as a mantis offered this sinister suggestion beside Li Lanqi. He knew well that Li Lanqi had already harbored this intention, but Li Lanqi never made such decisions on his own. He always needed someone else to propose them. Naturally, only those closest to him would play the role of the villain. This fellow thin as a mantis and nicknamed Mantis was precisely the one who served as Li Lanqi's designated bad guy. Li Lanqi, as if making an extremely difficult decision, stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll follow your advice." "What do you mean, follow my advice?" Mantis was speechless, yet he had to smile and agree, then waved at the two men beside him. Big Fatty. Second Fatty. The attendants who followed Li Lanqi were all seasoned at this kind of work. No further words were needed. Big Fatty and Second Fatty knew exactly what to do. "Hey! Brother over there, come here, come here. We have business with you." Big Fatty called out to Tang Jue with a cheerful wave of his pudgy hand. He and Second Fatty were twin brothers, equally burly, and were Li Lanqi's most favored accomplices. Big Fatty fancied his smile was utterly harmless, for his Buddha-like face was an advantage, earning him the infamous nickname, Smiling Tiger, among Li Lanqi's men. But Tang Jue had already sensed the murderous intent emanating from this group. The moment one harbors the will to kill, a killing aura naturally arises. The wrath of an emperor leaves 1,000,000 corpses and rivers of blood for 1,000 miles. The wrath of a common man leaves 2 corpses and blood splattering 5 steps. Everyone possesses a killing aura, only differing in strength. Some are better at concealing their killing intent, like Big Fatty the Smiling Tiger. The average person might not detect it, but how could it escape Tang Jue's perception? Tang Jue did not understand what Depang was saying to him, nor did he reply. He merely patted the snow deer's rump gently, and as if comprehending his intent, the creature dashed off into the depths of the jungle. Li Lanqi's mouth twitched in sheer anguish. A snow deer once fled was no easy quarry to reclaim. This damned poacher. Even if he willingly handed over that tiger skin coat, he wouldn't leave the quarantine zone alive. Tang Jue advanced slowly toward Depang, closing the distance to ensure a decisive strike. His pace was neither hurried nor sluggish, yet had one measured it with a ruler, they would have been astonished to find every step perfectly equidistant. With each stride, his rear foot never left the ground until the front foot was firmly planted. A gait that allowed him to unleash a sudden attack or evasive maneuver at any instant. His body remained slightly inclined forward, poised to unleash a storm of offensive moves at a moment's notice. To Depang and his companions, however, this posture was unmistakably a sign of cowardice. A country bumpkin from Tiananmen Star treading with timid caution. Tang Jue halted 2 meters from Depang, his hands hanging naturally at his side's fingertips, just brushing the hilt of the cold star dagger strapped to his outer thigh. At this range, with his speed, he could turn all 4 men into corpses in the blink of an eye. Hidden weapons would have been a more effortless means to annihilate them, but his projectiles were too lethal. Everyone coated with a poison that killed on contact. That was Tang Jue's old style. Yet Tang Jue wished to spare at least one survivor, for he needed answers about this place. It was of paramount importance now. He had to return to the Tang Sect with all haste. "Hey there, pal. Lucky day for you. Our young master has taken a fancy to that tiger skin coat of yours. What's your price?" Depang hopped off his horse and approached Tang Jue with a cherubic grin, yet one pudgy hand remained firmly resting on his large-caliber Lang pistol. Such strong-arm tactics were second nature to his ilk. Should Tang Jue refuse to sell, violence would inevitably follow. Tragically, Tang Jue still understood nothing. His gaze fixed only on Depang's hand gripping a metallic mechanism. Looking past him, he saw the other 3 mounted men. 2 of them were covertly raising their own metal devices, their dark muzzles casually aimed in his direction. Humph! Tang Jue let out a cold sneer. He found these men utterly foolish. If they intended to kill him, why would they permit him to close within such deadly range? At the sound of his sneer, Depang and his cohorts stiffened. Depang's smile vanished, replaced by a murderous glare, as he raised his Lang pistol, angling it toward Tang Jue's legs. "Listen here, pal, don't bite the hand that..." He had meant to threaten the ungrateful poacher, but mid-sentence, he caught a flash of cold light in Tang Jue's eyes like lightning splitting storm clouds. The glare pierced Depang's nerve and his words died in his throat. A blur crossed Depang's vision. The country bumpkin from Tiananmen Star vanished in a flicker, A faint breeze swept past him, and Pang felt a chill at his throat, as if wind had rushed straight down into his gullet. Ah! Li Lanqi let out a shriek like a woman's. He had just grown impatient and was about to order his men to act when his eyes blurred. The poacher had transformed into a phantom, a trail of afterimages chasing his movements. Never having witnessed such a bizarre phenomenon, Li Lanqi's scalp crawled with terror. His eyes shut instinctively, but when he reopened them, he found all his men collapsed on the ground, and the poacher had vanished without a trace. Tang, da Pang, Pang. Li Lanqi's throat felt parched and raw, his voice trembled as he spoke. When no one answered and he realized all three subordinates were dead, Li Lanqi swayed in his saddle, nearly tumbling from his horse. His heart hammered wildly. It wasn't that he was unaccustomed to death. He had even killed a few men with his own hands. But here in this quarantine zone with all his men struck down in an instant, Li Lanqi felt like a virgin stripped bare. Panicked, lost, and utterly terrified. Just then a bone-chilling cold pricked the back of Li Lanqi's neck, as if something sharp had pierced his flesh. Li Lanqi hastily raised his hands. Behind him a voice spoke in an utterly bizarre tongue, some kind of regional dialect. He could barely make out the words, "Turn around." Trembling with dread, Li Lanqi slowly turned his head, only to find a gleaming blade pointed at him. Still half a foot away. Seeing the dagger at such a distance, Li Lanqi breathed a sigh of relief, though a flicker of confusion arose. How could he feel the blade's killing edge from half a foot away? Then he focused and realized Tang Jue was standing on his horse's rump. Li Lanqi nearly jumped out of his skin. Good heavens! This poacher was surely a martial arts master. But then a sly thought crept into Li Lanqi's mind. If this brat was posturing so arrogantly on his horse's rear, a sudden gallop would send him tumbling head over heels. Fooling himself into confidence, Li Lanqi spat at Tang Jue. Go to hell. He snapped the reins and his white stallion let out a sharp neigh, surging forward at full stride. Tang Jue sneered, trying to throw him off the horse. How utterly childish. Not to mention the Tang Sect's legendary lightness skill, renowned throughout the martial world. Among the 200 men of Tang family fort, aside from nursing infants, was there a single one who couldn't ride? The white stallion was a retired champion racehorse Li Lanqi had bought at a hefty price with explosive acceleration. Li Lanqi felt as though he'd been yanked backward as the horse bolted forward. Can't crush you to death. Li Lanqi gloated as he galloped, twisting around to glance behind him. But the sight nearly made his eyes pop out of his head. Tang Jue hadn't been thrown off at all. He had even calmly crossed his legs, sitting cross-legged on the horse's rump, watching Li Lanqi, as if he were enjoying a monkey show. Mother of mercy, Li Lanqi was on the verge of a breakdown. He was seated in the saddle, gripping the reins, feet in the stirrups, and even so the stallion's speed had him bouncing and unsteady. Just who in the world was this poacher? The sardonic smile curling at Tang Jue's lips made Li Lanqi's scalp prickle. He recalled how this very man had slain 3 of his subordinates in the blink of an eye. A veritable demon who killed without batting an eye. Gritting his teeth, Li Lanqi yanked hard on the reins. The white horse let out a sharp neigh, reared up on its hind legs, and came to an abrupt halt from its gallop. The inertia pitched Li Lanqi forward, slamming him against the horse's poll. Ignoring the pain in his chest, he hastily turned to look back. And this time his blood ran cold. Mother! Tang Jue thrust his cold star dagger forward, pressing its tip squarely against Li Lanqi's Adam's apple, and said icily, "Had enough fun. My father is—" Li Lanqi instinctively reached for his usual trump card, but the words barely left his mouth when he realized with a jolt that this tactic would be useless. The man had already killed 3 of his men. If he learned that Li Lanqi's father was the patriarch of the Li family, one of the 5 great houses, he would surely kill him on the spot to eliminate the witness. Li Lanqi hastily changed his tune. "Please let me go. I beg you. I brought a lot of money, I'll give it all to you." As if to prove his words, he fumbled out a thick wad of 1,000 yuan federal notes and thrust them forward. Tianman Star of the Federation was the poorest place around. An ordinary person's monthly wage barely exceeded 1,000 federal yuan. Li Lanqi's handful was worth at least tens of thousands. He refused to believe this hick from Tianman wouldn't be tempted. Tang Jue eyed the man strangely as he babbled something and pulled out a stack of paper. Though he couldn't read the characters on it, Ming Dynasty banknotes were already in wide circulation, so he could guess that the man was trying to buy his life with them. This world was not his own, and the loose silver in his pouch might not be usable here. Tang Jue unceremoniously took Li Lanqi's money and tucked it into his robe, yet the cold star dagger never left the man's throat. Li Lanqi was on the verge of tears. He couldn't invoke his father's name, and money didn't work either. He was completely out of options. Terrified that his captor might kill him, his lips quivered as he begged, "BB boss, I've given you. Given you all my money." Tang Jue's eyes lit up. He actually understood what Li Lanqi was saying. This was thanks to Li Lanqi being a city man with standard pronunciation, and his stammering repetitions coupled with the simplicity of his words, and the fact that both men hailed from a common ancestral root made it no surprise that Tang Jue could fully comprehend his speech. "Where is this?" Tang Jue demanded coldly. What? Li Lanqi was taken aback. He could barely understand Tang Jue's speech either. Though it was clearly the same language, the man's regional accent was far too thick for his ears. Tang Jue flicked his wrist and a flash of cold light streaked through the air. A deep bloody gash appeared across Li Lanqi's chest, and he howled like a stuck pig. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Where is this? Tang Jue's voice grew even more frigid. Ha! No, I can't quite understand your ow. Li Lanqi let out another agonized scream as a second bloody gash tore across his chest, forming a crimson X with the first. This time Li Lanqi got the message. He wailed, "Boss, uncle, grandpa, no need to say more. I understand. I understand." The cold star dagger flickered in Tang Jue's fingers like a dancing blue flame, and with each flicker Li Lanqi's heart gave a violent lurch. "Grandpa, this is the exclusion zone. Specifically, it's the exclusion zone near City Belt 119. About 120 kilometers north is City Belt 119A, over 500 kilometers west is City Belt 121, 400 kilometers south is City Belt 120, and 800 kilometers east is the infamous Black Triangle City Belt." Li Lanqi wasn't surprised in the least. Losing one's bearings in the exclusion zone, without a satellite positioning watch, was perfectly normal, though such a watch was hardly something an ordinary poacher could afford. "Speak slower." Tang Jue barked, casually flicking his wrist again. Another flash of cold light sent tears and snot streaming down Li Lanqi's face. But this time he felt no pain. Blinking his eyes open, he saw the dagger bore no blood clearly, having just been a warning swing. Suddenly a chill swept over his head. Li Lanqi frantically reached up to touch his scalp. The blade had shaved his head completely clean without nicking the skin even once. City Belt 119, Sichuan City. In the woods outside the Tang Jue Research Institute, several police mechs patrolled back and forth, sealing off the perimeter. Police Chief Peng Yong, rubbing his bald head, trailed obsequiously behind a slim young man. The youth had short, wheat-colored hair and a delicate, refined face with a perpetual hint of sardonic, mocking amusement tugging at the corners of his lips. He walked, paused, stood crouched, and sometimes even lay flat on the ground to examine the traces left behind. Peng Yong, heedless of the dirt, also flopped down on his ample backside and pretended to scrutinize the earth with great earnestness. Even though he couldn't discern a thing, he maintained the facade. His impeccably pressed police uniform now caked with dust, dirt packed under his fingernails, and sweat beading on his brow that he didn't dare wipe away. In Sichuan City, Police Chief Peng Yong was a man whose mere stomp could make the entire city tremble. Usually it was others who groveled before him like cowering grandchildren, but today, he found himself fawning nervously before a youth younger than his own son, hardly daring to breathe. 4 researchers had died at once, including Huang Lei, the director of the Tang Jue Research Institute, and a national first-class expert researcher. Another researcher had been beaten into a vegetative state. Peng Yong could already sense the storm that was about to break over his head. A tragedy of this magnitude in his jurisdiction, with the suspect fleeing into the exclusion zone. Though entering the zone was practically a death sentence, the damage to the Federation was nonetheless irreparable. Never had Peng Yong felt such crushing pressure. Fortunately, this young man was here. With him around, everything should be resolved smoothly. The youth now stood before the chain-link fence of the exclusion zone, studying something intently. He suddenly stepped back a few paces and turned his gaze toward a large tree nearby. A device resembling a small telescope was strapped over his eyes, covering most of his face and leaving only a sharp chin exposed. His complexion was somewhat pale, as if he hadn't rested well. Raising his eyes, he slowly scanned the tree trunk until his gaze reached a spot 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Suddenly his fists clenched tightly. He seemed to have found something. Rubbing his hands together, the young man took a few running steps before leaping up with the agility of an ape, wrapping his arms around the tree trunk, while his legs gripped it in tandem. Peng Yong, having followed him out of habit, instinctively took a few steps as well, but quickly realized he lacked the young man's skill. He came to a dejected halt beneath the tree, craning his neck to watch the young man's movements. The young man moved with remarkable dexterity, quickly scaling to the upper reaches of the trunk. Peng Yong felt dizzy just looking up at him. After surveying the area from above, for a moment the young man slid back down with equal speed. Peng Yong couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This was truly the ace of the national elite organization, the Dragon Shield. He could climb such a tall tree without any auxiliary tools. The moment the young man's feet touched the ground, Peng Yong caught a flicker of barely concealed excitement on his face, and hurried over obsequiously, offering a bottle of purified water. "Young master and I, you must be tired. Here, have a drink." Had this been an ordinary Dragon Shield member, even the group leader Peng Yong would have felt respect but never resorted to such sycophancy. This young man possessed another identity so exalted that Peng Yong couldn't even aspire to gaze upon his toenails from below. Li Lan and I brusquely pushed aside. Peng Yong's hand reached into his robe and pulled out a flat silver flask. He unscrewed the cap and took several hearty gulps, a rich aroma of alcohol wafting from the corner of his mouth, making Peng Yong involuntarily sniff the air. This must be an aged vintage left over from a previous era. Peng Yong had been fortunate enough to catch its scent a few times, and its profound fragrance had left an indelible impression on him. But even with his position as police chief, he never had the chance to taste even a sip. After downing several more mouthfuls of wine, Lilan and I slowly exhaled, a faint flush creeping onto his pale cheeks. A look of satisfaction spread across his face as if his thoughts had cleared. The killer, initially naked on the operating table, first used a sharp instrument to sever the specially reinforced straps in one clean cut. Then, moving at incredible speed, he charged at the 4 researchers, striking 3 of them on the larynx with a peculiar blunt weapon, snapping their cervical vertebrae, and killing them instantly. Director Huang Lei fled into the surveillance room, sealed the door, and released a high concentration of anesthetic gas. However, it failed to render him unconscious or even slow his movements in the slightest. Realizing this, Director Huang Lei opened the isolation door. Armed guards stormed in, but before they could even fire a shot, the killer hurled scalpel, scissors, and other sharp implements that struck their vital spots. Over 20 guards were instantly killed by this killer. As he spoke, a chilling glint flashed in Li Lan's eyes. He brought the silver flask to his lips and took another large gulp as if to warm his heart. Such a ruthless person, such brutal methods. To casually claim the lives of over 20 armed guards. What kind of hardened heart could do such a thing? And what kind of extraordinary skill was required to accomplish it? Peng Yong dared not disturb Li Lan and I. Though he was eager to understand the situation, he could only wait patiently. Li Lan and I had a peculiar habit. His motto was no investigation, no right to speak. So he never spoke before completing his investigation. But when he did speak, it was always the conclusion closest to the truth. Then with his sharp weapon, he effortlessly pierced the specially tempered glass, seized Huang Lei, and held him up as a human shield while charging out. In the courtyard, he was intercepted by 2 HX-03 model Bear military mechs. Under the mech's warning, the killer crushed Huang Lei's neck bones. The pilots of both mechs were retired mech soldiers who had seen real combat. The killer first dodged the rattlesnake autocannon fire at incredible speed, then even deceived the pilot's vision, leaping onto the mech's head. He used a sharp short dagger to pierce the armor and tore the mech's head off. My God! Peng Yong finally couldn't hold back an exclamation. Is he even human? According to common understanding, a mech was practically a meat grinder. Escaping from a mech was already an impossible miracle, but this killer actually managed to take one down. That was simply a myth. Li Lan and I didn't rebuke Peng Yong for interrupting. Anyone upon learning the truth would inevitably exclaim in astonishment. Li Lan and I, himself included. He truly isn't human. After disabling that mech, he immediately moved on to tear the arms off the second one. Just then, police mechs arrived. After assessing the situation, this man of formidable personal combat power decisively chose to retreat. Since the police HX-106 model mechs are designed for urban environments, their speed, in the dense forest, was limited roughly 30 kilometers per hour. Yet within 5 kilometers they failed to catch the killer, meaning he maintained a sprint speed of over 5 meters per second. Li Lan and I then pointed to the tree he had just climbed. The killer scaled this tree at tremendous speed. I found no climbing marks, which is rather peculiar. But as I suspected, at a height of 7 meters above the ground, he kicked off with force and vaulted toward the isolation fence. The trunk bore the mark of his soul. A patch of bark scraped away. To accomplish all this, he is definitely something beyond human. With such abilities, as far as I know, only that one family. His voice trailed off abruptly, his gaze fixed on a distant direction. Which family? Peng Yong asked eagerly. Being able to deduce the family would be perfect. He could then close the case and somewhat appease his superior's wrath. Li Lan and I shook his head, bringing the silver flask to his lips for another drink, only to find it empty. Did I say something? With a blank expression, he tucked the silver flask back into his robe. Without another glance at Peng Yong, he simply walked away. Peng Yong watched the slender figure helplessly, a chill settling in his heart. In the primeval forest, a burly bearded man stumbled along. His scalp was bald in the center, surrounded by a messy, oily ring of hair resembling felt. His face was caked with grime. Were it not for his clothes, he would have looked like a wild man. His expensive leather outfit was now unrecognizable in color. Torn by thorns in the forest, the jacket and trousers were covered in long, ragged slashes, giving him the classic look of a beggar. His riding boots were thick with dust, and the toes had split open, gaping like a crocodile's mouth. With each stride, 5 mud-caked, grimy toes peeked out from the cracks. No one would recognize this man as Li Lanqi, the second young master of the Li family, one of the 5 great families of the new federation. Meanwhile, Li Lanqi was chasing after a white horse that was trotting along, upon which Tang Jue sat comfortably, giving no thought to whether Li Lanqi might not be able to keep up. The direction Tang Jue was heading now was the Black Triangle City Belt. It was a lawless zone, the most weakly governed area within the new federation's territory, where not even police were stationed. It was essentially autonomous. Because of Li Lanqi, the 800-kilometer journey had taken 20 days, and they were now only a few dozen kilometers away from the Black Triangle city belt. Along the way, Tang Jue had learned the Federation's common language from Li Lanqi, which was the standard speech of this world. Tang Jue also learned much about this world. He discovered the nation was called the New Federation, composed of 4 planets, Tianlan Star, Tianji Star, Tianman Star, and Tianyu Star, and he was currently on Tianman Star. To Tang Jue, this world was utterly foreign. He didn't know how he had ended up in this world, but for a martial artist with an unyielding spirit, that no longer mattered. What mattered was how to survive here. Those massive machines called mechs had hunted him before, and since he had been pursued, his image would surely be plastered across the entire Federation as a wanted criminal. So Tang Jue chose to head for the Black Triangle city belt. It was just unfortunate for Li Lanqi. The delicate young master had been running alongside the horse the whole way. Li Lanqi had more or less guessed at Tang Jue's identity, but he was powerless to do anything about it, because Tang Jue had fed him a poison pill with a beautiful name. One Night of Hibiscus Red Tears. Whenever he thought of that one night of hibiscus red tears, Li Lanqi couldn't help but weep. He remembered that evening when the setting sun was infinitely beautiful, and Li Lanqi had been diligently cooperating with Tang Jue for days. Whatever Tang Jue told him to do, he did. Run when told to run, stop when told to stop. Though his pace was slow due to his weak constitution, Li Lanqi felt his attitude had been impeccable. All of it was for this very night. After capturing Li Lanqi, Tang Jue had not searched him. Besides the antique hunting rifle, Li Lanqi still had a specially crafted military knife hidden in his riding boot. Having witnessed Tang Jue's phenomenal skill, Li Lanqi cunningly endured hardship and humiliation every day, all to lull Tang Jue into complacency, and find the right moment to strike and kill this damned country bumpkin from Tianman Star. That night, Li Lanqi felt his chance had come. When it was time to sleep, Tang Jue patted the white horse, and the intelligent beast immediately lay down on the ground. Tang Jue sat down and leaned back comfortably against the horse. The forest nights were bitterly cold, but he wrapped his saber-toothed tiger fur coat tightly around himself, and not a hint of chill could penetrate. Soon Tang Jue fell asleep, waiting until Tang Jue's breathing grew steady, and even Li Lanqi quietly drew the military knife from his boot, and crept cautiously toward him. Aiming at Tang Jue's throat, a flash of malice crossed Li Lanqi's eyes as he growled, "Die!" He thrust the knife down fiercely. But at that very moment, Tang Jue, who had seemed to be sound asleep, suddenly snapped his eyes open. Startled, Li Lanqi's descending knife faltered for an instant. In a flash, Tang Jue's finger flicked like lightning, and an unknown object flew straight into Li Lanqi's mouth. Cough, cough. Li Lanqi suddenly found it hard to breathe and frantically pounded his chest, trying to cough the object out. No use wasting the effort. That pill dissolves the moment it touches your tongue. Tang Jue casually withdrew his finger and pulled his saber-toothed tiger fur coat tighter. What? Li Lanqi clutched his throat dry, heaving, but found he couldn't bring anything up. Trembling with fear, he asked, "Master, what pill did you give me?" Tang Jue let out a cold laugh, shifted to a more comfortable angle against the white horse, slowly closed his eyes, and soon seemed to be asleep again. Seeing that Tang Jue was unwilling to speak, Li Lanqi didn't dare press further. Yet he didn't think the pill was anything too serious. In fact, he had barely given it a second thought. His mind was consumed with worry over how Tang Jue would deal with him for attempting murder. He figured Tang Jue would punish him after waking up, which filled Li Lanqi with anxiety. Though exhausted, he found it impossible to fall asleep. Around midnight, Li Lanqi suddenly felt his face growing damp, as if some liquid was seeping from his eyes. "Why am I crying?" he thought miserably. Probably out of fear. He wiped his face with his hand and under the bright moonlight looked at it, and felt a pang of confusion. Why was the liquid black? Tears should be colorless, shouldn't they? Li Lanqi paused, then brought the liquid on his hand to his nose and sniffed. A pungent metallic stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. It was blood. Li Lanqi leapt to his feet with a howl. His eyes were bleeding, and it was flowing endlessly just like tears. Tang Jue seemed to be sleeping deeply, as if he hadn't heard a thing, letting Li Lanqi jump and scream. Li Lanqi kept hoping the bleeding would stop on its own, but even as he began to feel dizzy, the blood showed no sign of ceasing. Finally it dawned on Li Lanqi. This must be the effect of the pill Tang Jue had given him. He threw himself in front of Tang Jue and thumped his head hard against the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. By the 100th bow, when he was already lightheaded and dizzy, Tang Jue finally woke up. "What's the matter?" Tang Jue's eyes gleamed in the night just like a cat's. "I was wrong, master. I won't dare again, I swear I won't dare again." Li Lanqi finally understood Tang Jue's true power. He had assumed Tang Jue would wait until dawn to punish him, but it turned out this man never even waited overnight for revenge. "This is One Night of Hibiscus Red Tears. A beautiful name, isn't it?" Tang Jue said with a cold smirk. "Once ingested at midnight, you'll shed tears of blood without end. Without the antidote, you'll bleed out completely by dawn. I just happened to gather the ingredients these past 2 days and brewed a fresh batch, so I thought I'd let you have the first taste." "Master, spare me." Please spare me. Li Lanqi immediately kowtowed, frantically pounding his head like a pestle. He believed every word Tang Jue said. His tears of blood hadn't stopped, and at this rate he was certain he'd drain every drop of blood from his body well before dawn. This was what it truly meant to cry oneself to death. With a soft sigh, Tang Jue reined in his white horse. Before him loomed a towering iron fence 3 zhang high, its mesh woven with barbed wire thorns. This was the boundary between the city belt and the quarantine zone. Crossing the fence meant entering the city. Tang Jue casually tossed a pill to the ground. Li Lanqi, like a starving dog, pounced on it, snatched it up, and shoved it into his mouth, not caring that it was covered in dirt. The pill was potent indeed. Soon Li Lanqi's bloody tears ceased. Clenching his teeth inwardly, he thought, damn it. One day when you fall into my hands, I'll make you a mere plebeian wish you were dead. As a notorious scion of the capital star, Li Lanqi had more than a few lives on his hands. Bullying, abducting, and seizing by force were all second nature to him. He was the one who always did the bullying, never the one bullied. His submission was merely superficial. In his heart, he was already scheming how to contact his family's hidden agents in the Black Triangle and exact his revenge. Thus, though this intimidation had cowed Li Lanqi for a few days, he soon began plotting anew how to bring about Tang Jue's demise. Tang Jue pretended not to notice while Li Lanqi's rebellious spirit, like a small flame meeting dry tinder, burned ever brighter. But a week later Li Lanqi was jolted from his dreams by his own bloody tears, his chest soaked through. Terrified, he kowtowed before Tang Jue, his head thudding against the ground. This time, even after 100 kowtows, Tang Jue did not wake. With blood and tears streaming down his face, Li Lanqi dared not stop. He kowtowed a full 999 times before Tang Jue finally opened his eyes. Master, I was wrong, I was so wrong. Li Lanqi beat his chest, wailing piteously, his face a mess of blood and tears, a truly miserable sight. What is it now? A faint sinister aura played on Tang Jue's handsome face, adding to his allure, but to Li Lanqi he was the most ferocious demon in the world. Master, it's all my fault. I won't dare again, I promise I won't. Li Lanqi was at a loss for words to express his reverence for Tang Jue. Wasn't his blood-streaked face proof enough? The antidote I gave you only lasts 7 days. Once those 7 days pass without my special remedy, you'll bleed tears again at midnight until you die. Tang Jue spoke as casually as if discussing what to have for a late-night snack. Li Lanqi's heart shattered into pieces. From then on, whatever Tang Jue said, he never dared to contradict. If Tang Jue told him to chase a dog, he wouldn't dare scare a chicken. Stumbling along, Li Lanqi felt utterly stripped of dignity, having lost all the pride of a young master from a great family. Yet, in the presence of this lord, Li Lanqi simply could not muster the courage to resist. He had witnessed this lord single-handedly challenge mutated beasts. Once, when attacked by a pack of wolves, the lord casually scattered a cloud of iron projectiles that descended like a swarm of locusts, annihilating a small pack of 40 or 50 wolves in an instant. He was simply not human. Over the past 20 days, this lord had branded a deep mark on Li Lanqi's soul, much like the crest a noble from the empire would brand onto a slave. With that brand, Li Lanqi would forever remain a servile underling crawling at this lord's feet. Li Lanqi could only pray daily that this lord would, in a good mood, release him. If so, he would erect a shrine in his honor. The white horse gradually came to a halt. Tang Jue raised his wrist and glanced at the satellite positioning watch. Li Lanqi was his captive, so the watch was naturally his war trophy. Over 20 days Tang Jue had learned how to read the watch. Master, any orders? Without his watch, Li Lanqi had no idea where they were. He scurried to the front of the horse, bent at the waist, and knelt on one knee awaiting orders. 20 days, not long but not short either. Tang Jue, hailing from a feudal society, had unconsciously transformed this former second young master into an obedient servant. You may go. Tang Jue looked down at him. This second young master was at heart a coward, and Tang Jue held him in utter contempt. Moreover, Tang Jue was used to being a lone wolf and had no desire to be burdened with this encumbrance. They were only 40 kilometers from the Black Triangle, an area largely free of fierce beasts. Ha! Li Lanqi was dumbfounded. He had yearned to escape Tang Jue, but now he didn't dare. Not to mention that the antidote he'd taken only lasted a week, but here in the desolate wilderness, even a stray wild dog could tear him apart. Master, don't abandon me. I wish to serve you forever. Tears welled up in Li Lanqi's eyes, carving pale streaks through the grime on his face. It looked almost sincere. Tang Jue gave him a cold, indifferent look and casually produced a pill. This is the antidote for a year. Within a year you'd better come to the Black Triangle to get the next one. A year. Li Lanqi's face fell, but then he thought, compared to being a grandson every day, being one just once a year was far better. A barely concealed gleam of joy appeared on his face. If you don't want it, forget it. Tang Jue tossed it on the ground. A terrified Li Lanqi pounced on it like a wild dog, not caring about the dirt. He grabbed the pill, threw it into his mouth, choked, and nodded vigorously at Tang Jue. Shaking his head, Tang Jue spurred his horse and galloped off into the dust. The strong wind blew the hood of his cloak back, and his long jet-black hair streamed behind him, giving him an air of ethereal grace. Poor Li Lanqi, choked and speechless, could only watch Tang Jue ride away. He stomped his feet and beat his chest in frustration. Finally catching his breath, he burst into loud wails. But he dared not linger in the quarantine zone. He chased after the direction Tang Jue had gone, running for his life, tears flying all the way. Who? Tang Jue slowly reined in his white horse. Before him stood a towering iron fence 3 zhang high, its surface densely woven with barbed wire twisted from iron strands. This was the boundary between the city belt and the quarantine zone. Crossing the fence meant entering the city belt. Tang Jue dismounted, having ridden this white horse the entire journey, the two gradually forming an unspoken understanding. The white horse snorted, then began to graze on its own near Tang Jue. The white horse could not be brought into the city belt, not because of the iron fence, but because horses as high-priced luxury items were exclusive to the upper class. Riding one into the city would be far too ostentatious. Tang Jue raised his right hand, and the cold star dagger strapped to his outer thigh leaped from its sheath, bursting with dazzling frigid light. Swish, swish, swish. The cold star dagger flipped and danced rapidly between his 5 fingers like a weaver girl's shuttle, dazzling and brilliant, forming a cold halo around his hand. Suddenly the halo vanished. The dagger transformed into a streak of white light, circling the white horse once before swiftly returning to its sharkskin scabbard. Clatter! The saddle and bridle fell to the ground in a heap. Freed from its restraints, the white horse let out a joyful neigh, shaking its glossy satin-like white coat, appearing utterly magnificent. Go on. Tang Jue patted the horse's rump. If fate allows, we shall meet again. The white horse neighed again, as if bidding Tang Jue farewell, then trotted happily towards the mountain forest, where a herd of wild horses could be seen in the distance. Watching the white horse's figure gradually recede, Tang Jue couldn't help but sigh. He removed his tiger-skin cloak and packed it into his bundle. Though Tang Jue did not fear trouble, he detested endless, unceasing trouble. Tang Jue gathered his chi, leaped vertically over 10 feet into the air, kicked off a nearby tree, and shot like a pellet to the other side of the iron fence. The Black Triangle city belt was formed by 3 interconnected cities: Ruixing City, Jinshan City, and Jiangmin City. This was a melting pot of the desperate and cunning, home to yellow, white, and black races, making it the most complex region in the entire new federation. At the No. 1 electronic waste yard on the outskirts of Ruixing City, Angelina and her daughter Emily were scavenging through mountains of refuse, searching for electronic products that were damaged but still reparable. This was the largest electronic waste yard in Ruixing City, where all electronic waste was sorted and discarded to await recycling. I hope we can find something good to sell today, Angelina prayed inwardly. In her 30s, she wore durable, stain-resistant work clothes, but her voluptuous, sexy figure was hard to conceal beneath the baggy uniform. Years of this work had roughened her skin, and crow's feet had crept prematurely to the corners of her eyes. Yet from her delicate features and mature, womanly demeanor, one could tell she must have been a breathtaking beauty in her youth. Now she remained attractive even in her fading years. Her daughter Emily, just 12 years old, had an adorable apple-shaped face. Her golden fluffy curls, paired with skin whiter than milk, made her look like a porcelain doll in a shop window. Emily was now searching the waste pile with wide, tense eyes. Since she hadn't yet grown, her figure was petite, and she stumbled unsteadily on the junk, occasionally sinking a foot into a crevice. But she wouldn't call for her mother's help, wouldn't even whimper. She just gritted her teeth and quietly pulled her foot free. Neither mother nor daughter spoke. They simply bent over, heads down, diligently searching the scrap heap for what they needed. Hurry up, Emily. We have at most an hour before the Nobel factory recycling truck arrives. As Angelina spoke, she picked up a mobile computer that looked decent and exclaimed with delight, "Aha! Emily, look what Mom found. A computer that looks pretty good. Just a hard drive problem, and they threw it to the dump. The previous owner of this thing must have been an idiot. Wow! Mom, where did you find it? How come I didn't see it?" Emily was excited too. This meant she would have a computer to play with. Angelina's face turned stern. "Nonsense. What do you mean, find? This is scavenging." "Scavenging, got it." Emily subtly pouted but didn't argue with her mother. That was just how her mom was. Even when dirt poor, she still tried to fool herself. Just then a rough voice came from behind. "That computer is mine that I threw away, and you dare to insult me. Looks like you two need a lesson." Angelina and Emily turned around in shock, only to see a huge black man standing at the base of the waste pile, appearing as if from nowhere. The man was at least 2 meters tall, standing there like an iron tower. The black man wore a floral bandana on his bald head, and his muscular upper body, clad only in a vest, was powerfully built. "Harry, you liar!" Angelina pointed at the giant angrily. "You can't even afford a computer." "Doesn't matter. Anyway, there's no one else around, is there?" The big man Harry crossed his arms and sneered. "We all know the Nobel factory recycling truck won't be here for at least an hour. In that time, I think we can have some fun." "You? What are you going to do?" Angelina's face turned pale in an instant and she hastily pulled her daughter Emily into her arms. Remember, last time I just patted your ass and you stood in the slums cursing me for 3 whole hours. Harry's eyes blazed with undisguised resentment and lust. I think it's time to settle the score. No, you can't. I'll report you. Angelina threatened, her voice firm but her heart weak, then desperately searched around for something to defend herself with. Unfortunately, this was an electronic waste yard. There was nothing suitable to use as a weapon. Harry had already closed in on Angelina, grinning maliciously. Cut the crap. If you don't let Harry have his fun, I won't spare your daughter either. Ah! Angelina screamed in terror. Suddenly seeing Harry reach out his huge hand, she hurled the mobile computer at him with all her might. With a crack, the computer shattered against Harry's bald head, but the burly man seemed completely unfazed. Hey! Bitch, you've pissed me off. Harry violently shoved Angelina to the ground. She screamed and fought back wildly, while Emily, terrified, wailed for help, desperately throwing anything she could lift with her small hands at Harry. With a resounding crash, the portable computer shattered against Harry's bald head, yet the burly man remained utterly unscathed. Hey! Bitch, you've pissed me off. Harry suddenly lunged, tackling Angelina to the ground. She screamed and fought back wildly, while Emily, terrified, wailed for help, her tiny hands desperately hurling anything she could lift at Harry. Though Emily's throws couldn't hurt Harry, they proved to be a considerable nuisance. Damn it! Harry snarled, rising to his feet in annoyance. He seized Emily by the neck, lifting her off the ground with a single hand. Emily's little legs kicked and thrashed frantically, but she couldn't utter a single sound. I'll fight you to the death. Angelina cried out, lunging at Harry's face with her 10 fingernails, only to be sent sprawling by a single punch. Help! Please, someone save us! Angelina wailed in utter despair, even though she knew her cries would likely go unheard. But just then a flash of cold light streaked through the air. Harry's body suddenly went rigid. Angelina saw his eyes bulge wide in shock, then his grip loosened and Emily tumbled onto the pile of scrap, crying out in pain. Thud! Harry's massive frame crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull, muffled sound. Angelina clutched Emily tightly, staring at Harry in sheer terror. Upon Harry's back lay a crimson ribbon fluttering in the wind, yet seemingly stuck fast to his body. A young man clad in black with a bundle on his back approached. Angelina shielded Emily, trembling, as she watched him stop before Harry. He grasped the ribbon and gave it a gentle tug, pulling a streak of cold light from Harry's back, which he then deftly tucked away somewhere unseen. Black blood began to ooze ominously from the wound on Harry's back. Terrified Angelina reached out to cover her daughter's eyes, but Emily struggled to pry her mother's fingers away, desperate to see. He's a killer. Angelina was frozen with fear, clutching Emily even tighter. A man who could so easily kill someone as strong as Harry was not someone she could possibly defy. Her only hope was to save her daughter. If necessary, she would sacrifice her own body. After all, this was the Black Triangle, a place where murder was commonplace. This was where the law held the least sway, often even less effective than the rules of some dark syndicate. Besides the poor who couldn't afford to emigrate to other planets or city zones, the area was teeming with prostitutes, thugs, thieves, fugitives, and drug addicts. If it weren't for the hope of earning enough to emigrate with her daughter, Angelina might have considered suicide a better option. Emily, however, stared at the young man with wide, unblinking, beautiful sky-blue eyes. Tang Jue retrieved his hidden weapon, showing no surprise at the sight of the dark-skinned Harry and the pale-skinned Angelina and Emily. Li Lanqi had told him that while the citizens of the new Federation were mainly descendants of the Chinese from the previous era, about 10% were of white or black descent. Apart from differences in skin, eyes, and hair color, there was no fundamental distinction between them. Tang Jue's gaze met Emily's, and she quickly shut her eyes in fright, only to slyly peek open a tiny slit to steal another look at him. Amused by Emily's adorable reaction, Tang Jue couldn't help but smile, though it quickly faded back into his usual cold demeanor. Hey, he called out flatly. Ha! Angelina flinched cautiously, opening her eyes, only to meet Tang Jue's gaze directly. She immediately lowered her head in fear. Find me a temporary place to stay, Tang Jue said calmly, his tone not commanding, yet it carried an undeniable weight that left no room for refusal. Please just let us go. I really have nowhere to put you up. Our home only has one room, it's very cramped. Angelina complained. Their place was indeed small, but even if it weren't, she had no intention of bringing a murderer into her home. That's fine, Tang Jue said. What do you take us for? Angelina's eyes widened in indignation. She felt insulted. True, few women in the Black Triangle were virtuous, but she was not one of them. But when a stack of federal notes was offered to her, Angelina's eyes gleamed with a light as bright as a cat's in the dark. I just need a place to stay, Tang Jue said. Fine, you can stay at our place. Angelina eagerly snatched the stack of bills, counting them rapidly. Her eyes grew brighter with each note. 100,000 federal dollars. A full 100,000. On Tianman Star, an ordinary person earned just over 1,000 federal dollars a month. 100,000 was what a normal person would need a decade to save. And in the harsh black triangle 500 could buy a virgin's first night. 10,000 was enough to pay for a life. Mom, we're not those kinds of people. Emily tugged at Angelina's sleeve, embarrassed. It's just for a few days, what's the harm? Angelina said, dismissively, turning away to discreetly pull out a mini counterfeit detector from her pocket to verify the gold thread on the bills. Once Angelina and her daughter had disappeared through the junkyard's main gate, Tang Jue first kicked Harry's corpse onto its back, then retrieved a small jade bottle from his leopard skin pouch. Using a tiny golden spoon shaped like an ear pick, he scooped out a small amount of green powder and sprinkled it over the wound on Harry's back. But our place is so cramped. Emily fretted, circling around Angelina. Isn't there the kitchen shed? Angelina was completely consumed by greed, resolute as a turtle gripping a weight. We'd better hurry. If someone sees Harry dead here, we're in big trouble. Having counted the money, Angelina pulled her daughter down from the scrap pile, beckoning to Tang Jue. You two go ahead, Tang Jue said, standing still, a cold glint flashing in his dark eyes. Suit yourself, Angelina muttered, grabbing Emily and running off. She thought to herself, what a fool. I've already taken his money. Once I'm home, I'll pack up and move. Let's see how he finds us then. Once Angelina and the others had vanished from the scrapyard entrance, Tang Jue first kicked Harry's corpse onto the ground, then produced a small jade bottle from his leopard skin pouch. Using a tiny golden spoon shaped like an earpick, he scooped out a small amount of green powder and sprinkled it over the wound on Harry's back. Instantly, the wound on Harry's back began to emit a pungent stench and faint green smoke. The flesh and skin corroded at a visibly rapid rate, and upon closer inspection, faint green flames could be seen flickering from the wound. Soon Harry's body burned away into a pile of ashes, his clothes consumed completely. A gust of wind scattered the ashes in all directions, leaving only a scorched black mark on the ground. Eliminating all traces of a kill was second nature to the Tang Sect. Having done so, Tang Jue went after Angelina and the others. On the main avenue of Ruishing City, at one end of the bustling street, there was a narrow alley so inconspicuous that one would hardly notice it without looking specifically. This was the legendary Behind the Prosperity. The alley led to a slum inhabited by hundreds of impoverished families. The path was so narrow that only two people could walk abreast, and if someone approached from the opposite direction, they would have to walk single file. The houses lining the path were ancient and dilapidated, seemingly ready to collapse at any strong gust of wind. They were also low and small, with eaves low enough that a taller person might bump their head. The potholed stone path, instead of looking fresh after a rain, appeared even more grimy and messy due to the mud. Children ran about shouting and playing, none of them looking clean, as if they had just crawled out of a coal mine, with snot trailing from their noses fluttering in the wind as they ran. Angelina, clutching Emily's small hand, ran in a panic, glancing back from time to time, not even caring that her trousers were splattered with mud. She who was usually so particular about her appearance. Get inside, quick! Having finally reached her doorstep, Angelina hastily pushed her daughter into the yard, then peered out again to make sure no one was following before closing the door with relief. Mom, is what we did not right? Emily asked timidly, her big eyes blinking as she looked up. Looking at her daughter, whose eyes still held innocence, Angelina glared fiercely. What do you know? This is how you survive in the Black Triangle. But that brother was a good person. Emily sniffled. What do you know about good people and bad people? Angelina pinched her daughter's ear and scolded. There isn't a single good person in this Black Triangle. Mom, aren't you a good person? Emily looked up, her eyes full of expectation, gazing into her mother's blue eyes. Angelina gritted her teeth. No. Let's cook. I'm hungry. Just then a clear, cold voice came from the direction of the small house, and Angelina was instantly stunned. Angelina's home was short and tiny, its small yard cluttered with electronic waste, leaving barely any room to stand. The yard contained only one room. In front of the house, under the eaves, a simple shed had been set up using 2 pieces of scrap wood and a straw mat that served as the kitchen. Under that small shed stood the strange young man in black, looking as if he had been waiting there for a long time. Ah! Angelina nearly jumped out of her skin, her face turning pale as she pointed at Tang Jue, stammering you, for a long while before finally managing to say, How did you get? Let's cook. I'm hungry. Tang Jue's cold voice cut off Angelina's words. It wasn't a command yet, it felt impossible to refuse. All right. Angelina swallowed hard. She was smart enough to know not to say what shouldn't be said or ask what shouldn't be asked. Angelina hadn't lied, her home was indeed cramped. Because of the shed extending from the front, the room inside was very dark, like stepping from day into night, and it was filled with a damp, musty smell. Inside, a double-decker metal bunk bed was pushed against the innermost wall, taking up half the room's space. The top bunk was only a few dozen centimeters from the ceiling. Tang Jue could imagine little Emily having to crawl up to bed every night. Angelina awkwardly pointed to the lower bunk. You. Have a seat. Although Tang Jue showed no sign of disdain, the fact that there wasn't even a place to sit made Angelina feel deeply embarrassed. At the same time she wondered if the man would be discouraged and leave upon seeing there was nowhere to sit. But to her disappointment Tang Jue didn't leave. After the three of them shared a modest dinner of sweet potato porridge, Emily hopped and shouted with joy as she went to turn on the television. The TV was placed directly opposite the bunk bed, so sitting on the lower bunk provided a perfect view. Emily sat cross-legged on the bed and Angelina hurriedly sat down beside her, feeling anxious. If that man squeezes onto the bed to watch TV too, he must have bad intentions. What should I do? But Tang Jue had no intention of sitting over there. People from his era were particular about maintaining distance between men and women. So wanting to watch the TV as well, he leaped up over 2 meters high and landed neatly on the top bunk. Wow! Both Angelina and Emily were startled. Emily clapped her little hands, her face flushed with excitement. Brother Tang is amazing. Tang Jue smiled but said nothing. It was the time for the Federal News Channel's broadcast. Tang Jue watched TV with the mother and daughter, hoping to integrate into this world more quickly. After all, there was no going back. He could only adapt to this place. A member of the Tang Sect was like a blade of grass, able to take root and sprout no matter how harsh the environment. Next we have a missing person announcement, said the stern-looking middle-aged female anchor in standard federal dialect. Recently Li Lanchi, heir to the Li Consortium, went missing 3 days ago, while traveling on Tianman Star, along with 3 other male companions. The Li Consortium is now offering a reward of 10 million federal dollars for information on Li Lanchi's whereabouts. As the announcement was broadcast, a photograph of Li Lanchi appeared on the screen. Tang Jue, who was idly spinning the Yaojin ring wrapped around his finger, couldn't help but smile. So the servant hadn't lied. He really was a big shot. Though Yaojin had been subdued by Tang Jue, the more venomous the snake, the wilder its nature. Tang Jue appeared to be merely toying with the gold ring, but in truth he was administering a special massage technique to Yaojin, strengthening their bond and communication. Thus, whenever he had a free moment he would spin the gold ring. If only I knew where that second young master, Li, was. The reward for information is 1 million Federation credits. Angelina clicked her tongue in wonder, deftly knitting a sweater with 2 needles. Tang Jue's smile however froze, for the next news segment was about him. Last month a violent incident occurred at the Tianmu Research Institute in Sichuan City, part of the Tianmangsing 119 city belt. A thug stormed into the institute and brutally killed 4 researchers, including Huang Lei, a national first-class expert researcher, who served as the institute's director. Another researcher was beaten into a vegetative state. The police have now issued a top-level wanted order. Across the entire Federation, the suspect is male, approximately 175 to 180 centimeters tall, with a slim build. A reward of 100,000 credits is offered for information leading to his capture. A grainy image from a surveillance camera appeared on the screen, but Tang Jue could clearly recognize it as the moment he had grabbed the director by the neck and fled. Tang Jue had initially thought he wouldn't be recognized, but the face in the screenshot had been enlarged, making it perfectly clear who he was. Oh dear, I've got something in my eye. Emily, quick, blow it for me. Angelina urged loudly. Emily immediately leaned in and blew with complete focus, not stopping until the news report had completely finished. Only then did Angelina's eye feel better. Honestly, this mud hut is always shedding dust. Once we save up enough to buy a proper house, this won't happen anymore, Angelina said, pinching Emily's cheek. Thanks, Emily. Seeing no sign of alarm from the mother and daughter, Tang Jue found it strange. Shouldn't they be screaming and rushing out to call the police? Besides, 100,000 credits should be enough to make someone like Angelina do anything right. Wasn't she willing to shelter a murderer for that amount today? There must be a reason for such an anomaly. Tang Jue believed in that old saying. But Angelina and her daughter never asked him anything. Not where he came from, nor where he was going, nor what he had done before, nor what he planned to do now. They asked nothing, and he in turn asked them nothing. All they knew of each other were their names. So Tang Jue didn't intend to pry. If this mother and daughter were the type to hide daggers behind a facade, Tang Jue wouldn't mind adding 2 more missing persons to this world. Yet the Angelina mother-daughter duo showed no signs of anything unusual. Even as bedtime approached, neither had made a move to leave. This put Tang Jue's mind at ease. If they were willing to share a room with a killer for a whole night despite knowing the truth, it at least showed their relationship wasn't hostile. Perhaps it was because of his life-saving grace. In the end, Tang Jue could only attribute it to that. It was a plausible reason. Xiao Tang, how about this? I'll piece together some boards outside and you can make do in the kitchen, Angelina said, bustling about with a hint of guilt. If Tang Jue truly insisted on sleeping in the room, well, for the sake of the money, she and her daughter would have to move to the shack they called a kitchen. No need for such trouble, Tang Jue said, stepping out into the yard for a moment before returning with a hemp rope in hand. Angelina and Emily watched dumbfounded as Tang Jue tied each end of the hemp rope to the wooden stakes on either side of the shack. This makeshift shelter wasn't sturdy at all, the 2 stakes holding it up. More like wooden sticks, really. Were thinner than a person's wrist and would likely topple over in a strong gust of wind. Sleep well, Tang Jue said, leaping effortlessly and landing lightly on the rope. Angelina and Emily's mouths fell open wide enough to fit an egg as they watched Tang Jue settle down to sleep on that rope, even turning over with ease. Good heavens! Angelina and Emily gasped, waiting to see how long the rope would hold before pulling the stakes down, or when Tang Jue might roll off. But they waited for a long time until their bare feet in slippers grew icy cold before they finally went inside speechless to sleep. Mom, brother Tang is amazing. He must be a martial arts master, Emily whispered to her mother. He must be, Angelina affirmed. The people brother Tang killed must have been bad guys. Emily added. Why? Angelina asked curiously. Because brother Tang is a good person, Emily answered with firm conviction. Maybe so. Angelina sighed after a moment of thought. Emily, your brother Tang has never killed anyone. He's your distant cousin, got it. But he's different from us. He has black hair and black eyes. The black triangle doesn't check that strictly. I say he is, so he is. Enough, go to sleep. The voices from the room ceased abruptly. Tang Jue, who had been lying still with his eyes closed as if asleep, slowly opened them. Because brother Tang is a good person. That simple phrase from the little girl filled Tang Jue's heart with an indescribable warmth. Since Angelina and her daughter had chosen to interact with him, this way he could temporarily settle here without worry. As dawn began to break, Angelina stirred awake. Every day she had to sort through the electronic waste she'd collected the previous afternoon, before 10 in the morning, fixing what could be fixed as the second-hand market opened at 10. The encounter with Harry the previous afternoon had meant she'd come back empty-handed, which left Angelina feeling rather dejected. Still, she habitually woke up early, sitting at the head of the bed lost in thought for a long while. Angelina sighed. Damn it, I can't go back to the No. 1 electronic waste yard. From now on I'll have to go to the No. 2 yard, which is not only much smaller but also at least half an hour's walk further away. Thinking about the even harder days ahead, and the extra mouth to feed at home, Angelina's face clouded over with worry. She absent-mindedly got dressed and stood up, her head bumping into the little hand of Emily, who was sleeping on the bunk above. One of Emily's small hands had slipped out from under the blanket and was dangling over the edge of the bed. Angelina tucked it back under the covers and sighed. Might as well head to the No. 2 electronic waste yard now. Hopefully after Nobel Factory's recycling truck has come and gone, there'll be some new electronic waste delivered there. She tiptoed out of the room and froze. The hemp rope was still strung up in the shack, but Tang Jue was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Angelina muttered suspiciously. The small shed was so tiny that it could be seen at a single glance. Tang Jue was not under the shed. But it was so early. Where could he have gone? He must have left, Angelina guessed as she walked over to the hemp rope. She had been curious about it since last night. How could such a thin rope, no thicker than a little finger, possibly support the weight of a grown man? Forget the rope, but the 2 wooden poles that held up the shed. Angelina remembered clearly that she had once tied a line between them to hang her towel. Once, feeling confident, she had hung her bra and panties on it as well, and the 2 poles had buckled under the weight and collapsed, forcing her to ask a neighbor to help her rebuild the shed. If it couldn't even hold a few pieces of hanging underwear, how could it possibly support a person? Curiosity clawed at Angelina's heart like a kitten's tiny paws, scratching and itching until she could no longer resist. She reached out and gently pressed down on the hemp rope. Expecting it to give way, she had planned to apply pressure gradually. But to her surprise, the moment she touched it, the rope snapped back with a whump, startling her into taking 2 hurried steps backward. Yet she still couldn't dodge the 2 wooden poles that whipped through the air with a whistle, striking her squarely on the head. Angelina crouched down in pain, and then the straw mat came tumbling down over her head along with a cloud of dust. Covered in grime, tears streaming down her face, she thought, what did I ever do to deserve this? Crawling out from under the mat, she caught sight of a blurry shadow flashing past her. She quickly followed it with her eyes, and saw the figure darting back and forth across the yard at incredible speed. The yard was cluttered with piles of electronic waste, sorted into different categories. Normally Angelina herself would bump into this or that, making a clattering racket. Something she jokingly called her semi-automatic anti-theft system. Yet this blurry shadow moved without making a single sound. The figure moved with astonishing speed, traversing the small yard countless times in the blink of an eye. Each pass took a different route, yet it never once collided with anything. The sky was still dim with the early dawn. Unable to see clearly, Angelina felt her palms turn ice-cold, certain that she had never witnessed anything so eerie in her entire life. Suddenly Angelina felt as though time had slowed down, but she quickly realized it wasn't time that had slowed. It was the rapidly moving shadow that was decelerating. The blurry figure gradually slowed, and by the time it reached Angelina it was moving at a crawl. But she had the strange illusion that this figure seemed to be dragging a trail of afterimages behind it. Finally he stopped in front of Angelina. She stood there dumbfounded for a moment, then greeted him, "Morning, little Tang." "Morning." Tang Jue's eyes, bright as stars, gazed at Angelina calmly. He thought that if she asked it was probably time for him to leave. But Angelina didn't ask even though her curiosity was like ants swarming over a bald head. I need to head out early to the No. 2 electronic waste yard. If you're not going, just wait at home. Emily will make breakfast once she's up. Angelina said, choosing to trust this dangerous young man. Men die for wealth, birds die for food after all. Besides, having come this far, she no longer had the luxury of disbelief. Tang Jue's gaze shimmered like two sharp swords piercing straight through Angelina's heart. But Angelina did not flinch or look away. Something that was clearly beyond the capability of an ordinary woman. I'll go, Tang Jue said. It wasn't that he didn't trust Angelina. If a mother willing to entrust her own daughter to your protection wasn't worthy of trust, then there was nothing else in this world worth believing in. But Tang Jue knew the Black Triangle was no safe place. He had understood this viscerally from the very first time he met Angelina when she was in the middle of being assaulted. Since she had taken him in, he didn't want any harm to come to Angelina and her daughter. Besides, getting out and about would help him gain a deeper understanding of this world. That's wonderful. Angelina breathed a sigh of relief. She picked up 2 large backpacks, tossed one to Tang Jue, and slung the other over her own shoulder. After locking the door, the two of them headed out. We need to be very careful going at this hour, Angelina cautioned Tang Jue. Every waste yard is controlled by someone. If you want to scavenge there, you have to pay a monthly fee. Every morning at this time, and before the Nobel Factory's recycling truck arrives in the afternoon, no one is guarding the yards. Because at this hour in the morning, they're still in bed. And they don't dare let the Nobel Factory people know they're making money off this, so at least an hour before the recycling truck shows up, they've already cleared out. Tang Jue listened silently. Though Angelina was a bit talkative, he didn't find it annoying. From her words, he could sense the hardship of Angelina and her daughter's lives. They were like scavengers picking at the scraps of others' leftovers, barely clinging to existence in the cracks between prosperity and destitution. I hope the heat dies down at the No. 1 electronic waste yard soon. Either way, the chances of finding something good are higher there, and it's closer too. Angelina rambled on, and soon the two arrived at the No. 2 electronic waste yard. Stick with me and watch how I scavenge. You need to learn some basics about electronic products first. Angelina said, sifting through the junk while explaining to Tang Jue, see this. This speaker actually just has one key wire broken. If we reconnect it, it could sell for a good price. Tang Jue continued to listen in silence, but he was memorizing every word she said and every move she made. He was an unparalleled genius with exceptional memory and keen comprehension, and he learned with remarkable speed. Angelina had no idea that Tang Jue was a man from ancient times, so she thought his rapid learning, while impressive, was still within the realm of ordinary human capability. Had she known that Tang Jue was touching electrical appliances for the very first time, she would have been utterly astounded. And Tang Jue, for his part, had no idea that this electronic knowledge was not common to ordinary people. This world was alien to him, and he simply assumed that everyone here knew such things. But both of them tacitly refrained from asking about each other's past, giving one another space, and thus they were able to coexist in peace. The eastern sky began to lighten with the pale glow of dawn. Angelina hastily urged Tang Jue, quick, quick. If they catch us here, we're done for. Tang Jue naturally didn't care about them. But since Angelina said to leave, then leave they would. Yet it seemed the more one feared something, the more likely it was to happen. No sooner had Angelina and Tang Jue descended from the scrap heap than they saw 3 extremely burly men waiting below, brandishing gleaming machetes. They're here. Angelina's face turned deathly pale. Seeing the large backpacks Angelina and Tang Jue carried, the 3 men burst into mocking laughter. Each of them had a row of crooked, unintelligible characters tattooed on their foreheads. The leader, a man with a scar that nearly split his face in two, had a nearly burnt-out cigarette but clenched diagonally in his mouth. He sneered, hey, bitch, you were right, they're here. We're doomed, we're doomed. Angelina nervously grabbed Tang Jue's wrist. In a woman's subconscious, she always seeks to rely on a man. I heard this No. 2 electronic waste yard is under the Black Dragon Gang's control. Little Tang, I beg you, please just be patient for now. Let me handle everything. I have a way. Don't do anything. Angelina spoke rapidly, her fingernails unconsciously digging into Tang Jue's skin. Although she was someone who had seen the world, she couldn't hide the terror in her heart at this moment. Tang Jue looked at Angelina, who shook her head with a pleading expression. The reason she had said all that was precisely because she feared Tang Jue would erupt and kill. Harry was one man, but the Black Dragon Gang was a gang. A dark force ranked second in Ruishing City, a vast power with thousands of desperados. Tang Jue could kill Harry, and Angelina believed Tang Jue could kill these 3 men as well, but could Tang Jue kill thousands of people? Could Tang Jue single-handedly oppose the entire dark force? Tang Jue wasn't from this world, and he didn't find a mere 2-bit gang anything to fear. In his former era, it was commonplace for a first-rate master to level a bandit stronghold of several hundred people in a single night. But since Angelina begged him not to act, he would temporarily restrain himself and see what solution she had in mind. Coming down from the scrap mountain, Angelina bowed deeply with a terrified expression, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry for troubling the big shots of the Black Dragon Gang. This is my first time here, I don't know the rules. I'll offer all the things I scavenged to you big shots. Please just let us pass. I beg of you. This wasn't the first time Angelina had been cornered. When she was at the No. 1 Electronic Waste Yard, she had done the same thing when blocked. The other gang managing the No. 1 Electronic Waste Yard appreciated such a sensible approach. Since most of the lower-ranking members of the Dark Forces came from poverty, they wouldn't make things difficult for Angelina after she said that. That's right. We're the Black Dragon Gang. The scarred man spoke the cigarette, but bobbing up and down in his mouth, his eyes revealing ferocity. Don't know the rules, huh? We'll teach you. Yes. Angelina, trembling with fear, placed the scavenged items in front of her. This was her little scheme. She knew they wouldn't accept them. These scraps might fetch a decent price if she repaired them, but to the Black Dragon Gang members they were just garbage. Who the hell wants this? A blond man stepped forward and kicked the items far away. Tang Jue's gaze turned cold, but he saw Angelina quickly turn back her eyes, begging him to endure. Tang Jue couldn't help but shake his head, slightly, a profound sense of disappointment welling up inside him. Is that pretty boy your little lapdog? Ha! The scarred man stared coldly at Tang Jue. Tang Jue's earlier icy glare hadn't escaped his notice, but Tang Jue's inaction left him feeling both disappointed and bored. These pitiful commoners really brought no amusement. The scarred man suddenly reached out, grabbed Angelina by the hair, and yanked her in front of him, sneering, "Not bad. You've kept your figure quite well. Let her go," Tang Jue said calmly, his fingers gently rotating the golden ring on his hand. As if sensing Tang Jue's anger, Yao Jin's scales bristled. Tang Jue was soothing the hot-tempered Yao Jin, who had a strong protective instinct. Whenever someone posed a threat to its master, Yao Jin would attack. He had many ways to kill these three thugs. One bite from Yao Jin would topple even an elephant. Using Yao Jin on these three was simply overkill. Let her go. Ha! And why should I? The scarred man laughed recklessly, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. The blond man also came forward with a lewd grin, reaching out to grab Angelina's chest, while the bespectacled man, not wanting to be left out, moved to grab her from behind. Tang Jue's gaze sharpened. Angelina's face showed a look of humiliation, but her eyes still signaled to Tang Jue to endure, don't resist. Living in this black triangle, Angelina had long since resigned herself to her fate. Being groped or harassed was a common occurrence. As long as she could survive, she would endure. If she could just save up enough money, she could take Emily and move to another planet. She heard that Dueled Star was the most beautiful planet of all. But if Tang Jue killed these three, they would likely face an unending, relentless pursuit from the Black Dragon Gang. Even if they moved to another planet, they wouldn't escape. Angelina hoped Tang Jue would endure, even if it meant sacrificing her own dignity. Useless man. How boring. The scarred man was already convinced Tang Jue didn't dare to resist. They had played this game of humiliating a woman in front of her man many times before. After the first few who dared to resist had their limbs chopped off and thrown into the quarantine zone, no one ever dared to fight back again. He looked at the pretty boy with contempt, but his gaze froze. Where is he? The scarred man clearly remembered seeing the pretty boy standing just 5 or 6 meters away a moment ago. How could he have vanished in the blink of an eye? Ah! 2 screams sounded almost simultaneously from the scarred man's sides. Then blood flashed and warm liquid splattered onto his hands and body, sending a jolt of fear even through a man so accustomed to the sight of blades and blood. Angelina was even more terrified, her face turning ashen. Just as the loathsome hairy hand was about to touch her chest, a cold flash of light streaked by. The hand flew off with a spray of blood, leaving behind only a bare bloody stump. Ah, no! Angelina gasped, her small hand flying to cover her mouth as her heart sank to its lowest point. After injuring someone, this matter could never be settled peacefully. My hand! The gold watch man and the glasses man each cradled their bloody stumps, wailing in agony. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man noticed that the pale-faced youth had somehow appeared just 2 steps away from him. Tang Jue's gaze was icy cold, as if he were looking at dead men. The cold star dagger in his hand danced between his fingertips like a cyan flame, yet it was not stained with a single drop of blood. Daring to bully us, the Black Dragon Gang. You're dead meat. The scar-faced man released his grip on Angelina and pointed viciously at Tang Jue, but suddenly felt that his wrist felt strangely empty. The scar-faced man froze, and upon closer inspection found that the space in front of his wrist had somehow become completely empty. Where's my hand? The scar-faced man roared in terror, only now feeling the searing pain at his wrist. He then saw his own hand, severed cleanly at the wrist, still tightly clutching Angelina's hair. What a fast blade! Though a desperate outlaw by nature, the scar-faced man, despite being terrified to the core, was driven by the excruciating pain to summon a fierce, reckless resolve. Using his remaining left hand, he drew a machete from the small of his back. His pupils dilated sharply, gleaming with murderous intent. Your blade may be fast, but mine is no slower. Die! The scar-faced man bellowed, delivering a fiercely savage chop. He was renowned as the swiftest blade in the Black Dragon Gang. He had once achieved the glorious feat of single-handedly slaying 9 opponents in a row. Angelina was blinded by the flash of the blade and screamed, helplessly covering her head. Too slow. Tang Jue gave a slight shake of his head. To his eyes, the scar-faced man's desperate strike seemed to move in slow motion. He waited calmly until the machete was right before his face, then extended a right hand so delicate that even a virgin would feel ashamed. Pressing his thumb against his middle finger, he casually flicked it against the blade's edge. A crisp ting rang out like the clash of metal. Then, with a series of sharp whoosh sounds, the machete's blade shattered, sending half of it spinning far away. The residual force of that single flick traveled through the broken blade and slammed into the scar-faced man's body. He let out a muffled groan, his massive frame flying backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing into a large trash bin with a loud thud. The other 2 men, both with severed hands, were utterly stunned by Tang Jue's earth-shattering flick. Their eyes couldn't even keep up with the speed. They hurriedly turned around only to see 2 long legs sticking out of the trash bin. They were the scar-faced man's. Brother 6. The 2 men rushed over to pull him out, but the scar-faced man lay limp and crumpled inside the bin, his eyes filled with terror. He gasped, Don't move. It's broken. Call for backup." He wheezed, barely managing to issue the order. The 2 men quickly acknowledged, raising their wrists. But the gold watchman's face fell. The wrist bearing his communication watch had been severed. Fortunately, the glasses man had lost the opposite hand. The glasses man raised his wrist and pressed a button on his watch. At that very moment, 2 sharp whoosh sounds cut through the air. The 2 men's eyes instantly went vacant, and in the next second they pitched forward, their upper bodies tumbling into the trash bin. Staring at the gleaming needletails embedded in the backs of his subordinates, next the scar-faced man's eyes bulged, and he forgot to breathe. What on earth was happening? When Angelina timidly lowered her hand and saw the scene, she was scared out of her wits. Tears streamed down her face unbidden as she wailed. "It's over, it's completely over now. Didn't I tell you to be patient? Why didn't you listen to me? I had a plan. Your plan I am not satisfied with." Tang Jue gave her a deep, penetrating look. He truly couldn't understand why so many people would choose endurance over death. Was living without dignity truly so appealing? You will all pay for this." The scar-faced man, even in his current state, remained vicious and ruthless, gnashing his teeth as he threatened Tang Jue. "Anyone who dares to mess with the Black Dragon Gang will only meet death. Our boss will slaughter everyone in your entire slum." "So noisy." Tang Jue blurred into motion, a trail of afterimages following him as he covered the 7 or 8 meters in an instant. He coldly looked down at the scar-faced man in the trash bin. The man felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, a bone-chilling coldness seeping through him. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, and under Tang Jue's gaze, he was too terrified to utter a single threat. What do we do? What do we do?" Angelina paced back and forth in a panic. "No matter how we dispose of them, traces will be left behind. With today's advanced technology, finding us would be far too easy. They're not like Harry, just a nobody in the slums. The power of these dark forces is truly terrifying." Just then Angelina suddenly caught a whiff of an incredibly foul odor. At first the smell was faint, but it gradually grew stronger and more pungent. Angelina hurriedly covered her nose with both hands, yet the stench seemed to force its way into her nostrils relentlessly. "Cough, cough, what smells so awful?" Angelina turned around and saw the large trash bin containing the 3 Black Dragon Gang thugs emitting waves of thick yellow smoke. "This is..." Angelina watched in utter shock as Tang Jue tossed the other 2 half-bodies, still hanging over the bin's edge, inside. This filled her with intense curiosity, for she distinctly remembered seeing just a moment ago that the bin had been completely full. Tang Jue did not answer. Driven by overwhelming curiosity, Angelina leaned in for a closer look and instantly turned pale with terror. It turned out that the flesh of the 3 burly men inside the bin was rapidly corroding at a visible rate, with what appeared to be a layer of green flame burning on their surfaces. Just like paper being consumed by fire and turning to black ash, the bodies of the 3 men were gradually turning black, becoming brittle and shrinking. Ugh! Angelina quickly turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. But the moment she did, she vomited, heaving up her dinner from the previous night. "Now you have nothing to worry about," Tang Jue said, indifferently, giving the large trash bin a light kick that sent it flying into the air. As the bin tumbled through the air, a cloud of black ash scattered into the sky, drifting away on the wind. When the breeze passed, the ash blended into the soil, leaving no trace behind. The trash bin landed still right side up, looking as if it had never been moved at all. Too brutal. Angelina's mouth twitched. She couldn't believe that this delicate-looking pretty boy could be so ruthless. Those Black Dragon Gang guys were truly ridiculous, daring to act tough in front of this cold-faced god, as ignorant as playing mechs in front of Sun Jindong, the federal war god. Where are their communicators? Angelina suddenly remembered something crucial, and quickly reminded Tang Jue. The watches on their wrists. Tang Jue opened his fair and delicate hand, revealing 3 silver-glinting wristwatches in his palm. Green fireberry, a strange plant that looks like an unripe strawberry. Firefly powder made with green fireberry as its main ingredient. When sprinkled on flesh, generates green flames that can burn away not only flesh but also any attached cloth, reducing everything to ashes. It could be called the perfect remedy for destroying evidence, with the only drawback being its inability to burn metal. That's why Tang Jue had already removed the wristwatches from the 3 burly men. Right. Angelina quickly nodded, about to suggest finding a way to destroy the 3 watches when she saw Tang Jue press his hands together, rub them lightly, and when he opened them again, the 3 metal watches had already become a lump of iron. Hiss! Angelina gasped. Those watches were made of metal. Even if they were dough, kneading them into a lump wouldn't be this easy. She couldn't help but stare at Tang Jue's hands a couple more times. These hands were so elegant that any woman would envy them. How could such fair, tender hands, which one would worry about scraping if they touched rough things, be so formidable? Let's go quickly. Despite gaining a deeper understanding of Tang Jue's brutality, Angelina still hurriedly pulled him away, resolving never to come back to this no. 2 electronic scrapyard. Not long after they left, 2 cars sped in, one after another, screeching to a halt at the base of the scrap mountain. From the front car, several burly men with strange characters tattooed on their foreheads rushed out, iron bars in hand. They aggressively searched the entire scrapyard but found nothing, and had to dejectedly return to the cars. By then the rear car's window had already rolled down, revealing a massively obese man in a black suit and sunglasses occupying the entire back seat alone. The obese man sweated profusely. His right hand, which had only 3 fingers, clutched a handkerchief, continuously dabbing at the sweat on his forehead and chin. His dabbing gesture was peculiar, using his 3 fingers to pinch the handkerchief and gently touch again like a shy girl. Boss Pang, nothing. A man with a dragon tattoo on half his shoulder reported dejectedly to the obese man with only 3 fingers on his right hand. Can't rely on anyone for anything, sigh. The obese man grumbled, wiping his sweat while struggling to squeeze out of the cramped car. His walk could only be described as earth-shattering. After exiting the car, he casually unbuttoned his suit jacket, revealing a mass of white flabby flesh. With each step, the waves of fat on his belly churned dizzyingly. The burly men all kept their heads down, not daring to breathe loudly, following behind the obese man, Brother Pang, as he circled the scrapyard. Brother Pang also found nothing but refused to lose face in front of his underlings. He could only snort coldly. He thinks he left no trace, but doesn't know that a lack of flaws is the biggest flaw. The men were stunned by Brother Pang's words, feeling he was truly extraordinary and divine to have found a suspicious point even in this. In the entire Black Triangle, the only ones who could pull off something so silent and clean are the Yamada Society from Jiangmin City. Brother Pang dabbed his forehead with his 3-fingered handkerchief. But we've always kept our distance from the Yamada Society. They have no reason to suddenly attack us. Listen up. The burly men immediately perked up their ears, awaiting orders. Ajietuoba Xiaomao, take your men out and investigate. Not just the Yamada Society's recent movements, but also any unfamiliar faces that have entered our Ruishing city recently. Find them all. Brother Pang issued the orders, then shifted his massive frame and squeezed back into the car. As he plopped down, the car visibly sank and the driver's mouth twitched subtly. Waving his little handkerchief, Brother Pang said, "Let's go." Unaware that someone had seen through his flaw, Tang Jue had already returned to Angelina's home with her. Emily was already up and had made breakfast. Although it was porridge so thin you could see your reflection coming back to a warm bowl of porridge, was still heartwarming. However, Angelina's nonchalant demeanor upon returning home made Tang Jue think she would have made a better actress. After finishing the porridge, Angelina took out the reparable appliances and began fixing them one by one. Tang Jue watched attentively from the side, occasionally asking a question, and Angelina would explain patiently. As a result, Angelina's pace slowed considerably. Before 10 in the morning, she had only repaired a single printer. Normally, in the same amount of time, she could fix at least 3 appliances. Emily and I are going to the flea market. Stay home and don't wander around, Angelina cautioned. Although the Black Triangle was a place where dark forces ruled, if a federal criminal were involved, plainclothes police would still venture in to conduct searches. Tang Jue nodded, picked up Angelina's tools, and asked, "Can I give it a try? Use the junk in the yard to practice on. Those things are useless anyway. But don't throw away the parts you remove. I'll need them later." Angelina casually agreed. The junk piled up in the yard were things even she couldn't fix, so in her eyes they were truly worthless. "Go for it, Brother Tang." Emily pumped her little fist, her big watery eyes full of anticipation. "Hope you've fixed one by the time we get back." Angelina gave her daughter a firm tug and shot her a glare as she turned around. Emily blinked her big eyes, completely oblivious to what she had said wrong. How could he fix them? Those are things even I can't fix. Once outside, Angelina poked her daughter's forehead. If you say that and he hasn't fixed anything by the time we get back, won't he lose face? What if he gets angry and kills us to silence us? Brother Tang wouldn't just kill people. He's a good person. Emily argued defiantly, though she had to admit in her heart that if Mom couldn't fix them, Brother Tang probably couldn't either. But still, she really hoped he could. After Angelina and Emily left, Tang Jue searched the junk in the yard for a suitable machine to practice on. He selected a computer tower and decided to start with that. After removing the computer tower's casing, he took out the motherboard, which was covered in circuits more complex than a spider's web, along with various chips, expansion slots, and external ports. Covered in dust, it looked incredibly difficult to even know where to start. Tang Jue's eyes locked onto the dense circuits. If one looked closely, they would see his pupils shrinking to a pinpoint like a single ray of sunlight filtering through a gap in layers of leaves. Tiny yet bright. The Tang Sect had a specialized eye training method called the 1,000 Mechanisms Eye. This art had 5 levels: observing fish, spirited like a wheel, discernment, and heart's eye. The first level, observing fish, involved watching thousands of koi in a pond. When a handful of fish food was thrown in, one could quickly capture the changes. Which fish leaped out of the water, which ate the most food, which never got any. Everything entered the eye. Those koi all looked nearly identical, jostling and darting around each other, making them extremely easy to confuse. But at the pinnacle of the observing fish realm, one could even track the movements of 2 or more koi simultaneously. The second level, spirited, allowed the surrounding scenery to seem to slow down. Of course, it wasn't actually slowing down. It was the eyes that sped up. Tang Jue's capture of Yao Jin was thanks to this spirited level. At the peak of the third level, like a wheel, when using the technique, a mosquito would appear as large as a cartwheel. This was the level Tang Jue had currently achieved. With his current like a wheel realm, when he squinted, the originally fine circuits seemed to suddenly enlarge like arm-thick pipes, winding and twisting. This made cleaning incredibly easy. Tang Jue used the cleaning tools to quickly wash the motherboard clean first, then began searching for the source of the problem. Tang Jue didn't have much professional knowledge, but he had extensive experience repairing hidden weapons and mechanisms back in the Tang Sect. He was the Grand Steward of the Inner 3 halls, the Hidden Weapon Hall, Firearm Hall, and Mechanism Hall. As the name implied, these halls specialized in hidden weapons, firearms, and mechanisms. As the Grand Steward, all these items had to pass Tang Jue's inspection before they could be put into practical use. He had no experience inspecting modern electronic machines, but inspecting hidden weapons, firearms, and mechanisms was his specialty. Tang Jue lightly placed his finger on the edge of the motherboard and gave a subtle flick. His true energy sent the motherboard into a high-frequency vibration. The vibration was extremely tiny and subtle, emitting a faint hum that no one else could hear. A faint hum resonated, though inaudible to others. It was perfectly clear to Tang Jue's ears. The Tang clan possessed a unique auditory training method, known as the Di-Ting ear. This Di-Ting ear technique had 5 distinct levels: ant stir, subtle insight, profound silence, heavenly hearing, and mystic listening. The first level, ant stir, when mastered, allowed one to hear even the crawl of an ant within a 10-foot radius. The second level, subtle insight, caused all sounds to slow down, as if time itself had decelerated. The third level, profound silence, amplified all surrounding movements, allowing one to hear sounds from miles away when focused. It was this profound silence ability that Tang Jue had used when he fled the research institute, hearing the pursuing mechs behind him. His current mastery of the Di-Ting ear was at this third level. Consequently, the frequency vibrations of the motherboard could not escape Tang Jue's ears. In a healthy component, the frequency vibrations flowed as smoothly as silk. However, when a problem arose, it would stand out like a jarring, discordant note in a melody. Not only was he listening, but Tang Jue was also observing with his eyes. The frequency vibrations of a faulty component were distinct, either faster, slower, or completely erratic, and this was equally clear to his sight. As the motherboard's vibrations gradually ceased, Tang Jue had already identified all the problematic areas. Since they had only sold 1 printer that day, Angelina and Emily had returned home early. Going home early was a source of joy for Emily, but Angelina's heart felt heavy. The No. 2 electronic waste yard was off limits, and the heat at the No. 1 yard hadn't died down. With only 4 such yards in all of Ruishing City, the thought alone made Angelina despair. Angelina wearily pushed open the door and saw Tang Jue sitting cross-legged on the floor, tinkering with a refrigerator. Behind him, a pile of various electrical appliances had already accumulated. "Brother Tang." Emily giggled as she rushed towards him, trying to pull him up, but Tang Jue quickly waved his hand, signaling her to stay back. Emily paused, then obediently watched from the side. Angelina observed Tang Jue, who was holding the refrigerator with a grave expression, his eyes fixed intently on it, his ears twitching occasionally as if in a daze. Startled, Angelina asked, "Tang, what's wrong?" Tang Jue remained silent. Angelina wanted to touch him, but remembering his terrifying skills, she restrained herself. The mother and daughter exchanged bewildered glances as they waited. Finally Tang Jue let out a breath, a faint smile of, "It's nothing special," crossing his face. He casually picked up some small stickers from the floor, and quickly placed them on the refrigerator's motherboard. Then he stood up and said, "I'm fine, I was just inspecting the appliances." Pfft. Angelina nearly choked. Inspecting appliances. Sitting there like a statue staring blankly counted as inspecting. She couldn't help but tease, "So Master Tang, how many appliances have you managed to fix this afternoon?" "Not a single one," Tang Jue replied. "Just as I thought." Angelina mused. Fixing electronics was never that easy. She recalled how in her own youth she had been dedicated to this craft since childhood, honing her skills to become one of the top electronic repair experts in the Black Triangle. If it weren't for the exorbitant material collection fees she refused to pay to the gangs, her business would undoubtedly be the best in the second-hand market. If even she couldn't fix these appliances, how could Tang Jue, clearly a novice, possibly succeed? "It's all right, I admire your spirit," Angelina said with a knowing, reassuring smile. "Not being able to fix it is normal. Electronic repair has no shortcuts. It requires years of accumulated experience. Take diagnosing the problem, for instance. That's the hardest part. Easily pinpointing the fault requires extensive repair experience. I don't know how to fix them, but I've marked all the problematic spots," Tang Jue said, waiting patiently for her to finish before pointing to the neatly organized appliances on the floor. "These are the ones." "What?" Angelina looked at Tang Jue in astonishment. After confirming he wasn't joking, she hurried over to inspect the refrigerator's motherboard. The small stickers on it, which she hadn't understood before, now made sense as Tang Jue's detected problem areas. Yet Angelina couldn't believe Tang Jue could have detected them. How could he possibly find issues that even she had missed? "This joke isn't funny at all," Angelina said, standing up. As the true expert in electronic repair, she spoke with the authority of experience. "Tang, I know you're eager to learn, which is why you spent all afternoon at it. But I'm telling you, you can't become a master overnight. Take it slow. If you want to learn, I'll teach you some basics whenever I have time. Now I need to start dinner. Emily, why don't you teach Tang some fundamentals first?" With that, Angelina headed into the kitchen. She was wary of Tang Jue's ferocity, but having seen much of the world, she knew that treating him like an ordinary person was the safest approach. While she was chopping vegetables, she suddenly heard her daughter's excited cheers from the yard. "Mom, come quick. Look at this." "A girl shouldn't be yelling like that, it's so impolite," Angelina muttered, but she didn't go out. But soon Emily came rushing in, her face alight with excitement, pulling Angelina's hand. "Mom, hurry, hurry. Emily, how many times have I told you a girl should? Hey, stop poking my back." Angelina was pushed into the yard by Emily, and her mouth formed an O of astonishment. She heard the distinctive humming of an old refrigerator running. The hum started relatively loud, around 40 decibels, before gradually diminishing to below 10 decibels as it continued operating. What shocked Angelina wasn't the hum itself, but the fact that this old refrigerator was actually running. Wasn't this the very one Tang Jue was inspecting when they came in? "Wah! What's going on? Am I hallucinating?" Angelina couldn't believe it and patted her ears to ensure she wasn't just hearing things. A smile played on Tang Jue's lips as he silently twisted the gold ring on his finger, offering no explanation. "Mom, I fixed the refrigerator following Brother Tang's marks," Emily shouted, jumping for joy, tears welling in her eyes. The young girl had never felt such a sense of accomplishment. She had learned repair from her mother, but this was her first independent fix. "What?" Even though Angelina had suspected it, hearing Emily confirm it left her speechless with amazement. She rushed over, opened the fridge, and reached inside, feeling the chill from the freezer compartment. At that moment Angelina realized that miracles truly could happen in this world. "My God!" Angelina clutched her head, utterly speechless. She looked at the pile of appliances beside Tang Jue, then lunged forward, grabbing her tools and starting to work on them according to his marks. It was completely dark by the time Angelina successfully repaired all the appliances. As she switched them all on, the flickering TV screen, the echoing sound from the speakers, the microwave's light, the electronic beep of the recorder. Angelina felt a surge of excitement akin to a first intimate encounter with a lover. The appliances Tang Jue had marked were all fixed. "This is incredible. How did you do it?" Angelina rushed over to Tang Jue, grabbing his arm and shaking it vigorously. "I don't know," Tang Jue replied. He couldn't explain, as doing so would inevitably expose his past. Angelina understood this and didn't press further, but she was still ecstatic. "Oh my God, this is wonderful. We're saved. We're saved." Previously, even as the most skilled repair technician in the Black Triangle, Angelina could only guarantee fixing about a third of the discarded items she salvaged. After all, things were thrown away because they were deemed unfixable. No one discards a working appliance. But if Tang Jue could identify all the problems, she could achieve a 100% repair rate. With the entire yard full of salvaged goods, ready to be fixed combined with the 100,000 Federation credits Tang Jue had given her, Angelina would finally have enough to emigrate to another planet with Emily. These were all items Angelina had salvaged over the years, too broken to fix but too valuable to discard. Now they had a chance at a new life. Angelina had been worrying about not being able to scavenge more goods, but now this problem had miraculously resolved itself. "Oh, you're an angel." Angelina couldn't resist giving Tang Jue a big hug. Emily also giggled and threw her arms around his waist. "Brother Tang is an angel." Held by the mother and daughter, Tang Jue couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. His instinct was to shy away from such close contact, but he didn't. At this moment the warmth and comfort from these two embraces felt incredibly reassuring to him. Thus Angelina no longer needed to scavenge for waste at dawn, or in the frantic hour before the Nobel recycling truck arrived each afternoon. Instead she spent her days at home repairing the discarded items that Tang Jue had marked for her. Over the course of a month, the number of second-hand electronics Angelina sold at the flea market grew steadily. Previously she had been the sole inspector and repairer, but now Tang Jue shared the burden of diagnostics. In time Tang Jue also mastered the art of repairing appliances, his rapid proficiency, leaving Angelina utterly astounded. Yet she never questioned how he came by such skills. Though their days together had forged a bond as close as family, Angelina maintained an unspoken boundary. She never pried into Tang Jue's past, just as he never inquired about hers. At the flea market Angelina's wares gradually earned a reputation. Each day her stall boasted not only the finest quality but also the greatest quantity of refurbished electronics. The adage that fame invites trouble holds eternal truth. One day as Angelina prepared to leave, her front door was kicked open with brutal force. The flimsy wooden door, which had only ever deterred the honest, shattered into splinters on the spot. A colossal figure so immense he could not fit through the doorway head-on stood blocking the entrance. He wore a golden middle-parted hairstyle, dark sunglasses, and a black suit hanging open to reveal a tattooed chest, and a belly swollen like a woman 9 months pregnant. In his right hand, which bore only 3 fingers, he clutched a handkerchief to dab the sweat from his brow. "Damn it!" the giant cursed, realizing he couldn't walk straight in. He tried to squeeze through sideways, only to get stuck at his stomach and rear. Enraged, the giant spun around and shoved the wall with both hands. With a thunderous crash, he toppled half of the crumbling earthen barrier. Dust and debris filled the courtyard, and Emily, shrieking in terror, dove into Tang Jue's arms. "This dump is filthy," the giant grumbled, then suddenly shook his entire body. The rapid vibration against the air produced a sharp crack. With that explosive sound, the dust clinging to him burst outward half a foot before drifting lazily back down to settle. A martial artist. A glint of amusement flickered in Tang Jue's eyes. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to encounter anyone skilled in combat arts. According to Li Lanqi, the very concept of martial arts or kung fu had become a historical relic supplanted by a fighting discipline known as Wei Shu. Though unfamiliar with Wei Shu, a single glance at the giant's stance and force application told Tang Jue everything. This man practiced external strength, and he had never even trained in the fundamental horse stance. As the old saying goes, 3 years of stance before entering the gate, master the horse stance before learning to fight. The horse stance forms the bedrock of countless martial schools, a foundational exercise for any aspiring fighter. Another proverb warns, practice forms without cultivating foundation, and in old age you'll have nothing. This means that learning only the choreographed routines of boxing manuals without diligently honing basic skills ultimately reduces one to mere flashy, superficial movements. Seeing that the giant, despite his toughened physique, had never trained in stances, Tang Jue gave a faint, disappointed shake of his head. Though Tang Jue held the giant in utter contempt, Angelina was scared out of her wits. Even a pig that hasn't eaten pork knows what a pig looks like. Brother Fatty, as the second in command of the Black Dragon Gang, was a formidable name not just in Ruishing City, but throughout the entire Black Triangle. Angelina stammered, "BB Brother Fatty, why are you here? Fatty's been slimming down lately, truly. Something's been weighing on my mind, killing my appetite. If this keeps up, it'll never do. Fatty can't afford to lose any more weight, tsk. Brother Fatty sighed, dabbing the deep crease between his chin and shoulder with his little handkerchief. "Ah, Brother Fatty, you see, I don't even have a place for you to sit." Angelina quickly changed the subject, pretending not to hear his words. The matter weighing on Brother Fatty's mind could only be the killing of 3 Black Dragon Gang members by Tang Jue at the No. 2 Electronic Waste Yard. Angelina dared not follow Brother Fatty's lead in that conversation. "No need to sit, the matter is simple enough." As he spoke, Brother Fatty cast a casual, dismissive glance at Tang Jue. This young man looked no different from any ordinary person. No bulging temples, no sharp gleam in his eyes. His skin was fair and delicate, and his hands were more refined than a woman's. He bore none of the hallmarks of a Wei Shu master. It was baffling how Old Six and his 2 companions had met their end. At the thought of Old Six, a tick tugged at the corner of Brother Fatty's eye. Old Six was the youngest of the 5 brothers who had first followed him into the game. Those 5 brothers had fought through life and death trials with him, and by the time they carved out their territory only 3 remained. Old Six's death was utterly unacceptable to Brother Fatty. He was determined to find the killer no matter what. Perhaps this young man wasn't the culprit. But having combed through all of Ruishing City this past month, leaving no suspicious person unchecked, he certainly wouldn't overlook this one either. Brother Fatty raised his 3-fingered right hand, the handkerchief fluttering like a flag in the wind. Take him away. Yes, sir. Behind Brother Fatty stood 2 burly thugs, though his sheer girth, like a massive human bear, had completely obscured them from Angelina's view. The 2 thugs stepped forward in response, charging at Tang Jue with murderous intent. Brother Tang. Emily clung tightly to his waist, squeezing her eyes shut as tears streamed down her face. The little girl naturally didn't want Tang Jue to be taken, and her way of resisting was to add drag to the thug's advance. Though in doing so she only hampered Tang Jue's movements. Get lost! The 2 thugs moved to shove Emily aside with brute force, but suddenly a flash of finger shadows appeared before their eyes. A soft crack like the snap of a walnut being crushed pierced their eardrums. GHK. GHK. The 2 thugs let out strangled groans from their throats before their eyes rolled back and they crumpled to the ground. A Wei Shu expert. Brother Fatty froze in shock. He had seen it clearly. Tang Jue had lashed out with 2 lightning-fast finger strikes, the delicate fingertips severing his men's larynxes in a flash. Ruthless skill indeed. Angelina stood paralyzed, her every illusion shattered by Tang Jue's instantaneous devastating strike. But if that were the case, with such tremendous force halting his forward charge, his neck bones should have snapped as well. Why was he still alive? Fatty weighed over 200 gene himself, and with his forward momentum, he certainly carried more than 300 gene of force. Yet the opponent had stopped his charge with a single gentle touch of 1 finger. Hiss! Fatty sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. The abrupt halt of his charge sent pain jarring through his body like a violent collision, but Tang Jue's unfathomable strength filled him with even greater shock. Recalling the sudden deaths of his 2 underlings moments ago, a chill ran down Fatty's spine. That black-clad youth's finger must have shattered their neck bones with a single instantaneous strike. Young man, I wonder what rank you've reached. Fatty took a deep breath, suppressing his trepidation. Having navigated a decade of bloodshed and flashing blades, his will had never been easily broken. Fatty's martial skill was nothing exceptional. Merely at the peak of the 2nd rank, shy of the 3rd. The grading system for martial skill was said to comprise 9 ranks in total. The standard for the 1st rank was the ability to defeat one-on-one any ordinary person who had not trained in martial skill. A category that included formidable individuals like seasoned veterans of 100 battles. The 2nd rank required defeating a siege of 3 first-rank practitioners. The 3rd rank defeating 3 second-rank practitioners or 10 first-rank ones, and so on, with this standard distinguishing ranks up to the 5th. Reaching the 5th rank demanded the ability to defeat 100 first-rank practitioners. Commonly known as being a foe of 100. It also required the power to split a stone tablet with a single palm. Standards above the 5th rank existed, but they were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Thus those below the 5th rank were called guard disciples, while the 6th rank was known as guard master, the 7th as grand guard master, the 8th as heavenly guard master, and the 9th was venerated as guard god. Those at the grand guard master level and above were practically figures of legend, spoken of often but never truly witnessed by anyone. Yet this was not an absolute standard. A 3rd rank martial coach being slain by a desperate 1st rank outlaw was hardly news. Fatty himself had once killed a 3rd rank guard disciple despite being of a lower rank, and he was exceedingly confident in his abilities. He believed that martial rank did not determine life or death. Whether weapons were involved, combat experience, speed, strength, endurance, tactics, mentality, battle, instinct, opportunity. Unlike rank examinations, numerous factors influenced the outcome of a life or death duel. Moreover, Fatty trained in combat arts, not martial skill. The so-called art emphasized sudden lethal strikes, such as precisely knowing which rib to pierce from the left chest and to what depth to reach the heart. The ancients placed immense importance on such details. Similarly, when attacking from behind, there were various methods of choking, each suited to different situations. How many seconds to cause unconsciousness, how long to kill, all meticulously studied. For instance, when striking with a saber, one must never aim for the forehead lest the blade wedge into the bone and allow the enemy to counterattack. To inflict severe injury, one must cut across the muscle fibers, not along them. A cut along the grain heals in 7 days, but a cut across leaves lifelong consequences. Knowing how to endure blows and survive attacks was also a craft. A poorly received hit could kill with 1 strike, while a well-taken one might withstand 10 stab wounds. These two were the essence of art. Skill, on the other hand, focused on when a straight punch could land effectively, how to execute combination punches, how to chain kicks, and how to link leg attacks with rapid throws. These were the contents of skill. Art emphasized lethality, while skill emphasized landing the hit. The martial skill taught in the Federation nowadays, as the name implies, referred to skill. The art had gradually been lost, or instructors often glossed over it, as they themselves rarely had real combat opportunities. Overemphasizing skill while neglecting art, was a flaw of modern martial arts, greatly diminishing the lethality of attacks and yielding unsatisfactory results. But this did not mean art was extinct. Fatty practiced combat arts, which was why he had survived this long and risen to dominate his territory. So after calmly asking, "What rank are you?" Fatty suddenly struck. In that instant, the bear-like bulk of him moved with the agility that would shame a rabbit, launching himself at Tang Jue like a basketball hurled with force. "Is this all you've got?" Tang Jue narrowed his eyes, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. Brilliant as crushed diamonds, sharp as needle points. His thousandfold eye had reached the third layer, the wheel realm, making Fatty's movements appear agonizingly slow. Not just slowed, but every minute shift of Fatty's body was laid bare before Tang Jue's gaze. Seeing Tang Jue stand utterly motionless, as if frozen in fear, Fatty sneered inwardly, "Beneath my blade nearly 100 souls have fallen. This kid must be paralyzed by my killing intent." The cleaver in his hand was sharp and imposing, its edge even forged into a triangular shape for maximum lethality. Fatty slightly withdrew his blade hand, ready to thrust it into Tang Jue's chest the moment he closed in. One strike, one kill. Whoosh! The very air parted like silk before that triangular blade, a razor-sharp edge driving toward Tang Jue without a hint of hesitation. This was the quintessential assassination technique of combat arts. Covering the shortest distance at the fastest speed to pierce the body's weakest point, slipping between the bones straight into the heart. "Ah!" Emily cried out, clutching Tang Jue's waist tightly, her terror so profound she forgot even to weep. Angelina, however, displayed an extraordinary calm and decisiveness. She snatched up the pole of an integrated vacuum cleaner from the ground and swung it at Fatty's back. But Fatty was simply too fast. Before the pole in Emily's hands could reach him, he was already upon Tang Jue. The blade even reflected Tang Jue's eyes. But at that very moment, a flicker of hesitation crossed Fatty's mind. Why? Why did the youth's gaze hold no fear, no retreat, no despair? Only a calm so profound it chilled the heart, laced with thick mockery and contempt. Then he saw Tang Jue move. Tang Jue moved but a single finger. A blinding golden flash streaked before Fatty's eyes, and he suddenly found his forward charge halted mid-stride. A fair, slender finger had pressed against his Adam's apple in the span of a breath. Though it was but a fingertip, it bore the weight of 1,000 June. After midnight it would be Wang Pao's birthday. Unknowingly another year older. The walnut wood door of the office crashed heavily to the floor, cracking the wooden boards beneath it with a web of fissures. Fatty weighed over 200 pounds, and with his forward momentum, he must have carried more than 300 pounds of force. Yet his opponent halted his charge with just a single finger's gentle touch. Hiss! Fatty drew a sharp breath, his body aching as if struck by a collision from the abrupt halt, but Tang Jue's mysterious power filled him with even greater shock. Recalling how his two underlings had been killed in an instant moments ago, a chill ran down Fatty's spine. This black-clad youth's finger must have shattered their neck bones with instantaneous force. But if that were so, then with the massive force used to stop his charge, his own neck bones should have broken as well. Yet why was he still alive? Fatty, relying on his knowledge of martial arts, couldn't comprehend what had happened at all. This was the difference between internal and external cultivation. Fatty practiced external arts, while Tang Jue mastered both. This move is called the King of Hell's Writ. When the King of Hell sends his summons, death is inevitable, Tang Jue casually explained, not speaking idly. The Tang Sect possessed numerous unique arts. Internal cultivation, poison techniques, hidden weapon skills, lightness arts, finger training, hand training, eye training, and ear training. Though not as numerous as the Shaolin Temple's 72 arts, they were second to none in variety under heaven. The true essence of the King of Hell's Writ was not, as Fatty imagined, to sever neck bones with raw strength, but to use the fingertip as a conduit to inject internal chi into the body, instantly destroying the bone's blood vessels and nerves of the neck. Tang Jue's fingertip now pressed against Fatty's Adam's apple, yet kept him alive and unharmed because it was like drawing a bow. Fatty's forward force acted upon the bow, stretching its string tauter. Now Tang Jue had drawn the bow with the arrow poised at Fatty's throat, but held back without releasing. This was only possible with miraculous internal cultivation. Had it been external arts, Fatty would have died long ago. Hearing Tang Jue's words, Fatty dared not harbor a single doubt. Though the fingertip showed no sign of exerting force, Fatty felt as if an arrow truly pressed against his throat, cold sweat trickling down his back, his heart suspended in his throat, afraid to move even a hair. The ignorant are fearless. The more one knows, the greater the dread. The chill seeping from the fingertip made Fatty ask submissively, "What do you want?" He was after all a figure of boss status. Even in the face of death, he maintained his composure. "Swear you won't seek revenge against us," Angelina blurted out involuntarily. Neither Tang Jue nor Fatty paid her words any heed. They were utterly foolish. Fatty couldn't back down now, or he would lose his standing as a boss. Tang Jue couldn't relent either. One must uproot the weeds to prevent regrowth. Once enmity was forged, it could not end peacefully. In Tang Jue's memory, those who spared their enemies' descendants always met their end at those descendants' hands. "That's impossible. Our boss has a saying he repeats often, Those who offend our black dragon shall be punished no matter how far. Fatty's eyes flashed with defiance and ferocity. He knew the tougher he appeared, the less likely his opponent would kill him. Well said. Tang Jue extended his thumb and index finger, clamping them like a spider's venomous fangs on either side of Fatty's thick neck. Fatty was so obese that his chin seemed to rest directly on his shoulders, but Tang Jue's grip suddenly made it apparent that Fatty did indeed have a neck. Ugh! Fatty couldn't utter a word, as if a snake had been seized at its vital spot, his entire body rendered immobile. Then his massive frame, 6'5" in height, and weighing 254 pounds, was lifted effortlessly by just two of Tang Jue's fingers. Wow! Angelina and Emily gasped in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. This was an exaggerated scene that could only appear in movies. It reminded them of an animated film from a previous era about a mouse and a cat, where the little mouse constantly grabbed the cat by the scruff and tossed it around. The effect looked exactly the same as what they were witnessing now. Take me to your headquarters, Tang Jue said calmly, as if a feather drifted softly onto a lake's surface, stirring not a single ripple. You're insane. Angelina's eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets. They won't listen to reason. These people are dark forces, reckless desperados. Listen to me. Kill him now while no one's watching. Then we'll move to another city and no one will ever know. Fatty's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected this seemingly harmless middle-aged woman to be so decisive and ruthless in her actions. Who said I'm going to reason with them? Tang Jue replied casually, yet his words stunned everyone present into silence. Not going to reason? Then what for? Emily was too young to grasp the horror of it all. Angelina, though bewildered, trembled all over with fear. Wasn't this like leaping into a pit of fire? Fatty couldn't fathom Tang Jue's intentions, but it didn't matter. Once back at the Black Dragon Gang's headquarters, he was confident that not even the god of martial arts could escape alive. Long Beishan, before the age of 30, had been called Long Xiaochong, because his mother believed a humble name would make a child easier to raise. But at 30, he had finally built his own empire and founded the Black Dragon Gang. So after 30, he renamed himself Long Batian. No one dared call him Xiaochong anymore. Not even his mother. Of course his appearance suited the name Batian. Far better, 7'7" in height, built like a human tank. A loose-fitting suit clung to his massive frame like a second skin, and by stark contrast, the female secretary busying herself between his legs looked like a small, delicate toy poodle. When there's work, the secretary handles it. When there's none, handle the secretary. Right now Long Batian clearly had nothing to do. The bigger his business grew, the more leisure he enjoyed. But he relished this life. After half a lifetime of blood and blades, he'd once wondered what it was all for. Now he knew. The voluptuous, stunning secretary was a quintessential office lady. When she knelt between Long Beishan's legs in her tight pencil skirt, her hands and lips working in unison to serve him, he felt that the blood he'd shed in his early years hadn't been in vain. You little vixen, your oral skills just keep getting better. Long Batian massaged his bald head in pleasure, where a stark knife scar ran across it. A hideous mark like a baby's lips turned outward. Yet as his hand traced over it, he felt the pride of an athlete caressing a trophy, a soldier stroking a medal. Bang! The walnut wood door of the office crashed heavily onto the floor, cracking the wooden planks beneath it. Damn it! Long Batian cursed viciously, delivering a massive slap that sent his female secretary flying across the room, tumbling over the desk to land beside the fallen door. The sudden thunderous noise had startled her, and her jaws had clenched down hard, nearly costing Long Batian his manhood. Clutching his crotch with both hands, sucking in a sharp breath of cold air, Long Batian glared at the figure in the doorway, vowing that whoever it was, they were dead. But as his vision cleared, Long Beishan's eyes bulged wide. Who the hell was this guy? And why was he casually holding the boss by the throat? Tang Jue walked in nonchalantly, holding the portly man as delicately as if he were pinching a rose between two fingers, and stopped before the desk. The portly man's feet never touched the ground yet. He wasn't being choked to death. He had given up any resistance, or perhaps he simply couldn't resist. His legs dangled limply, swaying back and forth, and if not for his eyes still darting around wildly, everyone would have thought he was dead. As Tang Jue entered, a cacophony of footsteps followed, and a flood of men in black suits poured through the doorway. They were of all races, white, black, and yellow. But they shared a common trait: their burly physiques and fierce, menacing glares. With their second-in-command in Tang Jue's grasp, they dared not act rashly. They kept their distance, but the pressure they exerted was palpable. Dozens of men surged in, encircling Tang Jue completely, and the corridor outside was undoubtedly teeming with more. That, however, wasn't the most astonishing part. What was truly remarkable was the silence. Aside from the footsteps, the office and the corridor were utterly silent. Long Batian hastily adjusted his pants, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face before it hardened into a dark scowl. Boy, do you know the creed of the Black Dragon? Those who offend us shall be hunted down no matter how far. And so I am here, Tang Jue said with a faint smile. Even his smile on his cold, handsome face sent a chill down one's spine. Long Batian disliked this feeling, this unease. He snorted coldly. Boy, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've got my brother. Unless you plan on holding him forever, the moment you let go I guarantee you won't leave this building alive. Tang Jue let out a cold laugh and casually tossed the portly man to the ground as carelessly as one would discard a spent cigarette, but thud. The portly man's massive body hit the floor with a dull thud, a sound that echoed like a heavy hammer in everyone's hearts. A single question formed in the minds of every person there, including Long Batian. He actually let go. This was the headquarters of the Black Dragon Gang. This place was filled with the most ruthless thugs in all of Ruishing City. And he just let go. Everyone had been certain that Tang Jue was using the portly man as a shield, that he wouldn't dare release him. But they hadn't realized that the portly man was merely a guide. Li Lanqi's satellite positioning watch, though advanced, couldn't pinpoint which building was the Black Dragon's headquarters. If Tang Jue had held on to the portly man, Long Batian wouldn't have been too concerned. Hot-blooded youths who dared to kidnap a crime boss aren't common, but they do exist. They were always acting on impulse, and they always ended up dead young. But Tang Jue's casual dismissal of his hostage, his utter disregard for the overwhelming numbers against him, made Long Batian feel uncertain. His gaze towards Tang Jue shifted. Even in his own headquarters, Long Batian felt for the first time that things were slipping out of his control. The portly man on the floor finally let out a groan. Two men immediately rushed over to help him up and onto a nearby sofa. The portly man coughed and gasped for air. Although Tang Jue hadn't choked him, having his throat held for so long had left him weak. He couldn't speak, and even moving a finger required immense effort. Damn it! Who does he think he is? Kill him! Angry shouts erupted, and the enraged Black Dragon members itched to attack, but were halted by Long Batian's raised hand. The Black Dragon Gang was indeed the second largest gang in Ruishing City. At Long Batian's gesture, the entire office fell silent again. Long Batian's eyes flickered as he stared at Tang Jue, his mind racing. Who is this unknown kid? A member of the Axe Gang, the city's top gang. Impossible. The Axe Gang's claim to the top spot was solely due to their numbers. Over 100,000 strong. The Black Dragon Gang, though only 3,000 strong, were all elite fighters, everyone a seasoned warrior. Even the Axe Gang with their 100,000 wouldn't dare provoke them. Not the Axe Gang then. Could he be from another city's gang in the Black Triangle? Despite the constant skirmishes between the major gangs, there was an unspoken truce. But more importantly, even if he was from one of those gangs, so what? If he dared to kill my men, I'd cut him down just the same. Could he be from the Federation military? Long Batian's heart tightened, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Even if he was from the military, so what? The autonomy of the Black Triangle was a tradition that had been preserved since the founding of the Federation. The Federation had seen many civil wars over the centuries, but the Black Triangle was always the Black Triangle. He couldn't afford to overthink this. His men were all watching, waiting for his command. Long Batian gritted his teeth, wondering if his comfortable life had made him soft. Boy, I don't care who you are. Long Batian took a deep breath. As he made his decision, the aura of a dominant leader returned to him. Combined with his imposing height of over 2 meters, it was deeply intimidating. You are dead. Tang Jue's slender fingers gently twisted the golden ring on his left middle finger. The gleaming gold only accentuated the length and whiteness of his fingers. The overwhelming, suffocating aura that could stifle all of Ruishing City melted away when it reached him like snowflakes dissolving in the sunlight. His fingers turning the ring didn't even tremble. The motion was as steady and rhythmic as his breathing. Long Batian's threats had absolutely no effect on him. No, it wasn't a threat. In Ruishing City, when Long Batian said someone would die, they were never seen again after the next day. A crying child would fall silent instantly if his mother whispered that Long Batian was coming. Wait! Just as the Black Dragon brothers were sneering and raising their machetes, Tang Jue spoke. Long Batian raised his hand again, and the brothers of the Black Dragon Gang glared viciously at Tang Jue before reluctantly sheathing their machetes for the time being. What's the matter? Scared now? A smug smile curled at the corner of Long Batian's lips. Whoever this young man was, he was destined to die. But before death claimed him, Long Batian didn't mind letting him reveal his origins first. Tang Jue smiled faintly. Are all the members of the Black Dragon Gang gathered here? Ha! Long Batian was taken aback, not grasping the meaning behind Tang Jue's words. He instinctively replied, in this office. All 12 Hall Masters of the Black Dragon are here, but only half of the 24 Dragon Fangs are present. Suddenly recalling something, a flicker of fear and fury crossed Long Batian's face as he barked. Don't tell me you're here as a suicide bomber. Suicide bombings weren't common, given that few dared to embrace death, but that didn't mean they never happened. The most recent incident occurred a decade ago, when a small gang in the nearby Jinshan city was brutally oppressed by the city's dominant alliance. The gang's leader feigned surrender, and just as the alliance's head arrogantly trampled him underfoot, the fiery man detonated the explosives strapped to his body. That event had faded from memory over the past 10 years. Yet now as Long Batian suddenly recalled it, a cold sweat broke out over him. Given this young man's demeanor from the moment he walked in, it would be a miracle if he weren't carrying a bomb. The 12 Hallmasters and 24 Dragonfangs all staggered back 2 steps, startled by Long Batian's exclamation. Hastily Long Batian pressed a button on his large ring, and a beam of light descended from the ceiling. The beam of light enveloped Tang Jue precisely, with streams of green energy flowing along its surface. Though it appeared translucent and intangible, it effectively sealed off a small world within. Seeing Tang Jue trapped within the light barrier, the 12 Hallmasters and 24 Dragonfangs relaxed and broke into smiles. Heh. Long Batian's smug grin returned. Kid. Ever since the Alliance head was blown up by a suicide bomber 10 years ago, it served as a stark warning to us. Did you think we bosses were fools? Take a look at the interminable light barrier before you. It's the latest equipment. If you detonate a bomb, you'll be the sole performer and will be the finest audience. The interminable light barrier. Tang Jue reached out to touch the seemingly transparent barrier, but his fingers were rebounded, as if striking a solid wall. Do you understand now? Long Batian sneered twice. Too young you are. You must be regretting tossing aside that fat man so easily now, heh. His words lightened the atmosphere in the room, and the 12 Hallmasters and 24 Dragonfangs burst into laughter. Even the fat man panting on the sofa wore a satisfied grin. Trapped within the interminable light barrier, it was inconceivable that the kid could turn the tables. Tang Jue continued to calmly twist the golden ring on his finger. When Long Batian and his men were laughing their loudest, Tang Jue suddenly uttered a seemingly nonsensical remark. Do you smell the fragrance of flowers? What? Long Batian froze, his laughter ceasing abruptly. He took a deep sniff. It seems there is. Hey Mary, is that your perfume? The secretary, who had just scrambled to her feet behind them, shook her head in terror. No, it's not. Then you must be feeling dizzy and weak by now, right? Tang Jue's voice was calm, as if reciting an ancient legend, yet a chill ran through Long Batian and his men. Your laughter accelerated your blood circulation, and with your mouths open while laughing, the poison entered your bodies even faster. So I believe the effects should become quite apparent very soon. You! Long Batian clenched his iron fists, struggling to support himself against the desk. He had indeed felt a bit dizzy and weak earlier, but he had attributed it to his 3 rounds with Secretary Mary that day and hadn't paid it any mind. But now Long Batian realized. It was all this kid's doing. Thud thud. Like dumplings being dropped into a pot, the 12 Hallmasters and 24 Dragonfangs of the Black Dragon Gang collapsed to the ground, one by one, terror etched on their faces. They had never been in such a predicament before. What a waste. Tang Jue let out a soft sigh. The poisons of the Tang Sect were not inexhaustible. The reason Tang Sect disciples seemed to have an endless supply of poison while wandering the martial world was due to the relentless production of the 100 Poisons Hall, one of the sect's 36 divisions. The Shinong Hall was for researching poisons, while the 100 Poisons Hall was for manufacturing them. The Tang Sect operated on a well-oiled internal system, enabling it to dominate the martial world. But Tang Jue was alone. While crossing the quarantine zone, he single-handedly completed the tasks of testing and manufacturing poisons, effectively covering the functions of both the Shinong Hall and the 100 Poisons Hall. How could he possibly produce a large quantity of toxins? The 100 Blossom fragrance he now used was the only Mass Effect poison he had experimented with and created. It could be released into the air invisible and colorless, yet carrying a faint floral scent. Once inhaled, it induced dizziness, blurred vision, and profound weakness lasting for 2 hours. During that time, those afflicted by the 100 Blossom fragrance became like sheep awaiting slaughter. However, due to the sheer number of enemies, Tang Jue's only Mass Effect poison was completely depleted. That was why he felt it was such a pity. Using the infamous 100 Blossom fragrance, once feared throughout the martial world, on a group of petty thugs was a tremendous waste. That was a lethal poison that even the leaders of various sects couldn't escape back in the day. Ha ha ha. Long Batian, a true overlord in his own right, still managed to laugh at this moment. After his laughter subsided, Long Batian snarled. Kid, so what if your chemical poison fog is potent? You're trapped in my interminable light barrier right now. This barrier hasn't been used since it was installed, and its energy can last for a full 168 hours. I'll call the brothers outside to take us to the hospital right now, and you can starve to death in there, you bastard. You think this can hold me? Tang Jue's lips curled into a mocking smile, his gaze at Long Batian filled with contempt, like a wise elder looking upon an ignorant child. Nonsense. Even this can't trap you. Do you think you're a god? Long Batian forced a cold laugh. This barrier of endless light can't be broken even by a cannon. Stomp your feet. There's a 3-centimeter thick steel plate beneath you. This building was built by our Black Dragon Gang itself. A boss's office isn't a public restroom where you can come and go as you please. Why was there still no despair on his face? Long Batian thought anxiously. He had forced himself to speak these words, just to see despair on Tang Jue's face, but he was disappointed. Instead he saw a smile on Tang Jue's face. Tang Jue lowered his hand, casually swiping it by his side. A flash of cold light passed, and a sharp short dagger appeared in his hand. The cold star dagger. Don't be ridiculous. That's a 3-centimeter thick steel plate. It's not. Long Baitian started to taunt Tang Jue again, but was horrified to see the short dagger sink deeply into the floor with a soft thud. The entire 9-inch blade disappeared, stopped only by the 6-pointed star guard at the hilt. Long Baitian gasped sharply, and everyone else was stunned speechless. What kind of blade was this? Cut through steel like it was tofu. Tang Jue spun the cold star dagger around his body cleanly and swiftly. When the blade completed its circle and returned to its starting point, the circular section of floor suddenly gave way beneath him. Tang Jue vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only a hole about a meter in diameter in the barrier. It was only then that true fear gripped Long Baitian's heart. What kind of man was this? Meanwhile, the underlings in the corridor were slowly moving the injured out. The 12 hall masters and 24 dragon fangs were all high-ranking figures, their bodies layered across the floor. The underlings had to carry them from the outside unless they accidentally step on one of the big shots. A suicidal offense. Hurry! Stop dawdling! Move them now! Long Baitian roared with the last of his strength, slumping back into his leather chair, unable to support himself on the desk any longer. But it was too late. With a dull thud, the underlings blocking the doorway flew backward, as if struck by a typhoon, crashing into everyone standing behind them, and sending them all tumbling to the ground. No one dared to move. Everyone gasped for breath, staring at the young man in black, who appeared in the doorway with a mix of hatred and terror in their eyes. Attack! All of you attack! Long Baitian roared in desperation. There were still over 100 core members of the Black Dragon gang in the corridor. He wasn't at the end of his rope yet. At Long Baitian's command, the core members who could still stand both inside the office and in the corridor surged in like a mad tide. These were desperate men, all of them guardians, though most were only at the first rank. They had formidable physiques, and in their hands they held sharp blades. Kill him! Kill him! Long Baitian's heart screamed, but the blood that had boiled within him when he gave the order was now turning ice cold. The demon in black was like a man reaping wheat. With every swing of his short dagger, another wave of Long Baitian's brothers fell. Blood splattered everywhere like cheap red paint on a movie set, painting the world in a macabre masterpiece. Stop! Stop! Long Baitian screamed frantically. His brothers were not afraid of death. But Long Baitian couldn't bear to lose them, couldn't bear to watch. Countless brothers fell one after another. Even a piece on a chessboard makes a sound when it's captured. But these brothers, these so-called 3,000 dragon scales, fell without making a sound because there were already bodies on the ground to cushion their fall. The surviving core members of the Black Dragon gang slowly retreated, their hands gripping their machetes, trembling. Their bloodlust had dissipated with Long Baitian's cry to stop. When the red haze faded from their eyes, the utter devastation before them filled them with dread from the depths of their souls. Tang Jue didn't pursue them. He casually flicked the cold star dagger, sending the single drop of blood on it flying off to who knows where. The gleaming blade was spotless, just like him. It was precisely this effortless elegance with which Tang Jue killed that completely shattered Long Baitian's will to fight. He couldn't let his brothers who had fought and bled alongside him become toys for this man to stretch his muscles. You! What? What exactly do you want? Long Baitian was now like a cornered dog. There were still over 100 able-bodied core members in the corridor, but he had completely lost his fighting spirit. To take down a room full of people in the blink of an eye, to slice through specially made steel with a single stroke, to kick 5 or 6 men flying with 1 foot, to move freely among 100 enemies and take heads. This was entirely beyond his imagination. Those who offend me shall be punished no matter how far, Tang Jue said with a stern face, but then couldn't help but crack a smile. It was rare for him to make a joke. Unfortunately, no one present found the joke funny. This delicate-looking young man was a demon crawled straight out of hell. Tang Jue walked forward step by step, each footfall like a crack splitting open in the hearts of these big shots. Long Baitian facing him was terrified to the extreme. He had never felt such fear in his life, not even back when he was known as Long Xiaochong. But now he truly felt the fear because he knew that the man before him could take his life with even more ease than turning over his own palm. Tang Jue walked up to the desk, the only barrier between him and Long Baitian. To Long Baitian, he was now completely naked, and this desk was his only fig leaf. Tang Jue raised his arm and casually swiped it like a man using a glass cutter. With a soft sound, the massive solid wood desk so heavy that 2 men couldn't lift it split apart like a thin sheet of paper, toppling silently to either side. And so Long Baitian, stripped of his last fig leaf, stood trembling and exposed before Tang Jue. What's the matter? Scared now? Tang Jue discovered he was in a humorous mood today. It had been a long time since he felt this exhilarated. Living at Angelina's place these past days had been pleasant enough but somewhat stifling. To Long Baiyan's ears, however, these words were like a clap of thunder, because these were the very words he had spoken earlier. When he said them, he had already regarded Tang Jue as a dead man. So now Long Baiyan trembled, staring at Tang Jue in terror, wondering if Tang Jue was thinking the same thing about him now. No. Long Baiyan unexpectedly felt a surge of desire to beg for mercy, wanting to plead with this young man who was neither tall nor robust. In all his life he had never begged anyone, but now he almost wanted to, even though he still had several hundred brothers by his side. Yet those brothers seemed less useful than the scarecrows standing in the rice paddies. Well, give me a reason not to. Tang Jue smiled nonchalantly. I have a lot of money in my safe. A lot? Long Baiyan tremblingly offered his bargaining chip, hoping he could bribe this god of death. He knew it was impossible, but he had to probe what the other man truly wanted. Tang Jue's fingers gently spun the gold ring on his hand, utterly focused, as if he hadn't heard Long Baiyan's words. Then our Black Dragon Gang still has many properties spread across Ruishing City. Long Baiyan felt this was a generous offer, and his heart ached as he proposed it. This was what they had risked their lives for, but what else could they do? Not offering it would clearly lead to only one path, death. Half of the 12 Hall Masters of the Black Dragon Sect and the most elite of the 24 Dragonfangs were here. If this black-clad god of death wished, he could annihilate the Black Dragon Gang in the blink of an eye. And then there wouldn't even be anyone left to collect their bodies. Tang Jue's fingers shifted from spinning to rubbing his pale fingertips, gently stroking the scales of the golden ring, completely ignoring Long Baiyan's eyes, which were welling with tears. We also. Long Baiyan started to say more, but Tang Jue clicked his tongue impatiently. Forget it, I'll just give you a quick end. Ah no. Long Baiyan blurted out, and he wasn't the only one. After all these years of the Black Dragon Gang fighting and striving, what was it all for? Now that they had a comfortable life, who would want to die? They weren't afraid of death before because they had nothing to lose back then. They had nothing at all. But the problem was now they all had shoes. And not just shoes but boots. Genuine leather. They had houses, cars, wives, children, and money. They had finally seen the end of their hard times. With so many attachments, how could they bear to die? We can also serve you in any way you command. Long Baiyan finally said it, his heart filled with humiliation, but he had no choice. Tang Jue furrowed his brow, clearly pondering. Long Baiyan and his men's hearts tightened, all looking at Tang Jue with hopeful eyes, waiting for a single nod. How exactly will you serve me? Tang Jue's brow was still furrowed as he spoke, clearly skeptical, as words alone were not proof. We will do whatever you say. We can swear an oath. Even if you told us to die, we wouldn't bat an eye. Long Baiyan shouted hastily, forgetting all about dignity and pride. It was now or never. If the man decided to act, it would be a mere thought, and the lives of all his brothers would be lost. More importantly, Long Baiyan's parents were still alive, and he had 3 wives and 4 children. As long as the Black Dragon Gang existed, no one dared to touch them. But if the gang were destroyed, Long Baiyan shuddered, not daring to think further. If that's the case. Tang Jue smiled, faintly reaching into his leopard skin pouch and pulling out a small jade bottle. He opened the bottle and poured a dozen or so tiny blue pills into his palm, each no bigger than a grain of rice. This is poison, Tang Jue said, perfectly confirming Long Baiyan and his men's fears, their faces turning ashen. Don't be afraid, it's not a poison that kills instantly. Tang Jue flashed a smile, showing his teeth. This poison has a rather poetic name. One night of hibiscus, many tears of blood. Once ingested at midnight, you will begin to shed tears of blood uncontrollably. If you don't take the antidote immediately, you'll bleed out and die by dawn. Long Baiyan and his men listened, their faces turning pale, but inwardly they were somewhat skeptical. Was it really that miraculous? They had never heard of such a poison. Since you said you wouldn't even blink if I told you to die. Then come and take 1 pill each. There are only 14 here. Your leader, second in command, and the 12 Hall Masters will each take 1. The rest aren't qualified. Tang Jue smiled faintly. His poisons were hard to refine. With this single move, he had used up 2/3 of the stock he had accumulated in the quarantine zone. Well? Long Baiyan and the others looked at each other, clearly hesitant and fearful. All right then, let's make this quick. Seeing their reluctance, Tang Jue couldn't be bothered to argue. With a flick of his right hand, the cold star dagger appeared, glinting with a cold light. I'll take it. I'll take it. Long Baiyan lunged forward without hesitation, but his weak body gave way, and he stumbled and fell flat on his face. The other 12 Hall Masters, including Fatty, scrambled over as well. Poison or no poison, survival came first. That short dagger was even more formidable than a laser sword. Who would dare to test its edge? Watching Long Baiyan and the others swallow the one-night hibiscus, Tang Jue pulled out another small bottle and poured out 14 red pills. Another one. Long Baiyan and his men looked as dejected as frostbitten eggplants. This is the antidote. Tang Jue found their expressions amusing. I know you don't believe that the poison I gave you will make you cry tears of blood at midnight until you die. So I've prepared the antidote for you in advance. When you've come to believe my words, you can take it. However, this antidote doesn't eliminate the poison completely. It only guarantees your safety for 6 months. If you don't come back to me for more after that, you'll still die from crying tears of blood at midnight. How mystical. Long Batian and his men were dumbfounded. This defied all scientific explanation. But right now they had to listen to whatever he said, after all the knife was in his hands. You distribute them. Tang Jue handed the antidote to Long Batian. At this point everything was firmly under Tang Jue's control. The poison you had before will neutralize itself in about an hour. Well, 2 hours. There's only about an hour left now. I don't have an antidote for that one, so you'll just have to wait it out. After speaking, Tang Jue's gaze swept over every face in the room. His eyes were calm and indifferent, devoid of any aggression. But no one dared to meet his gaze. Though these men were once ruthless gangsters who killed without blinking, they now looked as pitiful and helpless as young girls who had just been violated. From this day forth I am your master, Tang Jue said with a faint smile and then departed gracefully. Watching Tang Jue leave with effortless grace, leaving behind only a perfect silhouette, these underworld bosses collectively let out sighs of relief. Long Batian collapsed to the ground, his expression shifting unpredictably, somewhat dazed. A man with triangular eyes lying not far from him gritted his teeth and gasped, "Brother Long, we're just going to take this lying down." The moment the question was asked, all eyes involuntarily turned toward Long Batian. Clearly this was not just one man's concern, but a question lingering in everyone's mind. What else can we do? Long Batian let out a helpless sigh. All 100 of them had been utterly dominated by a single person, and every leader had been forced to swallow his poison. What other options remained? The triangular-eyed man fell silent, but his gaze carried a veiled hint and expectation. You mean? Long Batian suddenly caught the implication, drawing in a sharp breath. Deploy that. The triangular-eyed man nodded firmly with resolute determination. No, that target is far too conspicuous. Even though the Black Triangle enjoys autonomy, the Federation has strict regulations forbidding us dark forces from possessing such things. If it were exposed, there would be serious trouble. Long Batian gritted his teeth, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Yet the triangular-eyed man's proposal was like opening Pandora's box, irresistibly alluring, stirring a deep temptation in Long Batian's heart. Unless absolutely necessary, Long Batian would never willingly submit to another's control. But now one of his subordinates had proposed a possible way to cast off the shackles. Though it carried additional risks, those risks seemed far more tolerable than the current predicament. Brother Long, the Black Dragon Gang can't just end like this. That kid may be formidable, but I refuse to believe his flesh and blood can stand against a mech. Even if the Federation discovers our mech, the worst they do is confiscate it. But before they get their hands on it, we'll force that kid to hand over the antidote, and then tear him limb from limb. Seeing Long Batian's resolve wavering, the triangular-eyed man pressed his advantage with even more forceful words. His inflammatory speech quickly won over the majority of those present. What you're saying isn't impossible, but what if we fail? What if we can't catch that kid? Then what? Long Batian remained hesitant. He wasn't normally an indecisive man. It was simply that Tang Jue had left too deep an impression on him. Whenever he recalled that proud, gaunt silhouette, Long Batian couldn't help but shudder. He had never encountered an existence so arrogant, so domineering, so disdainful of all worldly rules. Despite the fearsome reputation of mechs, deep down Long Batian couldn't help but doubt. Could a mech truly defeat that kid with his extraordinary prowess? Brother Long, you've disappointed us all. Even if you're willing to be that man's lackey, you should at least think about the rest of us. The triangular-eyed man suddenly raised his voice, his narrow eyes blazing with aggressive menace. Peter, watch your mouth. Big Brother gasped out hoarsely. This triangular-eyed man named Peter was the third in command of the Black Dragon Gang, and the leader of its first hall, wielding considerable authority within the organization. I'm speaking for the thousands of brothers in the Black Dragon Gang. Peter glared with his triangular eyes, shouting with righteous indignation, every single brother of the Black Dragon Gang. Every one of them is a true man who fought through blood and steel. Why should we be anyone's slaves? Since Long here has lost his nerve. Since he's scared, then let me be the one to step forward. I'm not afraid. The worst that can happen is death. I'll break these chains for our brothers. Peter's right. We won't be slaves. Peter, we follow you. Most of these underworld figures were reckless desperados, and Peter's words were like a shot of adrenaline. Nearly half of the hall leaders and their subordinates roared in support of Peter. This was also a consequence of Tang Jue's recent rampage, which had driven Long Batian's authority to an all-time low. Combined with Long Batian's reluctance to fight back, which had greatly disappointed everyone, it was only natural that Peter's uprising was perfectly timed. You! Long Batian stared at Peter in disbelief, suddenly realizing Peter was seizing this opportunity to seize power. Peter had always disguised himself well, but now at the critical moment, he had bared his vicious claws. Long Badian had to admit that Peter's bold move showed real ambition, yet it was also utterly devoid of loyalty. Peter, don't forget, Brother Long saved your life. Big Brother crawled over to Long Bation's side, his allegiance clearly. Well, literally. Lying with him. Yes, Long saved my life. But so what? Am I supposed to betray all these brothers just to repay one man's debt? That's not something I can do. Peter spoke with such feigned righteousness, as if he were the very embodiment of honor and loyalty. Long live Peter. We'll follow Peter. As waves of rebellious shouts washed over him, Long Batian nearly bit his lip until it bled. Big Brother cursed furiously, but his voice was utterly drowned out in the chaos. At that very moment, Tang Jue had just cornered Angelina and Emily at the mouth of an alley. In that narrow, shabby alley, Angelina and Emily were laden with bags and bundles, looking as if they were preparing to move out. Standing before Tang Jue, Emily wore a look of shame, while Angelina appeared dramatically astonished. My God, you actually came back. What exactly did you say to them? Why did they let you go? I told them what they were doing was wrong, and they accepted my point of view. Tang Jue bore no resentment toward the mother and daughter. If someone like Angelina were willing to die for another person, that would truly be a miracle. That's it. Angelina looked at Tang Jue with suspicion. That's it. Tang Jue nodded with a smile. Of course, he knew no one would believe such a story. If reasoning could solve all the world's problems, there would be no need for law enforcement. Or rather, in this world, the police. They just let us off like that? Angelina asked with utmost seriousness. The reason didn't matter, nor did the process. Only the outcome counted. Moving was an exhausting ordeal that meant losing many belongings. She had even reluctantly abandoned that whole yard full of scrap. If she could avoid moving, that would be for the best. If Tang Jue glanced at the time on his wristwatch. If they don't show up within the hour, I suppose you'd be right. Oh heavens. Angelina rubbed her forehead in distress, then glanced back at Emily. I think we should leave. Maybe we don't have to go too far, Emily suggested, blinking her big eyes. Angelina paused for a moment, then nodded firmly. Good idea. An hour later, a colossal truck rumbled to a halt at the mouth of the alley, forced to stop, because the passage was far too narrow. Sitting in the shade of a tree across the street, Angelina and Emily instinctively clasped each other's hands, their eyes wide with disbelief, as they watched the truck's massive container slowly rise to form a right angle with the ground. With a dull, thunderous crash, the container's panels fell away on all sides, revealing a steel giant towering a full 6 meters high. It's a mech! Angelina and Emily both gasped, their mouths agape and eyes stretched to their limits as if their sockets might tear. Disperse the crowd immediately. I'll subdue that thing as fast as possible. If we're lucky, we might escape the federal military's notice. Peter barked orders into the microphone with exhilaration. Though it was just an obsolete, decommissioned military mech, it was still enough to set his blood racing. For the average person, seeing mechs in movies, on the news, or even in daily life was a source of envy, but ordinary folks never had the chance to pilot one. Especially for the underworld, it was absolutely forbidden. The Federation's tolerance had its limits, and for a criminal organization to possess a mech was a cardinal sin. That was why the Black Dragon Gang had secretly purchased this decommissioned military mech, but never dared to reveal it. This was the first time. Awesome. Once seated in the cockpit, Peter couldn't stop his hands from wandering, touching this and that. In today's full-dive simulated online games, everyone had experienced piloting a mech, and the game's realism almost made you feel like you were truly controlling one. But the sensation of actually sitting inside a real mech was utterly staggering. Peter felt as though he had instantly gained the power to command everything. Of course, there was a difference between the game and real mech control, which made the mech's movements look clumsy and erratic to onlookers. Even so, the visual impact of the 6-meter-tall steel giant was overwhelming. The people of the slums screamed in terror and scattered, but the chaos was quickly suppressed. Hundreds of White Bear gang thugs, armed and menacing, forced them to keep their distance to avoid interfering with Peter's performance. All right, now advance. Peter, brimming with confidence, manipulated the mech to lift its leg and step forward, but the towering machine suddenly lost its balance mid-step and crashed down onto the colossal truck. The truck snapped in two from the impact, and the mech's fall was as terrifying as a collapsing mountain. The earth-shattering tremor left everyone frozen, mouths agape yet utterly silent. The mech's immense power completely overshadowed his blunder. Just then, from the previously empty alley, a solitary gaunt figure emerged. Brother Tang, don't come out! Emily screamed in warning, but Angelina, terrified, clamped her hand over her daughter's mouth. Emily struggled desperately, but Angelina, after a fearful glance confirming no one had noticed, whispered to her. With a mech that big, how could he not see it? Do you really need to warn him? No! At that moment, a burly bald man over 2 meters tall charged forward, followed closely by a massive rotund figure barely shorter than him. The pair ran to the front of the mech and spread their arms wide to block its path. What the hell are they up to? Tang Jue, who was already prepared to unleash carnage, looked at the sudden appearance of Long Batian and Fatty with surprise. Wasn't that mech supposed to be the Black Dragon Gang's? Long Batian himself didn't know why he had chased after them, even going so far as to stand in front of the mech. But his instincts screamed that he had to stop Peter's madness or the consequences would be dire. Dire. Listen to me, turn back. Don't go any further. We can't defeat him. Long Batian roared at the sky, and as he shouted, a deep sorrow welled up in his heart. But to survive, for his family and all his brothers, this wish compelled him to do it. Bullshit. We've got a mech. Why can't we beat him? You stupid dragon. We don't want to be anyone's slaves. Get out of the way. Don't block us. Peter's followers, fanatically devoted to the mech's power, shouted, and began hurling watermelon rinds, rotten peaches, and stinking eggs, scattered all over the slum ground, at Long Batian. Of course, these were just a minority. The vast majority of the Black Dragon Gang's thugs watched in silence, their loyalty still with their leader Long Batian. But they too didn't want to be slaves. If there was a chance to change their fate, why not try? Ha ha ha. The synthetic electronic laughter sounded stiff and mechanical. It was Peter laughing. Peter was gradually getting the hang of the controls. He rose to his feet with a wild laugh, then slowly extended a hand, reaching it out towards Long Batian. Just as Long Batian was wondering what Peter intended to do, the mech's thick metallic finger suddenly flicked out with a sharp boom. With a whistling sound, the burly man was sent flying like a kite, vanishing into the distance. Ah! Fatty was dumbfounded. He too harbored an instinctive terror of the mech. No human would willingly fight a mech. So as Peter maneuvered the machine forward, Fatty scrambled away, cursing loudly as he fled. Peter, you animal! You betrayed Brother Long, you'll die a horrible death. Those who follow me shall thrive. Those who oppose me shall perish. Having successfully flicked Long Batian away, Peter believed he had mastered the mech's controls, and stood with his hands on his hips, laughing smugly. His domineering voice boomed like thunder, rattling everyone's ears. Peter was lost in the intoxicating satisfaction of power, completely forgetting that his original plan was to end this quickly. It's over, Brother Tang is doomed. Seeing the mech's devastating power, Emily's tears flowed like a river. Sigh. Angelina sighed, though it was unclear what exactly she was lamenting. Just as Peter was in his moment of arrogant triumph, a dark shadow, swift as a black panther, shot towards the towering mech. Look! People cried out, pointing at the shadow, but by the time their fingers extended, it had already flashed several meters away. Tang Jue moved with incredible speed to the mech's feet, leaping over 3 meters into the air, with a single bound and landing precisely on the machine's thigh. With one hand gripping the spare track box on the outer side of the mech's leg, he used the momentum to launch himself another 2 meters upward, his feet landing firmly on the mech's shoulder. No! Where is he? Where did he go? Peter roared in shock, his panic manifesting as the steel giant clumsily turning its head from side to side. His movements were painfully slow, and Long Batian's ejection had been a complete accident. SHHK. A piercing sound of something being torn startled Peter, coming from right beside him. He hastily looked up, tracing the noise, and saw a brilliant icy glint at the top of the cockpit. It was that mysterious short dagger. The memory of the Cold Star dagger was seared into his mind. Peter shuddered, his earlier arrogance instantly replaced by a cold sweat. Squeak! The grating sound of metal being cut persisted, feeling both agonizingly slow and terrifyingly fast. Peter only had time to blink twice. In the span of his first blink, the razor-sharp tip had already sliced a skylight open in the cockpit. By his second blink, a cold, stern, and somewhat pale face appeared above the opening. The man's clear, icy eyes looked down upon him, filled with a mixture of mockery and contempt. In that instant, Peter's will to fight shattered like snow under a blazing sun. Do you still have the antidote I gave you? Tang Jue asked with a calm, faint smile. Ah, yes. Peter stammered, finally realizing what Tang Jue meant, and nodded vigorously like a pecking chick. Give it to me. Tang Jue extended his hand. That fair, delicate hand, as pure as a maiden's, now seemed to Peter like a demonic claw reaching out from the depths of hell. Yes, all right. Don't kill me, please. Peter hastily handed the small pill to Tang Jue, his entire body trembling. He clearly hadn't yet realized what returning the pill truly signified. Those who have never personally experienced the poison of the Tang Sect can never truly understand what is genuinely terrifying. Well then, that's settled, Tang Jue said with a faint, indifferent smile as he straightened up. The fierce, high-altitude wind whipped his ink-black hair, making it dance and flutter wildly. That black-clad man with hair flowing past his knees, standing alone atop the steel giant after having carved it open, became a legend from that moment on. A tale etched into the hearts of every witness, enduring for a century without fading. My God! He's not human. Angelina murmured, her clenched fists slick with sweat. Brother Tang is the strongest. Emily's little face was flushed with excitement, her eyes still red from crying, as she waved her small fists with fervor. The rest of the onlookers, however, remained in stunned silence. At least 10,000 people, near or far, had witnessed the birth of a legend. The sheer awe of the moment left them speechless, bound by a silent reverence. As they stared up at the imposing figure, their hearts racing, as they replayed every thrilling detail. Tang Jue straightened up, but his smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of gravity. From every direction converging on him as the center point, numerous steel giants came flying, flames jetting from their feet. The sunlight draped over them, making them appear clad in radiant golden armor. The metallic bodies of the 10 steel giants shimmered with iridescent light, their hulls adorned with painted tiger stripes, exuding an aura of raw, wild brutality. Compared to the obsolete mech Peter was piloting, they were like beggars standing before emperors. 10 pairs of emotionless, glowing green eyes locked onto Tang Jue. From them he sensed immense danger. It's the armed police force stationed on Tianman Star. It's the elite Mighty Tiger Mech Corps. My god. I heard their mechs are the most advanced police models available. Yeah, I heard they're the police HX-110 model mechs. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their eyes filled with admiration, as they looked upon the police mechs. Mechs were a rare sight in the Black Triangle, but the Mighty Tiger Mech Corps stationed nearby was well known to the people. The Mighty Tiger Mech Corps was one of the 3 elite units of the Federal Armed Police. Military mechs were typically confined to military bases or battlefields, so the police mechs were the ones people saw daily, and the Mighty Tiger Corps was undoubtedly their pinnacle. Standing roughly 4 meters tall with a sleek, powerful frame covered in imposing tiger stripes, they were equipped with special high-energy jet thrusters on their feet, unique to police models, granting exceptional agility in flight. Though they lacked heavy firepower due to their role, they were armed to the teeth, twin swords crossed on their backs, knees and elbows studded with metal spikes, a black snakeskin whip coiled around the waist, and a multifunctional Keeley gun capable of anesthesia damage and demolition embedded in the forearm. They looked like thugs armed to the teeth, fighting violence with violence. These warriors of the Mighty Tiger Mech Corps served as the rapid response unit. Wherever there was terrorist activity, sudden incidents, or major crimes on Tianman Star, they were sure to appear. And now, because of an illegal mech battle in the Black Triangle, the armed police of the Mighty Tiger Corps had rushed here at top speed, only to find that the fight seemed to be over. Uncertain of the situation, the Mighty Tiger mechs formed a tight cordon around the military mech and the mysterious figure standing on its head. Captain Feng Chochi, the squad leader, was urgently reporting to his superiors. Despite being a captain, Feng Chochi was essentially just a squad leader. Since mech pilots were considered the highest class of soldiers, even the lowest rank in a mech unit started at second lieutenant. A second lieutenant was a rookie, a first lieutenant was a seasoned soldier, and a captain was a squad leader. The Mighty Tiger Mech Corps was the only mech unit stationed on Tianman Star, and its commander held the high rank of Major General. Due to their immense combat power, the Mighty Tiger Mech Corps was dispersed and stationed near various city clusters, working alongside regular armed police units to maintain local order. Although only a single squad was stationed near each city cluster, 10 mechs were more than enough to deter any troublemakers. Captain Feng Chochi wasn't reporting to the highest-ranking officer at the station, a major who commanded the battalion, because what he had just witnessed was so shocking that he felt compelled to use a special communication channel to report directly to his superior, the platoon leader of the Mighty Tiger Corps. Reporting to platoon leader, this is squad leader Feng Chochi of the 3rd Squad. We are on a mission in Ruishing City, and have discovered a special military situation. A single man wielding an extremely sharp dagger has defeated an obsolete HXO-4 bear-type military mech. Feng Chochi, you little bastard, what kind of joke are you pulling? The platoon leader rebuked him with dissatisfaction. Be serious when you're on a mission. You're a squad leader now. I'm telling the truth. Feng Chochi tried to explain anxiously, but was sternly cut off by the platoon leader. Cut the crap. Finish the mission first. Even if these police mechs are energy-saving models, don't waste their power on your nonsense with me. Beep. The communication was forcefully terminated, leaving Feng Chochi speechless. I really wasn't joking around. But no matter what he said, it was useless. Feng Chochi could understand the platoon leader's arbitrariness. If it were him, without witnessing it firsthand, he too would find it impossible to believe that a single person could defeat a mech, even an outdated one. There was no choice but to capture that guy first. Feng Chochi made a quick decision and commanded, Unit 10, go recover that military mech. The rest of you come with me to capture that tall kid. During the brief moment of Feng Chochi's communication with the platoon leader, everyone else held their breath, watching with their hearts in their throats, unable to relax. 10 ferocious tiger mechs, which in their eyes were synonymous with invincibility, were menacingly surrounding that military mech, or more precisely surrounding Tang Jue alone. This was an unprecedented scene, gilding the already immortalized legend, with another layer of golden light. Brother Long. Fatty finally found Long Baitian, who had fallen into a tree pit that had been dug but not yet planted. Long Baitian was staring blankly at Tang Jue standing high atop the mech, muttering repeatedly, I knew it, I knew he was invincible. Alas. Fatty sighed. Who could deny it? By now, everyone in the Black Dragon gang probably understood this truth. This was for the best, though. It effectively meant Peter's power grab had failed. The rebellious hall masters and their minions had only followed Peter because they believed the power of the mechs could help them regain their freedom. Now with the facts laid out before them, the Black Dragon Gang would likely soon return to its former unity, only now it was no longer possible for them to control their own destiny. And Tang Jue stood atop that mech looking down imperiously at the ring of mechs surrounding him. No fear, no flinching, no retreat. Get him! With Feng Qiuqi's command, the mechs like ferocious tigers moved in on Tang Jue almost simultaneously. At that moment a black off-road vehicle suddenly sped in at incredible speed, seemingly undaunted by the presence of the ferocious tiger mechs driving straight to the feet of the military mech. Screech! The tires violently scraped against the ground, producing a piercing sharp sound that made everyone around instinctively cover their ears, staring in shock at this vehicle that had so brazenly, like a bolt of black lightning, cut into the encirclement of mechs, displaying an arrogance that was utterly audacious. On both doors of the black off-road vehicle was emblazoned an emblem, a crescent-white three-bladed pattern. The contrast of black and white was extremely striking. The moment Tang Jue saw that emblem, a brilliant light of surprise and joy burst forth in his eyes, and it seemed his heart even stopped beating for an instant. Staring dazedly at the emblem, Tang Jue's eyes unknowingly grew moist. That three-bladed pattern was the Tang clan's ribbon dart. The ribbon dart was the most common dart in the martial world, but the Tang clan's version was unique. Other clans' ribbon darts were sharply triangular, but only the Tang clan's was three-bladed. This emblem was none other than the family crest that the Tang clan had always used. How could Tang Jue's eyes not well up? It wasn't just Tang Jue who recognized it. Almost everyone recognized the Tang clan's family crest. In fact, no one in the entire Federation didn't recognize the Tang clan's crest because this was the crest of the Tang clan, one of the 5 most powerful families in the Federation. Who didn't know? Who wasn't aware? What's going on? Feng Qiuqi couldn't help but frown. The 5 great families had existed long before the Federation was established, enduring for centuries. They held an extremely lofty status throughout the Federation, being a truly privileged class. Especially the Tang clan, which was rumored to have a history spanning 1,000 years, being the only great family to have survived from the previous era. The Tang clan had an unshakable foundation within the military, and was the only one among the 5 great families that didn't reside on the capital planet, instead existing almost as a warlord faction on Tianyu Star. Even though Feng Qiuqi was a second lieutenant in the ferocious Tiger Mech Regiment, he didn't dare to offend the Tang clan. At this moment Feng Qiuqi could only try to connect to the off-road vehicle's communication signal through his own equipment. We are the ferocious Tiger Mech Regiment, currently on a mission. Please do not interfere with our official duties. Feng Qiuqi tried his best to make his words sound stern but not harsh. Offending one of the 5 great families was something even the president would be reluctant to do. This is Tang Fengshuo. What mission are you executing? The speaker in the off-road vehicle startled Feng Qiuqi. It's Tang Fengshuo. The second generation of the Tang family was the Feng generation, the one currently holding the reins of power. Tang Fengshuo was a direct descendant of the Tang clan's second generation, in his 30s, holding the rank of Major General. In the Federation's military ranking system, the highest rank was Marshal, which was further divided into Grand Marshal and Junior Marshal. Below Marshal were generals from top to bottom: General, Colonel, General, Lieutenant General, Major General, and Brigadier General. For the Tang clan, a mere Major General was hardly significant. There were even Lieutenant Generals and Colonel Generals among their peers. However, it was already enough for Feng Qiuqi, who was only a captain, to look up to. Tang Fengshuo's words carried an obvious tone of command, yet Feng Qiuqi didn't dare show the slightest reluctance and answered dutifully. Reporting to the General, our current mission is to recover the mech that appeared in the Black Triangle. Very well, you go ahead and recover the mech. Tang Fengshuo issued the order unceremoniously. This person I am taking with me. But Feng Qiuqi was startled and instinctively wanted to protest. After all, despite Tang Fengshuo's much higher rank, they weren't in the same chain of command. Tang Fengshuo was an officer of the Tianyu Star Military District. What right did he have to order a military police officer from the Tianman Star District? I am under the old master's orders. I must take this person to see him. Tang Fengshuo forcefully interrupted Feng Qiuqi, leaving no room for argument. Feng Qiuqi finally fell silent. The old master Tang Fengshuo referred to was none other than the old master of the Tang clan. In the military, the god of war that every soldier worshipped was Sun Jindong. But the one every officer worshipped was the military god of the Federation, Tang Qid. The military god of the Federation, Tang Qid, was this very old master of the Tang clan. Although the old master Tang had already stepped down from his position as Grand Marshal, and now lived a peaceful reclusive life on Luori Mountain, he still commanded immense prestige within the military. Since it was someone the military god insisted on seeing who would dare to stand in the way, forget it. The platoon leader wouldn't believe him anyway. Why should he go against a general? Why offend the Tang clan? Why oppose the military god? Feng Qiuqi easily convinced himself, then replied courteously, General, please go ahead. A faint smile curled at the corner of Tang Fengshuo's mouth. He had always known that no one dared to contend with a behemoth like the Tang clan. But why did the old master insist on seeing this person? Enough to dispatch him personally to come and fetch him. Shall we go out and receive our guest? Tang Fengshou ordered the driver, who was also a member of the Tang clan named Tang Hui. It was a long-standing rule of the Tang family that only direct descendants were entitled to take 3 character names, while side branches or adopted members could only use 2 character names. Yes, Uncle Fengshou. Tang Hui was just about to open the door when he heard a soft thud, as if a cat had fallen from a height onto the hood of the car. Immediately after, a dark figure appeared extremely quickly at the front windshield. On a fair, jade-like handsome face, a pair of bright eyes were staring intently at him. At the same time, a collective gasp of woe rose from the crowd outside, clearly startled by Tang Jue's insane act of leaping directly down from the top of the military mech. It was over 6 meters high. For anyone else, that would be no different from suicide. Tang Hui was startled, instinctively pushing the door open and cursing loudly, "Damn it, this is the Tang clan's car. Have you lost your mind?" Tang Jue's gaze turned cold. He had jumped down because he felt a sense of familiarity with the family crest, and was eager to find out more. His lightness skill naturally meant he was unharmed and hadn't damaged the car, but he hadn't expected this self-proclaimed Tang clan member to be so rude. "Xiao Hui, shut up!" Tang Fengshou barked sternly. This young man was someone the old master wanted to see. How could he casually offend him without knowing the full story? If this kid lodged a complaint with the old master, even he, Tang Fengshou, might get into trouble. Tang Fengshou's reprimand startled Tang Hui so much that his face turned pale. He immediately shut his mouth and dared not say another word. He only then remembered that this madman who had jumped onto his car was the person Tang Fengshou had come to pick up. He was definitely not someone a side branch member like him could afford to offend. "I'm sorry, I didn't see it was you. It's all my fault for being blind. Please, a gentleman doesn't hold grudges against a small man." Tang Hui hastily apologized to Tang Jue, bowing and scraping profusely. Only then did Tang Jue's expression ease slightly. His own action had been somewhat rash, and given his speed it was possible the man hadn't seen him clearly. If this person truly was from the Tang clan, then they were relatives, and holding a grudge would be pointless. Tang Fengshou, considering himself a direct descendant of the second generation with high status, didn't get out of the car. But since the other party was someone the old master had specifically requested to see, he didn't dare to be too negligent. He leaned his head out and greeted politely, "Come on in quickly, let's return to the Tang clan." Hearing that they had come specifically to take him back to the Tang clan, Tang Jue felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he slid into the vehicle. The Chinese people have always cherished the tradition of returning to their roots in old age, a sentiment that has endured through the ages. For Tang Jue, his roots lay with the Tang Sect. The black off-road vehicle sped away, immediately leaving the area clear for the Tiger Mech Regiment to carry out their mission. Tang Jue gazed out the window and spotted Angelina and Emily among the crowd, the mother and daughter duo standing in a daze watching the black vehicle depart. "I will return to see you both," Tang Jue silently vowed as their figures grew smaller in the distance. But for now he was going home. Having been away for so long, he truly missed his home. So that young man is a member of the Tang family. Feng Qiuqi watched helplessly as the black car drove off in a swaggering manner, shaking his head with a wry smile. No wonder he could defeat a mech single-handedly. I should have known that such a prodigy could only come from the Tang or Sun families. The same thought crossed the minds of Long Bite Yin Fatty and Peter from the Black Dragon gang. Peter in particular was filled with regret. If he had known Tang Jue was from the Tang Sect, why would he have resisted? These were one of the 5 great families, a connection many would kill to have. "Mommy, where is little brother Tang going?" Emily hugged her mother's waist, biting her lip as she stared at the direction the black vehicle had vanished. "Little brother Tang has gone home," Angelina sighed. She should have guessed it earlier. His surname was Tang. In all the world, who else could possess such bearing if not someone from the Tang family? Yet an inexplicable sense of unease lingered in her heart. And so the legend that had spread from Ruishing City found its perfect conclusion. The aloof and formidable man was in fact a scion of the Tang family. This aligned perfectly with people's expectations, providing a neat explanation for his extraordinary strength. Thus this seemingly flawless legend spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this tale was being utterly astounded by the technology of this world. Having interacted with Lan Qi and Angelina and her daughter, Tang Jue believed he had a good understanding of this world. But understanding was merely an impression in his mind, far from the real experience. When Emily told him that cars moved as fast as flying, Tang Jue was skeptical. How fast could it be? Could it outrun a horse? His only frame of reference was horses, as that was all he had known in his previous world, and in this one so far. But now, experiencing it firsthand, he could truly grasp the immense chasm between this world and the one he had left behind. Sitting in the car, he could travel at speeds he couldn't even achieve with his lightness skill at full pelt without moving a muscle. and it could sustain that speed indefinitely, accelerating or stopping at will. This was a profound shock to Tang Jue, something his previous knowledge couldn't explain. Only the new concept of technology could account for it. Having dismissed this world's technology after effortlessly crushing the mech, Tang Jue was forced to reconsider. It seemed things were more complex than he had imagined. There was still so much he hadn't seen. Young man, I am Tang Fengshou of the Tang family. I don't know who you are, and even now I'm not entirely sure. I was sent to fetch you because the old master wishes to see you. I trust you understand who the old master is. If you have questions, you can ask him yourself when you meet. Tang Fengshou's attitude was polite, yet his tone was laced with a strong sense of superiority. As a direct descendant of the Tang family, one of the 5 great families, and a major general at just over 30, he certainly had reason to feel superior. Politeness is generally a virtue, but among family it often signifies distance. Tang Jue found Tang Fengshou's courtesy grating. However, his words did put Tang Jue somewhat at ease. This wasn't his old world after all. The man likely didn't know his true identity, perhaps only having guessed something from a few clues. Tang Jue didn't know who the old master was, but he knew the rules of the Tang Sect. If the current clan leader was a woman, she would be called grandmother. If it were a man, he would be called the old master. So the person requesting to see him was likely the current leader of the Tang family. Moreover, keeping his identity and name a secret only highlighted the old master's interest in him. The fact that Tang Fengshou and the others didn't know his identity yet treated him with respect could only mean the old master had deduced something and classified his identity as a top secret. His earlier displeasure vanished, replaced by a growing curiosity about this unseen old master. Beneath his polite exterior, Tang Fengshou was also quietly observing Tang Jue. When they had arrived, the young man stood proudly atop the mech, facing down 10 tiger mechs alone. Even Tang Fengshou found the scene awe-inspiring. But even if this young man was strong, did it warrant the old master's personal attention? The old master was, after all, the Federation's god of war. It had been years since the old master had personally requested to see anyone, let alone a stranger from a distant star like Tianman. Tang Fengshou was intensely curious, eager to know what story this young man had that could convince the old master to send him on a personal escort mission. He was, after all, a prominent figure of the 2nd generation. But Tang Fengshou didn't dare ask. How could he pry into the affairs of someone the old master wanted to see? That would be a taboo. He managed to suppress his curiosity, but this also resulted in a heavy silence within the car. Tang Jue was never a man of many words, and Tang Fengshou's silence discouraged Tang Hui from speaking up. Thus the journey continued in silence. They finally arrived at the interstellar spaceport. The black vehicle drove straight into the airport, right up to the VIP hatch of a starship. Tang Jue felt no particular awe while inside the car, but the moment he stepped out he was struck with genuine awe. It was colossal. The enormous starship, seemingly hundreds of zhang long, lay there, as silent as a giant whale, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure and visual grandeur. This was Tang Jue's first encounter with such a behemoth. He couldn't help but gasp, craning his neck instinctively to take in the full scale of the vessel. What a country bumpkin! Tang Fengshou found Tang Jue's reaction amusing. He had been surprised by the car, and now he was awestruck by the starship, as if he wasn't from this world at all. Uncle Fengshou, I'll see you off here. Safe travels, Tang Hui said, raising his right hand in a fist, then extending his index and middle fingers together, and pressing them to his chin, a gesture of the Tang family's unique salute. This was a tradition inherited from the ancient Tang Sect, originally a gesture to show one held no hidden weapons, but over time it evolved into a formal salute. Good, thank you for your hard work. Tang Fengshou returned the salute, but with a difference. His index and middle fingers were pressed to his philtrum, the proper way for a superior to acknowledge a subordinate or an elder to a junior within the Tang family. Then Tang Fengshou noticed the change in Tang Hui's expression. The young man was staring at something behind him with a strange look. Tang Hui, though young, was sharp and capable. Why would he commit such a breach of etiquette? Turning around, Tang Fengshou saw Tang Jue returning the salute as well. But to his astonishment, Tang Jue's index and middle fingers were pressed to his temples. Tang Fengshou drew a sharp breath. The placement of those fingers held deep significance. According to rank and status, the salute was divided into 3 levels. The lowest was to the chin, the middle to the philtrum, and the highest to the temples. In the current Tang family, only 3 people were entitled to return the highest salute: the old master, who was also the supreme elder, the current patriarch Tang Fengyi, and the law enforcement elder Tang Fengji. On what grounds could this Tang Jue return the highest salute? No, that wasn't even the most shocking part. The most shocking part was, how did he even know about the highest salute? A small robot about a foot tall scurried busily across the floor. Its lower half resembled a tank equipped with caterpillar tracks. Instead of a cannon, its turret was a wide flat nozzle pointing downwards like a duck's bill, generating a powerful airflow that sucked up even the tiniest bit of debris from the carpet into its body. When the small green cap on its top began to flash red, the robot automatically navigated to a small booth in the corner resembling a miniature factory just large enough for it to enter. Once inside, a faint hissing sound could be heard indicating the automatic maintenance and charging cycle had begun. Tang Jue had grown accustomed to many of this era's strange contraptions, though this robot vacuum was a first even for him, only seeing it aboard the starship. Checking the time, Tang Jue finished his meditation and walked out, passing through the living room of the presidential suite. In the multifunctional area off to the side of the living room, Tang Fengshou was running on a treadmill. He had been running for a long while but showed no signs of sweating, revealing his solid external martial arts foundation. Tang Fengshou glanced at Tang Jue. Tang Jue was a man who cherished his freedom and disliked reporting his whereabouts to anyone. However, since Tang Fengshou was tasked with escorting him, Tang Jue didn't want to make things difficult for him in front of the old master. So he simply said, "Going to see a movie?" "Alright," Tang Fengshou began, but Tang Jue was already at the door. He wasn't asking for permission. He was merely informing him. This made Tang Fengshou feel somewhat embarrassed, but he was also powerless to change it. The fact that Tang Jue knew the highest salute of the Tang family was profoundly shocking to him. Only true insiders of the Tang family would even know of the highest salute's existence, and even among them those at the bottom levels were never exposed to it. This made Tang Fengshou deeply suspicious of Tang Jue's identity, but he didn't feel it was his place to ask. He decided to just remain polite and refrain from flaunting his superiority. Everything could be sorted out after he delivered the young man to the old master. Tang Jue had become obsessed with watching movies over the past couple of days. Though he had encountered television before, the sensory experience it offered paled in comparison to the sheer thrill of the cinema. Passing through the Z-shaped door into the junction between the first class and business class cabins, he arrived at the movie theater. The theater was vast yet divided into numerous sections featuring rows of standard seating, couple seats, special service seats, and VIP seats. The seats were not freely accessible. They were designated according to the type of interstellar temporary card one held. This card served as one's identity proof aboard the interstellar ship. Tang Jue, holding a VIP card, was entitled to the VIP section. The VIP treatment was comprehensive. In theory, the interstellar ship could fulfill any request. If a romantic film stirred your passions, and you desired a kiss, a single press of a button would summon a seductive young woman at your disposal. Tang Jue entered the VIP section and noticed a high occupancy rate. The film currently screening was evidently quite popular. After a quick scan, he spotted a single vacant VIP seat and unceremoniously settled into it. The moment he was seated, it was as if he had stepped into another world. The theater's constant temperature dropped slightly, a cool breeze brushed against him, and the sounds of babbling brooks and singing birds filled his ears. Even the air carried the dampness of a waterside. Suddenly, a chilling blade of light slashed down towards his head. Tang Jue shifted his body, slightly effortlessly evading the ferocious strike. The strike came from a character within the film. The VIP equipment was capable of vividly simulating the movie's scenes, making one feel as if they were truly present, experiencing the most visceral aspects of the film through the camera's lens. Not only the sharp blade light, but the sound of the blade cutting through the air seemed to resonate right beside his ears. Even the whoosh of the sword wind was authentically replicated. As Tang Jue leaned aside, he felt the blade wind sweep past his cheek, the sting of it grazing his skin. The level of realism achieved by current technology was astonishing. Simply by remaining seated, one could viscerally experience every environmental effect within the film. For instance, being struck would elicit actual pain. Of course, this sensation could be adjusted. Viewers with masochistic tendencies could even set it to 100% pain. Similarly, if you were watching a salacious romantic action film, you could physically experience the intense pleasure of penetration, whether active or passive, controllable by switching your perspective. Tang Jue sniffed the air, catching the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from the swordswoman. The swordswoman was a vibrant, youthful beauty, with a tall, well-proportioned figure. Her deep blue, ear-length bob cut gave her a crisp, neat appearance. Her pointed chin lent her delicate face a somewhat sharp contour, radiating an alluring wildness. Her sparkling pupils were like two black gems immersed in mercury, clear yet capable of captivating the soul. Those stunning eyes were undoubtedly striking, yet the murderous intent within them was almost tangible. Her innate aloof aura was a natural performance that no one else could replicate. Tang Jue knew her as Sun Xiaomei. Although her role in this film was merely a cameo, virtually all the audience came solely to see her. She was rumored to be the Federation's #1 combat genius beauty. Self-proclaimed yet also universally acknowledged. A combat genius, huh? Tang Jue appraised the girl with a critical eye. She was indeed beautiful, but her martial arts foundation was far too crude. The only thing worth commending was her formidable presence. That was Tang Jue's assessment. If anyone knew of it, Sun Xiaomei's fans would surely drown him in a torrent of scornful spit. At that moment, the VIP room door was suddenly kicked open with tremendous force. With a heavy thud, the solid wooden door slammed against the wall. Though the noise was considerable, no one but Tang Jue would hear it, as every seated viewer's ears were filled only with the film's audio. In fact, Tang Jue only heard it faintly, like the distant sound of someone knocking on a radiator in the next room. Moreover, once he was seated and immersed in the film world, the physical surroundings appeared to him as mere translucent shadows. Tang Jue frowned. At the doorway stood a massive white man, a full zhang over 3 meters in height. His face was covered in a thick grizzly beard, and his exposed skin was thick with hair carrying a faint musky animal scent. He looked like nothing so much as a brown bear standing upright. The people of this world were generally large in stature. Adult males over 1.9 meters were the norm, and adult females averaged above 1.75 meters. A man of Tang Jue's height 1.8 meters was hardly conspicuous in a crowd. Behind the white giant were several men in black suits, who surrounded a lavishly dressed young woman like stars encircling the moon. The girl was young with long flowing hair, appearing to be only 16 or 17. Her expression was cold, and her eyes openly displayed her contempt and mockery. She reached into her handbag and withdrew a checkbook. Her gaze fixed on Tang Jue filled with disdain. She said, "Name your price. How much do you want to give up this seat?" Simultaneously, the white giant revealed a sinister grin from within his beard, crossing his arms, thicker than Tang Jue's thighs, over his chest. His solid pectorals, like 2 blocks of hard granite, flexed menacingly at Tang Jue. Qian Zhaojiao was the sole daughter of the Qian family, one of the Federation's 5 great clans. Zhao Qian, Sun Li and Tang. As a family that had controlled the Federation's economic lifeline for centuries, her creed was money. The Qians were accustomed to solving problems with money, directly and bluntly. Yet there was no denying that money could resolve the vast majority of the world's issues. The power of money had always worked in Qian Zhaojiao's favor, so she saw no reason to change her approach this time. The theater seats varied in tier with correspondingly advanced equipment and superior services. The entire VIP section had only one 5-star seat, symbolizing the utmost prestige. Even the wealthy and powerful dared not occupy it casually. The VIP section was divided into 3 tiers: 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star, although there was no explicit rule stating which class of elite could sit where. Everyone generally knew their place. Of course, this didn't preclude some ignorant upstart eager for a taste of luxury from venturing into the 5-star seat. If by chance no passengers from a super clan like the 5 great families were on that particular flight, then they'd get lucky. But luck wasn't always on their side, as was the case this time. Since those without a VIP card couldn't enter this area, Qian Zhaojiao condescended to speak. Otherwise she would have simply let Big Bear handle it without all this trouble. Big Bear was Qian Zhaojiao's personal bodyguard. Standing 2.55 meters tall, and weighing over 200 kilograms, he was a retired gold belt champion of the Federation Wrestling Association. Dealing with this little insect who barely reached 1.8 meters would be child's play. Tang Jue, seated, didn't even come up to Big Bear's rear end. Nonchalantly flipping open her checkbook, Qian Zhaojiao chewed on the pen cap, tilting her chin towards Tang Jue, signaling him to state a figure. It seemed we're not far from catching up to the rank ahead. Brothers, if you have any votes left, give Wang Pao a couple of hits, don't be shy. Tang Jue's cold gaze swept over the two of them, paying no heed to Qian Zhaojiao's words. In the era Tang Jue once lived in, killing was as common as cutting leeks, and human life was as cheap as a dog's. There were many reasons to kill. Some killed for money, some for love, some for vengeance. Some drew their swords in a fit of rage, and some killed simply out of joy. A knight-errant armed with martial prowess could defy all worldly rules. Tang Jue was precisely such a man. Tang Jue rose to his feet, finding himself eye level with Big Bear's chiseled chocolate bar-like abdominal muscles. Through the gap between the giant's arms he caught sight of Qian Zhaojiao, and a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Why was it that neither the people of his own era nor those of this one understood that money held no meaning for warriors of their caliber? Once, when floods ravaged the Yellow River region, the corrupt officials embezzled the million taels of disaster relief silver through layers of graft. Tang Jue struck every night at midnight, thwarting all official defenses. Over 7 consecutive nights, he stole back all the embezzled silver and distributed it entirely to the victims. Once, Woka pirates raided the coast, seizing tribute goods meant for the great Ming Dynasty from Annam, and plotted to ship them back to Japan by sea. Tang Jue hired a merchant vessel to give chase. When the merchant ship dared not approach the pirate warships, Tang Jue employed his lightness skill to tread upon the waves, boarded the enemy vessel alone, slaughtered all 100+ pirates aboard, and reclaimed the priceless tribute. Once, Tang Jue infiltrated the imperial palace alone, and in a single night stripped the emperor's personal armory of all its treasures, transporting them back to the Tang Sect. The cold star dagger he used was one of those finest pieces. The emperor, at his wit's end, had no choice but to issue an edict officially bestowing the weapons upon the Tang Sect. Would a man like Tang Jue ever care about money? Fine then, consider this your medical fee. Seeing Tang Jue's attitude, Qian Zhaojiao shrugged, indifferently scribbled a figure on the check, tore it off with a rip, and flicked it towards his face. Hearing Qian Zhaojiao's command, Big Bear's eyes gleamed with malice. He spread his arms wide, his massive winnowing basket-sized hands descending from above to press down on Tang Jue's shoulders. Tang Jue's cold smile vanished, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. His right index and middle finger swift as lightning jabbed into a spot an inch and a half below Big Bear's navel, then retracted instantly. That spot was known in Chinese medicine as the Qihai acupoint, the location of the dantian for martial artists. If struck, one's qi would be disrupted, causing a temporary loss of bodily control. Tang Jue had even left a wisp of his true qi lodged within Big Bear's Qihai acupoint. Given his current level of internal cultivation, that strand of qi would take at least an hour, 2 hours, to dissipate. Big Bear wouldn't regain full mobility for at least 3 hours. Ugh! Big Bear's movement abruptly ceased, as if time itself had frozen. His eyes bulged wide, seemingly about to pop out of their sockets, as he stared down in disbelief at the unimpressive young man before him. How could this be? Big Bear struggled desperately to move, but couldn't even straighten his curled fingers. The strain caused his entire skeleton to emit faint, creaking sounds quite unsettling to hear. You fool! If you don't make a move now, forget about this month's bonus. Qian Zhaojiao truly lived up to her surname, never straying far from money in her speech. Unaware of Big Bear's dire predicament, she grew impatient and stepped forward to kick him. Big Bear's body lost its balance and toppled backward like a collapsing mountain, startling Qian Zhaojiao into quickly dodging aside. A thunderous crash echoed as his massive frame slammed heavily onto the floor, seemingly making the very ground tremble. How is this possible? Qian Zhaojiao and the others were stunned. To any observer, the outcome had seemed obvious, yet the ostensibly stronger party had fallen without even throwing a punch. Moreover, even after falling, Big Bear remained in the exact posture he'd held before, his eyes wide open, no longer fierce but filled with terror. His arms were still outstretched, as if reaching for someone, a truly grotesque sight. Tang Jue's icy gaze swept across Qian Zhaojiao's gradually paling face. Scram. His mood was growing increasingly foul. He had genuinely been looking forward to watching the movie, but then someone suddenly appeared and tried to buy his seat, and when he refused, they resorted to threats of violence. How could that possibly put him in a good mood? Hiss! Yaojin, who had been docilely coiled around Tang Jue's finger, sensed its master's fury, and abruptly raised its small head, emitting a threatening hiss. But Tang Jue pressed it back down with his hand. Yaojin was his secret weapon, and now was not the time to reveal it. Qian Zhaojiao instinctively took 2 steps back. Simultaneously, her well-trained bodyguards swiftly stepped past her, forming a human wall in a single line, and with a sharp SHHK sound drew out submachine guns, aiming them at Tang Jue. The dark, empty muzzles instantly radiated a chilling, murderous aura. The bodyguards' cold stares, hidden behind their sunglasses, were fixed intently on Tang Jue. At a single command from Qian Zhaojiao, or if Tang Jue made any further dangerous move, they would not hesitate to empty all 30 rounds into this reckless young man's body within seconds. Heh, I don't know which family you belong to, but if you keep provoking me, I guarantee this will be your final journey. Qian Zhaojiao raised an eyebrow, issuing her threat with a lazy, arrogant air. The 5 great families possessed their own dignity, and anyone who dared challenge them would pay the price. For this was the new federation, a federation belonging to the great families. Qian Zhaojiao's narrow, seductive eyes rolled, and she giggled. All right then, please tell me now, what was it you just said? Before she even finished speaking, the bodyguards almost simultaneously released their safeties and curled their index fingers around the triggers. A slight squeeze would unleash a torrent of blood. Heh! Tang Jue couldn't help but smile at Qian Zhaojiao's domineering threat. It was truly amusing. How long had it been? How long since anyone had dared to threaten him? Tang Jue was a genius, one who could endure loneliness. As a member of the collateral branch, he had begun formally cultivating the various arts of the Tang Sect at the age of 4. He spent a full decade mastering the foundational internal arts, poison arts, and lightness skills available to the collateral branch, reaching their pinnacle before he finally set foot into the martial world. Within just 1 year, he had carved out a fearsome reputation. Don't mess with Tang Jue. Whenever people spoke of the Tang Sect, they would inevitably add a warning: never provoke Tang Jue of the Tang Sect. Because Tang Jue's methods were the most ruthless. Through years of accumulated merits, he received repeated lavish rewards from the family. He was permitted to cultivate the ultimate poison arts, the supreme finger techniques, and numerous other secret Tang Sect skills. After being promoted to chief steward of the inner 3 halls, he also earned the right to cultivate the ultimate internal art, the ultimate movement technique, and the ultimate hand technique, all closely guarded Tang Sect secrets. Being an unparalleled martial arts prodigy, who also devoted himself to diligent practice, he had already become the Tang Sect's foremost expert by the age of 20. By 24, he had become one of the top 10 martial artists in the martial world, and the youngest among them. At that moment, his brilliance was dazzling, unrivaled under heaven. For such a formidable figure to be threatened, Tang Jue felt the world needed a reminder that no matter when or where, the rule remained: don't mess with Tang Jue. Seeing Tang Jue's smile, Qian Zhaojiao felt a flutter in her heart. She hadn't expected this slender young man to be rather handsome. She had toyed with many men, business tycoons, literary talents, fashion icons. This young man before her wasn't the most handsome of them, but he was certainly the most striking. The blend of 3 parts aloofness, 3 parts melancholy, 3 parts loneliness, and 1 part arrogance combined into an indescribably captivating aura. She wondered which family he belonged to. If he would just yield, perhaps this journey wouldn't be so lonely after all. She might even keep him by her side. A lewd thought crossed Chen Zhaojiao's mind, but just then she heard Tang Jue say, "Scram!" Tang Jue's response was that same clean, crisp single word, delivered like a thunderclap that stunned Chen Zhaojiao and her bodyguards for a brief moment. A moment later Chen Zhaojiao's pretty face flushed crimson. She was thoroughly enraged. She had just been considering taking this man into her harem, and yet this damned fool was so ungrateful. With a heavy wave of her hand, the well-trained bodyguards immediately pulled their triggers. Their submachine guns were always fitted with silencers ready to fire at a moment's notice. For the privileged class, killing was simply a matter of discretion. As long as the surface of a peaceful society was maintained, who would care about the filthy dealings happening in the shadows? Even the democratically elected president had to turn a blind eye. After all, without the backing of the 5 great families and numerous smaller ones, he would never have secured the presidency. Fut fut fut. The silenced bullets poured toward Tang Jue like a silent rainstorm. The air instantly filled with the thick scent of gunpowder, as if they were on a battlefield. In Chen Zhaojiao's eyes, this reckless young man had surely been struck by countless bullets, his body riddled like a sieve. What a pity, Chen Zhaojiao thought. But the young man in her sight did not collapse in a spray of blood from countless wounds. Instead he maintained that aloof, handsome smile that made hearts forget to beat. Gradually fading until he vanished completely into the air. What on earth was happening? Chen Zhaojiao was shocked. Suddenly countless streaks of light flashed before her eyes like the meteor shower she had watched a few nights ago. Beams of light shot toward her, while her eardrums were pierced by a chorus of agonizing screams, making her feel as if she had plummeted into the legendary Avicii hell. This was the Tang Sect's ultimate movement technique, Mi Chi Piao Zong. What had been struck by the bullets was merely Tang Jue's afterimage. The real body had already evaded at incredible speed in the blink of an eye. In close quarters combat, this Mi Chi Piao Zong was undoubtedly a lethal skill. Stop! Tang Fengshou arrived just in time. During the initial conflict between Chen Zhaojiao and Tang Jue, the attendant overseeing that floor had wisely slipped away to notify him. Tang Jue's first visit had been with Tang Fengshou, so the attendant had remembered him. Before he even finished speaking, a series of muffled thuds rang out. The bodyguards, their gun barrels still emitting faint wisps of smoke, collapsed to the ground one after another like dumplings being dropped into a pot, falling in stiff log-like postures. Ah! Chen Zhaojiao's face turned deathly pale. In all her life she had never encountered such a ruthless man. In just an instant, the blink of an eye, he had not only dodged the crossfire of 5 or 6 submachine guns, but had also counterattacked, instantly taking down 5 or 6 elite bodyguards who were all retired Special Forces soldiers. Who was he really? Tang Fengshou was still 10 steps away when he saw the bodyguards collapse simultaneously. Even he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Such formidable hidden weapons. Even for him, Tang Fengshou, accomplishing this barehanded would be no easy feat. And that's not even mentioning first having to evade the submachine gun crossfire. This kid was definitely from the Tang Sect, but his skill, even his elder brother might not match him. What about Old Master Tang Qid, known as the God of War of the Federation? Unknown. When did the Tang Sect produce such a genius and leave him unrecognized? No wonder the Old Master insisted on bringing him back. He was a treasure of the Tang family. Tang Fengshou's heart tightened. Damn. The person the Old Master insisted on bringing back had gotten into such a fierce conflict with the eldest daughter of the Chen family, another of the 5 great families. What was he to do? Without time to overthink, Tang Fengshou hurried forward and called out to Tang Jue. Don't act rashly, she's a friend. The Chen and Tang families were certainly not friends, but at least on the surface the 5 great families maintained an alliance. Whatever scheming happened behind the scenes didn't matter, or on the surface they had to present an image of harmony. Tang Jue's faint smile had already faded, returning to his usual cold expression. But he had already tucked the cloth-wrapped dart back into his palm. Since Tang Fengshou had spoken, it wouldn't be appropriate to deliver a killing blow. Though Tang Jue was cold, he was not heartless. Having grown up in the Tang Sect, his sense of family loyalty ran deep. Since she was a friend of the Tang family, he could no longer resort to lethal force. Chen Zhaojiao finally regained her senses. In that instant just now she had been truly terrified. She feared that, with just a blink of an eye, she too would become a cold corpse like those bodyguards. Chen Zhaojiao, who had been pampered her entire life with silk and delicacies, born with a silver spoon in her mouth, finally realized the terror of the man before her. And Tang Fengshou's sudden appearance made her understand at last. This aloof and ruthless young man was actually a member of the Tang family, the scion of a military god, truly extraordinary. Chen Zhaojiao, who had always looked down upon the Tang family of Tianyu Star as country bumpkins due to her upbringing on the capital planet, finally realized how formidable the Tang family truly was. But with Tang Fengshou's appearance and the danger-resolved Qian Zhaojiao regained her usual haughty demeanor. Uncle Fengshou, your Tang family is truly remarkable. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would have surely perished. Zhaojiao. Tang Fengshou felt a headache coming on at the sight of her. If only his eldest or second elder brother were here. With his own standing, he lacked the necessary weight. After all, she was the eldest miss of the Chen family, notoriously difficult to deal with. Tang Fengshou knew he was too inexperienced to handle her. Seeing Tang Fengshou unable to hold his ground, Qian Zhaojiao like a spring grew bolder when he showed weakness. Her temper immediately bounced back. Humph! Uncle Fengshou, my bodyguards are all dead today. If your Tang family doesn't give me a proper explanation, humph! I Qian Zhaojiao. As the words left her mouth, Tang Jue felt a surge of impatience. With a flick of his finger, a gleaming cloth-wrapped dart appeared in his hand. I Qian Zhaojiao. Qian Zhaojiao swallowed hard, unable to continue. The shocking scene of Tang Jue instantly slaughtering 5 or 6 bodyguards with a blink still echoed in her mind. Qian Zhaojiao was now like a startled bird, terrified at the mere sight of a weapon in Tang Jue's hand. Tang Fengshou was smiling, bitterly unsure how to resolve the situation, when he noticed the previously aggressive Qian Zhaojiao suddenly wilt. Startled, he followed her gaze, and saw Tang Jue casually spinning a cloth-wrapped dart between his fingers. Truly, every force has its counterforce. Tang Fengshou sighed. In the new Federation, Qian Zhaojiao was a veritable shrew. Everyone dreaded her. He never expected that Tang Jue, a newly discovered gem by the old master, could subdue Qian Zhaojiao so easily. It was utterly astonishing. However, this was certainly a good thing. Tang Fengshou quickly seized the opportunity. Forget it, Zhaojiao. This was all a misunderstanding. Luckily, you're unharmed. It's just... Well, how about this? Didn't you mention last time that you fancied the horse Tread Snow that my elder brother raised? Tread Snow is pregnant now. I'll talk to my brother, and when she gives birth, we'll give you a foal. How about that? Really? At the mention of receiving Tread Snow, Qian Zhaojiao's eyes lit up. It was her dream. She had begged the eldest Tang uncle for it many times, but he never parted with it. Instantly she forgot about her dead bodyguards. Of course, it wasn't that she chose to forget, but that she had no choice. What else could she do? Since the other party was from the Tang family protected by Tang Fengshou, the third-ranking figure of the second generation, there was no way they would pay with their lives for her bodyguards. As for family dignity, Tread Snow was the beloved horse of Tang Fengyi, the top figure of the Tang family's second generation, something Qian Zhaojiao coveted desperately. Since they were willing to part with such a treasure, it was as good as saving face for her, and the Qian family could gracefully back down. From a cost-benefit perspective, Tang Fengyi's Tread Snow was a rare purebred military horse worth tens of millions at least. Even a foal of Tread Snow was a delightful surprise for Qian Zhaojiao. What were a few dead bodyguards? To people of Qian Zhaojiao's class, a few lives were worth far less than an unborn foal. This was the reality of the new federation. Has Uncle Fengshou ever lied to you? Haha, alright girl, it's settled then. You head back first and I'll handle things here. Tang Fengshou chuckled, secretly wiping the sweat from his brow, relieved to have managed the situation. Since Tang Fengshou and Qian Zhaojiao had reached an agreement, Tang Jue, who was unfamiliar with the relationship between the Tang and Qian families, naturally had no objections. It's a deal then. Qian Zhaojiao bit her lip lightly, perfectly concealing the trace of hatred in her eyes. It's a deal, it's a deal. Tang Fengshou said, crouching down to poke at Big Bear's acupoints. With his keen eyesight, he could tell at a glance that Big Bear had been struck by acupoint sealing. Tang Fengshou poked twice at Big Bear's Qihai acupoint, expecting to release the seal, but Big Bear remained completely motionless, still lying in the same posture. Why is this happening? Cold sweat broke out on Tang Fengshou's forehead. He glanced suspiciously at Tang Jue. It couldn't be. Did Tang Jue use a different acupoint sealing technique than the Tang families? Tang Jue smiled faintly. Due to his intense cultivation of the soul control art, his internal true qi was far more profound than that of ordinary Tang disciples. Although he used the same hand techniques, his fellow disciples couldn't undo the seals he placed. Tang Jue found it strange that Tang Fengshou didn't use his true qi to break the seal, but since he didn't know Tang Fengshou's standing in the Tang family, he didn't ask. Tang Jue crouched down and casually poked, and Big Bear grunted as he regained movement. Instantly Tang Fengshou's face burned with embarrassment, as if he had been slapped directly. As a martial arts family with a millennium of heritage, the Tang family ranked its members primarily by martial skill. Tang Fengshou's skills were certainly not weak yet. He couldn't undo a seal placed by a young man. It was truly humiliating for Tang Fengshou. At that moment, a crucial question suddenly struck him. How long had this person been lying on the ground? It seemed he was already lying there when I arrived, right? Tang Fengshou thought in shock. What he had learned was the Tang family's only surviving heavy-hand acupoint strike. The so-called heavy-hand acupoint strike, strictly speaking, shouldn't be called acupoint sealing at all, but rather acupoint blow. It uses external force to strike acupoints, creating an effect similar to sealing but lasting only a very short time. With Tang Fengshuo's cultivation, an acupoint blow could immobilize a person for at most 3 to 5 seconds. How many 3 seconds, how many 5 seconds had passed since he arrived? When he looked at Tang Jue again, his gaze had changed. Less equality, more reverence. This young man is truly beyond belief. Li Lanfang reclined comfortably in the spacious leather chair, a cup of coffee in hand, her feet propped high on the monitoring console, utterly at ease. Before, to the left and to the right of the console were semi-transparent monitoring screens providing a clear view of every condition inside and outside the starship. As a capable core member of the second generation of the Li family, Li Lanfang, though only 30 years old, was already the captain of this starship. Having traveled this route for a long time, she could navigate it with her eyes closed. Li Lanfang had no cause for concern. Although their destination Tianyu Star was close to the border front line with the military god of the Tang family personally stationed there was nothing to worry about. Taking a sip of coffee, she felt it lacked sugar. As she stood up to add another spoonful, her gaze swept across a corner of the screen. That particular screen displayed the VIP section of the theater where 2 groups of people were at a standoff. Li Lanfang frowned. It was these privileged classes that gave her the biggest headache. If she weren't part of that class herself, she wondered if she might have joined the Salvation Sect too. Since a disturbance was underway, Li Lanfang naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. If the conflict between these families escalated, she too would be caught in the crossfire. To prevent conflicts from escalating was one of the key reasons the Li family insisted on placing a prominent young member as captain on every starship. Li Lanfang reached out, pressing her thumb and index finger to the screen and swiping them in opposite directions. The image instantly magnified tenfold while the other screens shrank to make room for the enlarged view. At 10 times magnification, Li Lanfang could even discern the nose hairs of the figures on screen. With a clatter, the coffee cup in her hand jolted, spilling liquid across the console, soaking her notepad and phone. But Li Lanfang didn't spare them a glance, utterly stunned by the scene unfolding on the screen. Damn it! Trembling with fury, she hurled the coffee cup away. She recognized one figure on the screen. Chen Jiaojiao, the young lady notorious throughout the Federation for causing trouble. What Li Lanfang witnessed was the exact moment the bodyguards opened fire in unison. Her heart clenched, uncertain whether to mourn for the young man being riddled with bullets or lament her own rotten luck. Only those from major families could enter the VIP section. If Chen Jiaojiao killed someone, she'd still be saddled with the blame for failing in her duties. But in the blink of an eye, she saw the 5 bodyguards topple backward in perfect unison, and the young man who had been under fire reappeared seemingly unscathed. What's going on? Li Lanfang rubbed her eyes vigorously. She was only 30, surely she wasn't going blind already. When she looked again, Tang Fengshuo had already arrived. The matter was then resolved with a few words, as she had anticipated. Though Chen Jiaojiao was notoriously reckless, she knew when to tread carefully against the 5 major families of equal standing. Li Lanfang breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Chen Jiaojiao had left, she hurried out, barking into her intercom. Get someone to clean up the VIP lounge immediately. You know what to do. As the Li family's representative on the ship, she had to arrive promptly to handle the aftermath and offer reassurances to both parties. Futile as it might be, it was still mandatory. By the time Li Lanfang reached the VIP lounge, the show was over. In the most prestigious 5-star VIP section, only 5 or 6 cold corpses remained. Impressive. Li Lanfang had trained in martial arts for a few years, and was a military veteran possessing both skill and a discerning eye. She crouched down to examine the bodies. Each had been killed with a single strike to the throat. The weapons had been removed from the wounds. Whoever retrieved them had managed to stem the bleeding so skillfully that the wounds were nearly imperceptible without close inspection. If not for their wide staring eyes, one might think they had simply fallen asleep on the floor. Had all this been done in an instant? In disbelief, Li Lanfang extended her hand to her subordinate, electronic caliper. Immediately someone handed one over. It was Li Ji, her trusted aide in charge of the ship's security. Li Lanfang measured the neck of each corpse meticulously, her expression growing graver with each reading. What's wrong, Brother Fang? Li Ji leaned in and whispered. These 5 stood at different angles, positions, and depths. Their heights and builds varied. Yet all 5 were struck by hidden weapons at the exact same moment and died instantly. Even more remarkable, the strike point on each was identical, and it was a one-hit kill. A flicker of fear crossed Li Lanfang's eyes. When did the Tang family produce such a dangerous figure? The Tang family is renowned for their hidden weapons. Truly formidable. Li Ji praised, following her lead. Li Lanfang shook her head. What's truly terrifying is the technique used to remove the weapons. Normally pulling out a projectile causes blood to spurt. But these bodies show no such sign. His extraction method was masterfully skilled. As she spoke, she used her gloved fingers to gently part the edge of a wound. First white muscle tissue was visible, then blood slowly seeped out, visible to the naked eye. See that? The wound is curved and indirect. Using the muscle's natural texture, he employed a clever technique to block the blood from spraying out. I don't know how he did it, but there's only one kind of person I know who could pull that off. Li Lanfang lowered her voice, her fingers trembling slightly. Someone who has killed many people. Sharp eyes. A sudden voice sounded from beside her, startling Li Lanfang to her feet. As someone trained in martial arts, how could she have been caught off guard by someone approaching so closely? Her heart raced. But upon recognizing the newcomer, she relaxed. It was Tang Fengshou. Uncle Fengshou, you're here. Li Lanfang greeted him with a smile. Though she was only a few years younger than him, they belonged to different generations, and for major families that distinction was paramount. She didn't mention that he had returned. Some things were better left unsaid. Tang Fengshou's purpose here was the same as hers. After settling Tang Jue, he had quietly slipped back to inspect the scene himself. As the third-ranking figure of the second generation of the Tang family, being unable to undo the acupoint seal placed by a young junior branch member was a bitter pill for Tang Fengshou to swallow. Tang Fengshou nodded, crouching down to examine the wound on the body Li Lanfang had just touched. His brow furrowed deeply. The technique for removing the hidden weapon was so bizarre it seemed almost inhuman. Even Tang Fengshou was astounded. Even the old master probably couldn't match this technique. Tang Fengshou mentally simulated the maneuver, but found he couldn't even replicate it in his mind. Could this kid's strength truly surpass mine? Impossible. A deep sense of defeat washed over him, yet he had to admit that based on what Tang Jue had shown, he stood no chance against him. Uncle Fengshou, that young Tang brother is truly remarkable. Li Lanfang gave a thumbs up, offering genuine praise. Heh. Yes. Tang Fengshou had intended to be modest, but given how utterly stunned he himself had been by Tang Jue's display, modesty would have seemed disingenuous. He changed his words at the last moment. The Tang family's hidden weapon arts were unique in the entire federation. No other family could match them, only envy and resent them. Li Lanfang could only admire the Tang family for producing such talent. But her duty was to gather as much intel on this young man as possible to report back to the Li family patriarch. Uncle Fengshou, what's this young brother's name? Li Lanfang asked with a genial smile, trying to get closer. Tang Fengshou glanced at her. Tang Jue. With that he sealed his lips, signaling he would say nothing more. Li Lanfang understood. Though she had 1,000 questions, she held her tongue. But the name alone conveyed much. She mulled over it 2 characters, confirming he was indeed a junior branch member of the Tang family. According to her prior intelligence, Tang Fengshou had rushed to Tianman Star solely to bring this one person back to Tianyu Star. During Tang Fengshou's stay on Tianman Star, the city of Ruisheng in the Black Triangle region had reportedly been placed on full lockdown, with even the Tiger Mech Regiment deployed. What could have triggered such a citywide alert, even mobilizing the Tiger Mech Regiment? Had Tang Fengshou come to Tianman Star specifically to fetch this junior member named Tang Jue? How could a junior branch member warrant a personal escort from the third-ranking figure of the main line? Was Tang Jue connected to the incident in Ruisheng City? And how dared a junior branch member ruthlessly kill 5 bodyguards of the Chen family's young lady without a second thought? What gave him such audacity? Countless questions converged in Li Lanfang's mind, demanding her full attention. She resolved to report this as the most critical event of this voyage to the family patriarch, omitting nothing. In the headquarters of the Black Dragon Gang in Ruisheng City, within the Black Triangle's Tianman Star Long Bashan Fatty, and the 12 hall masters of the Black Dragon's 12 halls, the core members were all gathered. A heavy solemnity weighed upon every face. Of the 12 hall masters, 1 was dead and 11 were alive. The dead one was Peter, the master of the first hall. Peter was leaning against the wall, his head hung low, his chin resting on his chest. His once arrogant and cunning triangular eyes were now red and swollen like a rabbit's. 2 streaks of dark red tear-like blood traced down from his eye sockets, reaching all the way to his chin. His chest, in line with his chin, was stained with the same dark red blood. The front of his clothes was almost entirely dyed crimson. Between his legs, a large pool of congealed blood had formed, attracting swarms of bloodthirsty ants. Everyone else stared at Peter in stunned silence. His ultimate demise had brought them an overwhelming shock. Among the living Long Bashan Fatty and the other 11 hall masters still bore tear-like bloodstains on their cheeks. They had the antidote and took it in time, so they survived. But Peter's antidote had been taken back by Tang Jue. A seemingly robust and healthy man had simply bled tears and died. Although Peter was dead, his deathly visage was forever etched into their minds. They would never forget that profoundly shocking scene. That usually fierce man screaming, "I don't want to die," while frantically wiping away his bloody tears. The bloody tears flowed ceaselessly, and he wiped without pause until the very moment of his death, never managing to dry them. It was too horrifying. The mere recollection made Long Bat-Ian shudder involuntarily. He was grateful he had long realized Tang Jue was invincible. Otherwise it would be him lying there dead with bloody tears. Yet Long Bashan's heart was not at ease. Tang Jue had said the antidote they took would only last for 6 months. What about after 6 months? Long Bat-Ian had been skeptical when Tang Jue claimed they would die bleeding tears. But after seeing Peter die exactly that way, he was truly terrified. If they didn't get the antidote from Tang Jue within 6 months, the result would be death. Everyone in this room would die and the Black Dragon Gang would crumble to dust. Long Batian let out a long sigh. I'm sorry, brothers. You followed me through blood and steel, and I wanted to carve out a mighty empire for us. But alas, Brother Long, this isn't your fault. If I hadn't insisted on avenging Old Six, we wouldn't have provoked this calamity. Fatty said, his voice hoarse. As he spoke, this disaster was indeed his doing. But the root cause lay with Old Six himself. However, the dead were gone, and Fatty, being a leader, took all the blame upon himself. A horse-faced man among the 11 hall masters smiled bitterly. Brother Long, Brother Fatty, this isn't the time for that. Peter is dead, and all of us here have only 6 months to live. What do we do? What should we do? The horse-faced master's words were pragmatic, but everyone exchanged helpless glances. No one had a plan, so their eyes all turned to Long Batian as he was the boss. Under the intense gaze of so many brothers, Long Batian felt he couldn't hold his head up. He truly had no idea what to do. After a long silence, Long Batian suddenly gritted his teeth. We'll go find him. What? Everyone was startled. Go find him? How was that any different from seeking death? The car that took him away belonged to the Tang family, one of the 5 great families. I'm absolutely certain. Otherwise those Tiger Mech Corps wouldn't have been so accommodating, just taking their mechs and slinking off without causing us trouble. Once Long Batian had spoken, his decision was made, and his words flowed more strongly. That means he's a member of the Tang family. He said he would be our master from now on. For us, that means we'll be under the Tang family's banner. Even after making the decision, Long Batian still hesitated at this point. No matter what, in this day and age, it was shameful to declare oneself a slave, but did Long Batian have a choice? We can't possibly contend with the Tang family. Before a behemoth like them, our Black Dragon Gang is nothing but ants. They could crush us with a single finger. Even if he weren't from the Tang family, we've already taken his poison. We have no choice but death or servitude. I have a wife and children. I don't want to die, and I can't die. So, I've decided to go find him and pledge my loyalty to him. As for you all, you decide for yourselves. Long Batian's words shocked everyone deeply. Was this the same Long Batian who once ran rampant across the Black Triangle? Yet what Long Batian said was simply too realistic. It was undeniable. Indeed, besides death or loyalty, there seemed to be no third path. Peter had resisted, and the result of his resistance was now starkly displayed before their eyes. Moreover, their earlier defiance was strong because they thought Tang Jue was just an ordinary man. But knowing he was from the Tang family changed everything. Many began to think that being a dog for the Tang family might not be so bad. At least in the Black Triangle, no one could ever oppose the Black Dragon Gang with the Tang family backing them. Minds were racing. Fatty coughed. As the second in command of the Black Dragon Gang, it was time for him to state his position. I agree with Brother Long. Judging by our master's actions, he probably won't restrict what we do. Even as his slaves, we can still do whatever we want in the Black Triangle. If that's the case, I think this is a blessing in disguise. First, we've rid ourselves of spies, and second, we have the Tang family as our backer. When Fatty said this, everyone nodded in agreement, clearly hitting the mark. Fatty continued. But when the master was leaving, Peter offended him. I fear the master might hold a grudge against us because of it. He's already poisoned us. He could simply refuse to see us, and in 6 months we'd all die just like Peter. So if we want to live, I suggest, as Brother Long said, we go find the master and pledge our loyalty. The room fell into a heavy silence. Though everyone knew this was the best course of action, their pride kept them from being the first to voice their agreement. Sensing the reluctance of his men, Long Batian cleared his throat and said, Let's settle this with a show of hands. Those willing to pledge loyalty to the master, raise your hands. Those who disagree may leave the Black Dragon Gang, and we will not hold it against you. The vote begins now. With that, Long Batian was the first to raise his hand, followed closely by Fatty, then the horse-faced hall master. Finally, for the first time in the history of the Black Dragon Gang, a decision was passed unanimously, if one excluded the already deceased. Long Batian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was well aware of what he and his men meant to Tang Jue. 13 people alone were worthless. Tang Jue wanted the entire Black Dragon Gang. If anyone had objected, it would have caused a schism within the gang, inevitably leading to a bloody internal conflict. Presenting a fractured and weakened Black Dragon Gang to Tang Jue would have risked his disdain. Since we are all in agreement, let's prepare over the next 2 days. There's no time to waste. We depart the day after tomorrow. Long Batian's words lifted a weight off everyone's shoulders. This way they could keep their lives and continue to live comfortably, at least without worrying about their fates half a year from now. After the bloodbath caused by a Seat Li Lanfang had become a nervous wreck, the flight from Tianman Star to Tianyu Star takes 7 days. With such a major incident occurring just 3 days in, Li Lanfang dreaded what outrageous act that reckless young man might commit in the remaining 4 days. After cleaning up the mess that day, Li Lanfang returned to the surveillance room and reviewed the footage repeatedly, finally resorting to comparing it frame by frame. As this civilian surveillance system only captured 30 frames per second, Li Lanfang was shocked to discover that Tang Jue appeared not to have moved at all during the entire incident. To him it looked as though Tang Jue stood perfectly still. It was only during the hail of bullets that Tang Jue's body seemed to gradually turn ethereal, then solidify again once the shooting stopped. Had he not examined the footage frame by frame, he would never have noticed this. After watching, Li Lanfang's mouth went dry. No man can survive a hail of bullets. This could only mean Tang Jue's speed exceeded the surveillance camera's capture rate. The moments Tang Jue's body turned ethereal were when he was dodging at an incredible speed, and when it solidified again it meant he had returned to his original position in an incredibly short span of time. Knowing how terrifying Tang Jue was made Li Lanfang feel like he was sitting on pins and needles every day. After compiling the scant information on Tang Jue, he immediately transmitted it to Li Yufeng, the current head of the Li family. Li Yufeng's instruction was to act according to circumstances. This weighed heavily on Li Lanfang's shoulders, but fortunately the remaining 4 days passed without incident. That reckless young man hadn't killed anyone, and the perpetually troublesome Miss Chen Jiaojiao, who was restless without causing trouble, had also surprisingly kept to herself. Li Lanfang felt he must have accumulated great merit in his past life. Regardless, Li Lanfang had managed to set sail happily and return home safely. When the starship docked, Li Lanfang, as was his custom, stood at the VIP cabin exit bidding farewell to the departing dignitaries. It was the captain's duty. Li Lanfang's face always bore a professional warm smile. As each person exited, he extended his hand for a shake and offered a word of thanks. But today he was a bit rude. Even while shaking hands, he kept stealing glances down the corridor leading to the exit. He was waiting for Tang Jue, as he had never seen this formidable Tang family scion with his own eyes. Having reported Tang Jue's information to the family head, it would be embarrassing to have shared a ship without ever meeting him face to face. Li Lanfang also wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of extraordinary person this anomaly of the great clans was. One who could coldly snuff out 5 lives in the blink of an eye and would not hesitate to take Chen Jiaojiao's life as well. If Tang Fengshou hadn't arrived in time, Chen Jiaojiao would have been a beautiful corpse. Li Lanfang could tell from the footage that the look in Tang Jue's eyes, when he stared at Chen Jiaojiao, was no different from the look he gave the 5 dead bodyguards. When Li Lanfang paused the frame and zoomed in on Tang Jue, he felt as if he were facing a cold-blooded, bloodthirsty tiger. Even in a still image, Li Lanfang sensed an extreme danger, and he found himself unable to look directly into the eyes of Tang Jue in the picture. It was only with Tang Fengshou's appearance that the terrifying aura emanating from Tang Jue was subdued. Li Lanfang had no doubt that if Tang Fengshou hadn't shown up, Tang Jue would have unhesitatingly killed Chen Jiaojiao just as he had killed the 5 bodyguards. The Tang family members appeared. Li Lanfang's attention sharpened instantly. He saw Tang Fengshou leading the way, tall and imposing with an aura as deep as an abyss. As one of the prominent figures of the Tang Sect, the 30-something Major General Tang Fengshou was clearly in the prime of his career. His presence was so commanding that, as he appeared at the exit, he overshadowed all the other dignitaries around him, making him the sole focus of attention. Truly worthy of Tang Fengshou, Li Lanfang thought with admiration. No one in the VIP cabin was ordinary. They were either powerful or wealthy. But today Tang Fengshou was the most heavyweight figure present, his brilliance unmatched. Captivated by Tang Fengshou's presence, Li Lanfang promptly and respectfully extended his hand for a shake. He wouldn't dare let his eyes wander while shaking hands with Tang Fengshou. Li Lanfang went through the motions of saying thanks, but Tang Fengshou, holding his hand, smiled with deep meaning. "I should be the one thanking you." Li Lanfang was taken aback, but Tang Fengshou had already withdrawn his hand and stepped onto the escalator. Several men in black followed behind Tang Fengshou in a line. Li Lanfang naturally couldn't shake hands with these underlings. He refocused his search for Tang Jue, only to find that the Tang family had already left, with members of other families now following behind. "Thank you." Li Lanfang quickly shook hands with the next person, then couldn't help but turn his head again to look in the direction of the Tang family. By then Tang Fengshou and his entourage had reached the black cars waiting to receive them. Li Lanfang scanned carefully, and finally noticed that one of the men in black behind Tang Fengshou stood out. The others wore uniform black suits, but this person, though also dressed in black, wore a different style.